Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, whatever time it is, wherever you are. It is the beginning of the US Open, and we have three people alongside me today, or I should say below me, at least in terms of the stream here. I'm going to go to you, Jack, immediately because I know you're next in line there, Nick. But I'm going to go with you, Jack. Jack, how do you feel about this Murray match that you're going to be watching against Cerundolo? You expressed some optimism on Thursday. How do you feel now?
I feel the same way now, I think, John. Definitely thanks for having me, by the way. I'm very excited to be here. Yeah, it's one of those seeds I would say Andy should count as lucky stars to have. Yes, Cerundolo is a good player. He's got an amazing forehand, but he'll definitely have a chance against him. He's got a great forehand, so if you can avoid that, then I think he'll have a chance. And Andy's Andy's one of the best players in the world at finding variety and stuff to sort of counter somebody's offensive weapon. So I feel good about it, John, in short. I'll just say I won't jinx it, and I'll touch wood. And watch for now.
A few people have remarked since, actually, that's probably what's put me a little bit pessimistic. Just so I'm going to tell everyone that which matches we're watching, by the way. So Jack is watching Murray-Cerundolo, and I've probably butchered his name. I'm on Garcia as match in her first round against Rakhimova. So Garcia, the 17th seed, and of course, recent Masters 1000 champion. She will fancy her chances, not just today, but even for the tournament. Nick, which match are you keeping an eye on for us? Well, I can tell you which match.
Nick is semi-finalists, Tatjana Maria and Maria-Sakkari, to just be confusing.
Nice, that's fine. Okay, cool. So yeah, Tati, I know I wrote that in the chat actually earlier, and it was like Maria against Sakkari, and it was like, okay. But actually, I think it's probably one of the matches, certainly of the first round, and it happens to be first on this morning. Isabel, let's go to you. Which match are you keeping an eye on for us?
I'll be watching Sebastian Korda and Korda-Bagnis. I hope I'm saying that right.
Pretty good, Isabel. Pretty good, Isabel. By the way, who's up for a very boring Sebi Korda anecdote?
I would love it, since I'm going to be watching him for the next hour and a half.
I thought you would. Okay, so you can reference this. Feel free. You can reference this from time to time. I crossed paths with him about 5 months ago, took a selfie and said, I remembered his father, to which he just said, nice. But that's not the anecdote I want to share. This one, the actual one I'm going to share is even worse in a way. I saw him a few hours later with a couple of people, I guess, from his team, coming back from the supermarket with lots of fizzy pop, non-alcoholic, and loads of chips for those of you in the North America, and for us in the UK would be crisps, and a lot of them, like huge bags. And it was Saturday night, and I was thinking, well, I guess that's kind of rock and roll. It's about as rock and roll as it gets for a top sportsman. Anyway,
true, yeah.
There you go. So, Jack, any last-minute thoughts ahead of this Murray match? I'm not sure I share your optimism. I'm just a bit concerned. Maybe the passage of time has made me start to listen to some other people and what they've been saying.
Yeah, I've just seen Cerundolo's record in Grand Slams. Actually, he's never won a Grand Slam match. That also fills me with a little bit of optimism. I mean, he's a player that should have won at least a couple, and certainly at the French Open, he should have had chances. I don't know. Maybe 5 sets comes into play. Maybe nerves come into play in the bigger stage as well. Andy won't be feeling nervous, I'm sure. So that could be an advantage too, John. What's shattered your optimism a bit? Is there anything?
I think quite a few people that know far more about tennis than me have tipped Cerundolo to go through. I can't name names, and I wish I could, but I mean, I've been consumed by tennis in the last 72 hours for obvious reasons. I mean, it's the final match of the year, and I've been dipping in and out of spaces on Twitter, and watching Gil Gross, for example, giving his thoughts. And it may well be Gil Gross, among others, that has suggested that Andy will have his work cut out. And I guess maybe as well, Cerundolo's had a good year. He played Nadal at Wimbledon, right?
He did, yeah, and it was a tough match, actually. Nadal did have trouble getting through him, but he found a way through.
Yeah, he did. So, Isabel, any final thoughts on Sebi Korda? ahead of his match? He's not brought any chips onto court, has he?
Not that I can see, but I haven't seen inside his bag yet. I don't think that he'll really have any trouble. I don't know much about the person that he's playing against.
No.
So I think it'll be a fairly easy match for him. And as far as I was looking in the draw, it seems like it's not going to be super difficult for him going forward until maybe the 4th round. So it might be a decent run for him, but we'll see how this match turns out.
Wonderful. Yeah, I mean, although he's actually a break point down, I believe, already. But yeah, I think Korda should go through against the Argentinian. Just quickly, because I guess Murray's about to kick off any second, Jack, if he hasn't done so already. Any thoughts on Bagnis?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's a lefty, more of a clay quarter than a hard quarter. I remember Bagnis beating Murray at the start of the year, actually, just coincidentally, and that's probably the most I got to see of his game. Sort of the kind of match that Andy should have won, to be honest. I would agree with Isabel. I don't think Korda should have many problems. He's not got the most firepower on court. It kind of relies on rally temperament rather than firepower to get through his matches. I think Korda will have it, pretty sure.
Cool. Nick, can you still hear us, by the way? Not sure if Nick can hear us. He's keeping an eye on Maria against, that's Tatjana Maria against Murray-Cerundolo, which I'm actually very much looking forward to, albeit...
I can hear you. There's a little bit of a delay on my part.
Go on.
Oof. Yeah, crazy delay, I think, for Nick.
Yeah. Nick, what I would suggest you do, Nick, is maybe just sort of dip out, come back in, and we'll keep trying over the next sort of 20 minutes or so. We will not forget you. Don't worry. Well, I would jump out the stream and then try and jump back. I don't know if you have the option of going to an alternative room. It's a bit of a pity because I think we've had some pretty smooth streams thus far. Rakhimova, by the way, is already a couple of points up in the first game. She's serving first, so she's looking good to take a 1-love lead. Garcia stepping in as only Garcia can off of this second serve coming up. Has Murray started yet?
He has, yeah. Just opened with a 20-shot rally.
Oh, nice. although maybe not nice for him if he wants to stave off those injury issues, or I should probably say maybe injury is the wrong word for cramp issues. You don't want to have too many of those over the course of 5 sets. And by the way, I do think it's very likely that match will go 4 or 5. What do you think about that prognosis, Jack?
Yeah, I feel like Andy wouldn't come into the US Open without having addressed those cramping issues that he experienced in Cincinnati as much as he can. So I'm going to go out on a limb and say hopefully physical issues shouldn't come into play. Andy will need to keep points short, so that 20-shot rally was a little bit worrying, to be honest, because it was on serve. This isn't the kind of guy you want to give chances on return to, basically, because Cerundolo is a fantastic player on return. So, yeah, if Andy can keep points short and serve well, I feel good about his chances.
Good. I don't want to get too excited, but I think we've got the first breaking news of this US Open of sorts. Something has happened in the Korda-Bagnis match. Can you fill us in, Isabel?
Isabel muted. You're muted.
You're muted.
Yeah, I think I might be a few minutes behind.
Don't worry.
So if something breaking has happened, I haven't made it there yet.
I mean, basically, I don't want to spoil your fun, but Bagnis has already broken serve at the beginning of that match.
Yes, Korda lost his serve in the first game, although at the moment he's up 30-love against Bagnis, so he might break back in a minute. It might all even out.
Yeah, right. I can see that actually. Yeah, I can see Korda's obviously got a nice chance to break back, but that's not the kind of start he wants. Although Garcia, having said that optimism regarding Rakhimova, Garcia actually has a break point, and so she'll be looking to take an early advantage, and she's got it. So Garcia has broken Rakhimova's serve, which is exactly how the French woman would want to start the tournament, starting this tournament as she ended the last, I guess, really having won her last time out. I've got some concerns about Garcia, but probably not so much today, more further down the line. But we'll see how that goes. How's it going in the Murray match? Any early comments other than that 20-odd shot rally, Jack?
Yeah, great start. Exactly what I was saying. If you can get rid of Cerundolo's forehand on return or on your own serve, then you're in for a really good chance. And Andy's just won 2 cheap points on his first serve by aiming for Cerundolo's forehand. I feel like that'll be really, really key to him just winning 3 points throughout the match, because a lot of Andy fans know that Andy can sometimes start missing his first serve, and when that happens, especially for somebody who's got a massive return, it can be a really big issue. So the more we see of this sort of 130 miles an hour, wow, or 127 even out wide, then the better. He's obviously going big on serve, which is great news for people who thought his legs maybe would have given out after cramping.
Cool. Just so I know roughly where you are in the game or in the match, Isabel, what is the score on your screen right now?
I have 15-40.
Cool. So I think it's only a few seconds behind, so that's not too bad. I'm going to give you some bad news for Korda anyway. He's just lost the next point. It's 30-40, but he still has a break point. If you don't want to spoil your viewing, and I suggest you don't, probably keep an eye away from the live scores that we've got. Just seem to be just a few seconds ahead. But Garcia is looking comfortable here at 1-love, and she's now serving, although albeit on a second serve. Cool. Jack, did Murray win that first game in the end?
So I'm probably a little bit far behind as well. 40-30 at the moment. Is that what we've got
exactly
there?
What I've got.
That's exactly what I've got. So 40-30, yeah. Just a second serve at 40-30 at the moment.
Okay, cool. Yeah, Garcia's 15-love. I'm actually just going to dip across to see how Maria and Sakkari are doing, because I do think that is probably the juiciest of certainly the early action, and hopefully we'll get Nick covering us on that one. But I want to go see what's going on. There's a nice picture of Korda on my screen. I don't want Mutet against anyone. No, not yet anyway.
Korda did just break back.
Korda did break back. Definitely thanks for interrupting. Was it a comfortable break in the end? I mean, I know it was 30-40 last I saw.
It was 15-40 that he broke at. Okay. So
nice.
It was okay.
Nice. I'm really excited by this Maria Sakkari one, because I think Maria against Sakkari one, because I think it really could go either way. I mean, Sakkari's form has been really sketchy since Indian Wells, and Maria, of course, being a German, is someone I'm a little bit familiar with, and she had a really nice run at Wimbledon, get to the semi-finals. She's obviously in her mid-30s. I don't know if she's necessarily got the game to win a slam as such, especially away from grass, where that slice does a bit more damage than anywhere else. But once I've got that on the screen, I will just take us through some bits and bobs. Nick, I hope, is still managing to keep an eye on that match, and I hope we get him back very soon to give us good thoughts. Go on.
Yeah, we've got a break point here.
Oh, nice. Yeah. For Murray?
Against Murray.
Okay. So in that first game. Talk us through it, Jack.
I'll tell you what happens in the break point. Just stepping up to serve now for it. Andy is up. He's missed his first serve, just skipped off the net cord and out. So he's got a second serve. This is the moment that all Andy fans hate, of course. Anytime he's got a second serve. See what happens here. Straight to the body. Cerundolo returns down the middle. Andy does an aggressive forehand. 2 in a row, comes to the net and then misses the volley. Yeah, so that's a break.
So couldn't be a worse start for the Scot. Against someone who I think is going to be a very tricky opponent. Of course, a long way. Those of you that are complete newbies to tennis, of course, we have 5 sets as opposed to the usual 3 at slams. So it's a long way to go, but it's not the ideal start. So anything in particular you noticed from that first game? Does Murray seem anxious? Does he not seem comfortable with something?
No, good intentions there. The serving was great, actually. Decent pace on it, and he got hit his spots a couple of times. Just pretty sure Cerundolo won every second serve point. He had the chance on there, so if he can keep his first serves in, he'll have a really good chance. And he was going aggressive with his forehand, which we'd like to see as well. Obviously, just in general for Andy, it's not a matchup thing. It's just a shot that generally is lacking in any of his matches a lot of the time. So yeah, if he's going aggressive with that, then great. Just a little bit sloppy in the volley there.
Sakkari has taken an early break as well. The number 3 seed, of course, last year's semi-finalist, albeit that she's not really shown that kind of form thus far. Yeah, I would say that the best match really of this first round, I just saw a private message there, is this Maria Sakkari one. But Maria now hoping to hold serve here, having already lost her serve at the beginning of the match. She's 2-love down, albeit it looks like she's on the threshold of 2-1. Sakkari rocking the orange today. That's a nice little combo there with the blue background. And she'll hope that that will help her on her route to potentially going deep in this tournament, although she's just gone wide there. And now Maria holds to make it 2-1. What's going on with Sebi Korda?
It's 2-1. He held serve pretty easily at 40-love in his last service game. He seems to be serving pretty well. I think he had, maybe it wasn't any aces, but it seemed that Bagnis was having trouble returning his serve. With
of course, live sport, mistakes will occur. And I've just made the first huge mistake of the US Open. It is, in fact, although it is a little difficult when I'm reading Maria and Sakkari. That's my get out. It's actually Maria who's broken and is actually 3-love up in the first set against Sakkari, which is obviously the worst possible start for the Greek. And that orange outfit obviously isn't doing her any favors thus far. But like I say, I think I have got a tiny excuse. I was reading Maria and I was thinking Sakkari, and I was reading Sakkari and I was thinking Maria. Hopefully this is not a matchup we see too often in the future of tennis, because I think a lot of people will get confused and make mistakes like I just did. But anyway, the Germans off to a flying start.
I know they played in Australia actually at the start of the year, Maria and Sakkari. Obviously Wimbledon as well, and Maria,
yes,
Tatjana even had a lot of advantages with the grass court. But yeah, they should play out like the Australian Open. Sakkari found a way through in 2 fairly difficult sets, but it was straight sets, and she didn't have to exert herself too much. So I would imagine it should play out like that.
This is a very different Maria Sakkari, though, to the one that was in Melbourne, I would suggest. And one, say, that's really been scratching for form for quite a while. I'd say probably a good 6 months or so. Maria, they're loving that forehand slice, and actually Sakkari dumping one into the net there. So she's in a spot of bother even already on a serve once again, and she just doesn't look comfortable, if I'm honest. But who knows if that's the midday sun or just her current form in general. Murray, obviously, with Cerundolo there. Cerundolo looking comfortable on his serve. Is that right?
Yeah, he's been able to keep points pretty short. Again, just finding his forehand immediately after serving for 3 or 4 of the points in this service game. It's going to be very difficult for Andy to neutralise it. He's looking a little bit rusty on return, I would say. Yeah, Cerundolo looking like the better player at the moment. Even if I didn't know the score, I would have said that.
If a break of serve does occur from either of the 2 matches that we're covering, just give me a shout, okay? If something does happen, or if somebody breaks down or anything goes on. I'm just going to have a quick look around at some of the other scores. Most of the matches seem to be going with serve, certainly on the men's side. Let's have a quick look at the women's as well. I guess I can just click WTA and that might well help. Yes, as I say there, Maria Sakkari, though, does look a bit more comfortable on her serve this time with a 40-15 lead there. More matches going with serve, although Garcia, it seems, has already broken twice against the lucky loser, that is Rakhimova. She's well on the way to winning that first set. Meanwhile, Anne Lee is a breakup against Osorio Serrano. However, Serrano does have a break point. How's the Korda match going so far? Just fairly? I mean, you had 2 early breaks there, right?
Yeah, it's fairly standard now. Bagnis seems to be getting back up. It's 40-15 on his serve. Yeah, it's nothing super exciting after those early breaks. Everyone's holding.
I'm sure
haven't had a good rally yet.
Once the 4th round and quarterfinals arrive, Maria Sakkari there shaking her head, or despite the fact that she's held serve. Once, of course, the matches come a bit thick and faster, or certainly as we go deeper in the tournament, we'll have some slightly more rock and roll matches. But we have decided to get this tournament underway. Although I think Murray-Cerundolo is about as good as it gets. And tell me what's going on there, Jack.
Yeah, so Cerundolo was 40-15 up there. Couple of backhands netted, and then this point here to get Andy a break point was great. I thought he went to the forehand at the wrong time, actually, but then he kind of did a little bit of scrambling, managed to get a backhand pass down the line against him, which, I mean, that's a vintage Andy point. I'll tell you,
the break point.
I'll tell you what happens here.
Yeah.
I would imagine Cerundolo will look to go to the backhand to set up his forehand on the first serve. He does go out wide, but he misses the first serve, so he's got a second serve now. This is the problem we had last time we did this stream, John. Does Andy go aggressive on the return? Does he not? I think just getting it back into the play is the play here. He does just put it back into play, actually. Now he's got an aggressive forehand opportunity, and Cerundolo nets. Great.
Nice.
Good. Perfect.
I notice if it's possible to detect a spring in your step despite sitting in front of a laptop, I certainly detect that, Jack, after that, getting back on serve. Well, that'll be a relief because, I mean, it's by no means clay, and especially this year with a faster surface, so they say. But yeah, going a break down, it can be difficult to get back, and it's good that Murray's got back on level terms as quickly as that. Just a quick point, Nick, who's also watching the Sakkari match, he said basically that he's just sent me a message saying that Sakkari's just making a lot of errors, and Maria is playing smart as she often does, particularly as I say with the slices that tend to frustrate. And I think Sakkari, given her current mood, is someone who could easily be frustrated. Obviously she'll be looking to break here, but she's 30-15 down, and she just had a great chance there, Sakkari, to do a cross-court backhand pass, and I would suggest the Sakkari of old would have buried that opportunity, but instead she just buried it into the net, and Maria now has 2 game points to take a fairly commanding 4-1 lead.
Is that a double break or a break?
No, it's just to be a single break, but it's a commanding lead, let's say 4-1. Obviously, it's just a single break, but given that it was 30-15 and Sakkari should have passed, it was an easy pass, and in fact, she's just dumped another backhand into the net, and yeah, it's perplexing and disappointing. Of course, Sakkari defending so many points after the semi-final run that she had last year, and she had so often at majors. I'm someone who follows her career quite a lot. I think, did she beat Serena Williams 3 years ago at the US Open? 2 years ago, maybe?
Sakkari? Oh.
Yeah, I think she did I think it might have been either 2019 or 2020. I'll have to check that out, and maybe someone in the live chat can correct me, but I thought Sakkari knocked out Serena Williams about 2 or 3 years ago. Either not the one, maybe it was 2019, because remember Serena got to the semi-finals no, she got to the final in 2019. Maybe she went out to Serena Williams. Let me get my facts right. In the meantime, tell us anything exciting happening in the Korda match.
He just stayed on serve. It's 3-2 to Korda. Again, still haven't had like a lot of rallies. It seems like he's winning more on his second serve than his first. More unforced errors, I think, from Bagnis. He's hitting into the net a lot. So yeah.
What was it that sort of stuck for you with Peter? I'm calling him Peter Korda, with Sebi Korda. What was it that made you think, maybe that'll be the match? I mean, obviously we let Jack have the Murray match, but then it was like a free fall, and you decided to opt for Korda. Was it just a case of, I don't know, I'll just go for this dude?
I do like watching him play. I think he has good movement on court and good variety in how he sets things up. He doesn't maybe have like a particular weapon in his game, but I definitely think he could build to one in the future. I've seen him play some really good matches. I think when he had that sort of first run, I think it was at the French Open a few years ago, I was really impressed. And then there was I want to say it was at the US Open, potentially last year in a really early round. He ended up going 5 sets with someone on one of the way outer courts. They weren't even showing it on TV. And I'm just really impressed with him. I know he's really young. He has a long way to go with his game, but I'm just keeping an eye on him for the future.
Makes sense. And as is common among tennis players these days, he has a cat named after Rafa Nadal. That seems to be on vogue at the moment. I know he's a big fan of his, and as I think I mentioned either at the beginning or even off air, I do recall his father being a pretty handy tennis player. I think think his father may well have won either the US Open or the French.
He won Australia, I'm pretty sure.
He won Australia, yeah. No, you're right, the Australian. Just quickly, I can now correct my wrong, and it was actually Williams beat Sakkari in 3 sets, but it was 3 tight sets, and I think Sakkari at one point had the advantage. But and it was in 2020. As I was going through my thoughts, I was thinking, well, it can't be 2020 because Serena got to the semis. Can't be 2019 because she got to the final. So I just realized, having checked that Serena beat Sakkari in 3 sets in 2020, as it was when it was behind closed doors for that memorable tournament. But Sakkari will be looking to certainly pick things up, and she's taken a 30-15 lead here, where she desperately needs to hold, of course, given that she's 4-1 down. But maybe I'm reading too much into it, but obviously the results tell the story, and she just seems to be shorn of all confidence at the moment, which is such a pity for someone who's obviously very much relying on that.
I can tell you a little bit about what's just happened in this match here. Just one brilliant shot there at 15-all. You got to watch it back. It was a smash drop shot that Andy just played against Cerundolo, and obviously merited the fist pump from Andy afterwards as well. Great stuff. Really good variety already. The crowd are going mental this early in the tournament, which is, well, I'm seeing that in the camera anyway. I'm not sure about the noise. I can't hear it, but it looks like there's a lot of fans there cheering them on, which is great. One thing I would say about the matchup, which people might not give Andy credit for, Andy is a really good spot server in his first serve. It's just getting it in. If you don't spot serve well against Cerundolo, as in place your serve well, the return does just get absolutely hammered. I mean, Cerundolo is like second best for return points this year, I believe, out of everybody in the top 50, which is a great stat for him. And it's because if it's within his reach, you can smack it with that forehand, basically. Andy is good at keeping it away from people's weapons, even on serve. It's just when he starts missing the first serve, that's when he can look a little bit vulnerable. So yeah, it's a good matchup.
I think the match today for Murray is possibly probably more tricky than his potential second round opponent. Sakkari, they're just thrashing the ball at the ground. I think it's another unforced error from her where she goes long, and Sakkari, the ball just gives it a good old whack against the ground. It's basically the next kind of the next worst thing you can do in terms of anger, other than smashing your racket, is what she did, albeit she managed to hit it into the ground rather than at a line judge, unlike certain other players have done in the past.
Taking tips from Andy Roddick. I don't know if you've seen that video before.
No, tell me.
So he posted it online after, I believe, Kyrgios threw his racket, I think, and it was on the back of Djokovic, etc. And it was how to throw your racket properly, basically.
Yes, that is funny actually. And Roddick is someone who's got a very good sense of humor, and I like him a lot for that. Yeah, I do recall that. That was, I think, around Indian Wells time, wasn't it? When that happened with Kyrgios, I think. Yeah. That was amusing. I think he was doing it in various different locations, wasn't he? I can remember him being near a tree at one point, I think, in that video. I do recall myself getting very frustrated with both tennis and ping pong when I was at school, and I did have a much worse temper than I do now. Albeit, coincidentally, I never used to damage my own racket or bat. It was always just coincidentally happened to be the school's racket that I lost my temper with. So it just goes to show you can think things through a little bit, even when you're in the midst of anger. But Sakkari, though, shouldn't be in the midst of anger right now, because she's brought up 15-30, which is what she needs to do. And so, yeah, of course, and she gives out a big old screech of "come on," and a bit more of that, and she'll be back on serve as she mutters to herself.
It was a shame, because I'm sure Sakkari's quote will probably be ringing through a lot of her fans' head before Toronto, I believe, when she said, "You're going to see the new Sakkari," sort of thing. And I think she must have gone about 2-all maybe in matches, probably less than that actually. She's probably got a losing record since then. I think maybe one match for free, I believe. As a fan of Manchester United, I'm always aware of the moment when they keep saying they've turned the corner and we'll do better next time, because I've been viewing those tweets and those messages and those words for about 10 years now, and it's not got much better. But let's get back to the tennis, though, where she has, with an excellent return of serve,
brought up a couple of break points here. So this is a great chance for her now. There's a second serve to look at. I'll just talk us through this point as we go for a backhand slice from Maria, forehand from Sakkari. Sakkari looks like she's in charge at this point, and she'll need to be if she wants to break, and she may well do as she goes for a forehand. A forehand slice from Maria goes out. A little clench of the fist from the Greek, and it's back on serve.
Great.
Yeah, I love Maria as well. I love the German Maria. I love the story with her, and I love the story at Wimbledon. And she comes across as a really nice person, and she's obviously got this really nice friendship with Ons Jabeur. But there's something about Sakkari that I do want her to get back on course.
Yeah, likewise. Yeah, it sort of feels like the peak she reached last year. It would be a shame if she couldn't find a level similar to that. And I thought at the start of the year, actually, she was playing great. The St. Petersburg match against Kontaveit comes to mind, where she served for the match. She was great, and like in the tournaments preceding that and after that, I think she made a Masters final or WTA 1000 final. Yeah, fingers crossed for her.
I'm going to go around in footballing terminology, which is the second time I've squeezed football in today. I'm going to go around the grounds, but I'll try and.
Just by the way, we've got 2 break points for Andy.
All right, well let's stick with that before I go around the grounds. Go on, take us through this.
Second serve return is rifled down the middle. Andy should be in control of this now. Backhand slice to his forehand. Okay, Cerundolo gets an amazing forehand into play. He's bossing the point now. Andy's scrambling at the back of the court. He drop shots Andy. Can Andy get it? Yeah, he's done a little cheeky slice and he makes the smash. Great. Amazing. Good stuff.
Nice. So that's a real turnaround. I mean, could be a topsy-turvy match anyway. We'll see how it pans out. But obviously you've had 3 breaks of serve in this match so far.
Yeah, but I mean, Andy is the only one that's held serve so far. One thing I would say about that point is if we're seeing Cerundolo drop shotting off his forehand, I mean, I think it means Andy's living in his head rent-free early on in the match, which is great. It's great stuff.
Jack, that will be clipped if things don't work out, by the way, later on.
That's fair. Fair.
Isabel, we're going to come to you shortly, so gather your thoughts, get us all your Seb Korda, Cats and Chips stories at the ready. But before I do, I will just have a quick look around the other scores. As we can see, we've got quite a few of these matches still on serve, so not much to write home about. Although Tabilo there is serving for the set and is actually on the verge of set point. Nava, the wild card, is already a breakup against Millman. Of course, the winner of this match will play the winner of Andy Murray against Cerundolo. As I just have a quick look up at the screen, and the German Maria has taken a little tumble, but she looks like she's going to be okay. And we've got the Van Rijthoven, of course, that remarkable story of his summer on the grass in particular. I don't think many of us are expecting him to do much damage at the US Open, and he's 3-4 down and facing 2 break points there. So he's in a spot of bother in that first serve. We'll come to Korda and Bagnis shortly, and it looks like we've got, Tommy Paul is a breakdown, and that will surprise many of us. Obviously, he's done well in recent weeks. So I certainly know Hania, who I had on the show on Saturday, she'll be disappointed by the way that first set is going because she's got a soft spot for Tommy Paul. I think Nishioka and Fokina is possibly one of, if not the hardest one to call from the first round, and that's mirroring that with it going on serve, or at least it's 3-all in that first set. So I did find that one. There was some that I found quite easy to pick, but I found the Nishioka Fokina one because they've both had spells of good form in recent months, and there's an argument, I think, a very strong argument for both players to progress. Maria against Sakkari is obviously the match I'm following on TV right now, and that is on serve, and Sakkari they're looking to hold. More matches on serve, and Garcia, which is the match I was looking at before switching to the Maria match. She's very close to winning that first set, albeit that she's facing a break point at 5-1 as she's trying to serve it out. And we've got Kalinskaya, is a breakup there against Peterson in the first set. And we actually got, I think this is the first set of the championship to have been sealed. If I'm reading this correctly, it looks like Ann Lee has won the first set 6-1 against Osario Serrano, if I'm reading that correctly, 6-1, it looks like it. And Risk is on the verge of winning her set. So I threatened to go to Isabel, and I'm going to follow up that threat now by saying, Isabel, tell us what exciting things can you tell us about Bagnis against Korda? No pressure.
You know, I hate to disappoint you, but there isn't a whole lot that's exciting yet. Everybody's on serve. It's 4-3, 30-15 pardon me, 15-30. Bagnis is serving. I'm looking at some stats here, and it appears that Bagnis has actually kind of got the edge a little bit on some things. His first serve percentage is just a touch higher than Korda's is at 70% to 68. They haven't really, again, gotten into any good rallies. We haven't even gone to deuce yet in any game, so
nothing to report. Isabel, you can only say it as it is. What I'm going to ask you.
Korda does have a break point here.
Oh, cool. Do you want to try and talk us through that?
I can try and talk us through this. Sure.
Go on.
Korda has had 4 break opportunities up until now, and okay, now it's now we're at deuce. Okay.
All right. Well, I guess deuce is slightly less exciting. But if it does go to a break point again, just give me a shout. Sure. I'm going to ask you an easy question here, Isabel, and I think we need to get on some nice safe ground. Are you watching a future US Open champion right now?
Probably not. I mean, in all honesty,
if one of us, let's look at the 6 players. So I'm watching Maria Sakkari against Tatjana Maria. We've got Cerundolo against Murray, and we've got Korda against Bagnis. If one of us, Jack, is watching the US Open champion in 2 weeks, which one of those 6 players is winning the title? I know who you want it to be.
Well, genuinely. This is my answer, Andy, and I can justify it.
So you think he's got to? I mean, I know we're not really saying him or Korda are going to win it, but you would probably put him slightly ahead of Korda in the pecking order.
Yeah, I would say realistically, none of those 6 players are winning it. I suppose is my actual answer. But if there was going to be one of them out of those 6, Andy's got the best draw. I would say, definitely. I mean, obviously this is going well. He's just gone 4-1 up now. But yeah, I do think it's a decent matchup for him. John Millman would be a decent matchup too. I don't know much about Nava. I saw him play the Australian Open Junior final one year and lose to Musetti. However, Millman, I would imagine, will get through in 4 if he has just lost that first set. And
you think Millman will win that one?
Yeah, I think he will. Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's probably just a matter of finding his feet a bit, and the conditions should suit him. So I do feel like he will win that. I've just seen JJ Wolf has gone up. He's serving for the set against RBA. Is that correct? Yeah, he's serving for the set against Roberto Bautista Agut.
Yeah, that's quite a tricky first round for Wolf, of course, and that'll be a slight upset should he go on to win that. I see that Korda didn't break Bagnis in the end, so that'll be a slight disappointment for his fans. And Garcia has yet to close it out. She was serving, I think, or she was certainly on the verge of winning the first set, but she's not quite done it yet, although now she's 5-2, 30 love. So actually, I think she wasn't serving for it, but nevertheless, she had a chance to break again to go 6-1. But looks like she's going to win that first set, 5-2 up there. We're at the business end of Tatjana Maria against Maria Sakkari. And this is really, the momentum has really swung significantly. And Sakkari now has 2 break points. So I will just talk us through this because this has been quite a turnaround from 4-1 down and in the driving seat. Tatjana Maria now is 2 break points down. So she's on serve. It's the first serve here, which she's gone wide with. And for fans of the Greek, much like myself, there'll be a lot of relief at how this set has turned around. Second serve. Oh, but Sakkari takes an air shot. I'm 99.9% sure. And she has a puzzled look on her face as she can't quite understand how she's completely missed that one. But certainly a much more relaxed demeanor from her now than it was. She goes for the forehand, the forehand top spin, and you just go too big on the top spin, especially on a second serve. And a first serve this time from Maria. No, it's out. Sorry. So it's a second serve. So things are looking much better for Sakkari, but I'm sure she'll be keen to break serve here, 30-40. second serve now for Maria. Actually, Sakkari guesses wrong, but it's slow enough to get back in position. So it's now on the backhand to backhand. Of course, one is a double-handed backhand and the other one's the slice. And Tatjana Maria this time is the person who gives a shriek out of relief because she's actually got it back to deuce. Tell us what's going on in Andy Murray's match, Jack.
We are looking at 50-0 at the moment. The one thing I've been so impressed with is Andy's ability to return to Cerundolo's forehand. I feel like a lot of players can't do that without just giving him a chance to tee off on it, basically. Because Andy steps in so close, so he can take time away from Cerundolo where other players can't. So he's in every set. Well, I mean, he's broken every game he's had so far, but he's in every point he's playing. It's 30-15 at the moment. I feel like this will still be a scrap for Fran, even if he does hold here. It's looking great for Andy. I think this is a brilliant matchup for him. So fingers crossed for him.
Couple of things, Jack. First of all, I'm loving the fact that you've now called Cerundolo Fran, trying to make him a Scot, I think, somehow. The second thing is I've got a little message for you flying across the bottom of the screen. Can you see that?
I cannot. I don't. Oh no, there we go. Yeah, Murray a break up in the first set. Jack is happy. I can confirm that's the case.
There you go. We're on the pulse here at Talking Tennis. Talking of pulses, is your pulse racing, Isabel, as you watching Korda against Bagnis?
Not too much. It's 5-4 to Korda. Everybody's still on serve. I have a feeling that this is going to go to a tie break. Bagnis is defending really well on his own serve, so they both seem to be making similar mistakes.
There were two breaks at the beginning of the match, though, right? And then it's just been pretty much on serve all the way.
Yeah, and then it's just been on serve the entire time. Korda has had 5 break opportunities against Bagnis, and he has lost. He has 1 out of 5, I think. So, yeah, just nothing too exciting. They both are moving really well. Both defending really well.
Cool.
I think a tiebreak is coming soon.
Yeah, no worries. Well, with this one could also go to a tiebreak between Sakkari and Tatjana Maria because it's still on serve here. But we've had 2 or 3 deuces here, so it's a really pivotal game. You feel if Maria could just hold here, having faced 2 break points, and then you would imagine that will be a big win for her in this particular game because it's 4-all. She's on advantage. She goes down the tee. She's now on the backhand to the forehand of Sakkari. Sakkari goes aggressive. She goes big, and she gets it back on deuce.
I think Andy's just played the shot of the tournament so far, I think.
Go on, Jack. Go for it.
Basically played a pretty decent approach shot to Cerundolo's backhand. Cerundolo kept it incredibly low. I don't know how he did, but then Andy played a half volley, one-handed backhand winner. It's crazy.
Nice. Big first serve there from Tatjana Maria, but now it's on the forehand for Sakkari. She takes a bit cautiously there, I think, although she's won the point with a lovely cushion volley to bring up break point. And boy, oh boy, like I say, this is a very different Maria Sakkari to the one that we saw at the beginning of the match when she was 4-1 down. She's trying to win, I think, 4 games in a row to take a 5-4 lead, which would be a real momentum swing. And you would imagine if she breaks here that may well be decisive for at least this first set. I don't want to get carried away, but it's a 3rd break point. A slightly cautious serve there from Tatjana Maria, and she may pay the price for it, although she's on the forehand and she goes big on the forehand. This time she goes for a drop volley, but it's nowhere near good enough. Sakkari gets there, but it's not good enough from Sakkari either. And it's back to deuce. Sorry, Isabel. Jack and I are getting all the fun here and all the excitement. And sorry to Nick as well, because he would have been watching a really tasty first set here, I think. And he may well come back very shortly. I've just got a message, actually, so I'll check that out. Jack, just keep us occupied with what's going on in Murray while I dip elsewhere.
Sorry, I'm muted there. I will just say about Sakkari before I talk about that. Absolutely. I feel like that I didn't see the point, but if that was a break point, that's the sort of chance that kind of sounds like latter year Sakkari rather than what we were getting at the start of the year, just getting chances and not taking them. Like, she should have made that by the sounds of it. So that's definitely, it's a shame to see her playing like that, or hear her playing like that, I guess. Andy 40-15 up, he's causing Cerundolo problems in serve, which is exactly what I was hoping for. I imagine his first serve percentage will be quite high. I can't see it in front of me, but he's putting 120 plus serves into the court to Cerundolo's forehand, which is exactly what you need to do. He's just done it. They're actually served in. Oh no, never mind. That first serve was out. But you get the point anyway. Yeah, he's serving great against a great returner, which is exactly what you need to do. Very encouraging signs for Andy.
Cool.
It's great stuff.
Sakkari has a break point, and she breaks courtesy of a double fault, unfortunately, from Tatjana Maria. As Tatjana Maria raises her racket in frustration, and the stereotypical, or whatever the word is, fist pump from Maria Sakkari, the trademark, that's the word I was looking for, fist pump from Maria Sakkari there, as she takes a 5-4 lead, having won 4 games in a row, and Maria looks dejected, and understandably so. That's a big momentum swing, or confirmation of that. That's 2 breaks in a row, and Maria actually slaps her leg in frustration as she chomps on a banana. Boom.
I've just seen JJ Wolf has won the first set against RBA, and
Cool.
John Millman was able to avoid dropping the first set to Nava. However, it is 15-30 on his serve. And then, you've got Tommy Paul has also dropped the first set.
Yeah, Tommy Paul dropping the first set. RBA dropping the first set. Looking like now Nishioka is on the brink of losing the first set as well. Albeit, I mean, Fokino, as I say, is an equal name there. Yep.
He has already. Yeah.
Oh, okay. There we go. Boom.
A bit behind on the scores there.
No worries. I might just give it a quick refresh and see how that pans out. Isabel, what's the score at the moment with Korda against Bagnis?
It is 5-all with Korda soon to serve.
You've kind of invested this much time now, Isabella. You'll kind of have to go to the tiebreak, right? But
I really do.
If it continues at that sort of quality of play, maybe you'll have to abandon ship and go to a different match after the tiebreak potentially.
It certainly looks that way. Every time they kind of start to get into a good rally, one of them makes an unforced error, and it just ends. Yeah. So we just had the start of a really nice rally, and then it was 40-30, I believe, and then Seb just sunk it right into the net.
We've got
I think even Bagnis is frustrated because he just had a little bit of a moment hitting it into the net there. So.
Sakkari is serving for the set. She's lost the first point, albeit, of course, that means just love 15. She seems to mutter to herself, come on, in English. Let's see if she can act upon that and manage to serve this out. I actually spoke to Sakkari early this year about the difficulties that players, but I think that particular day she'd struggled to serve out a particular match. She kind of gave a fairly sanguine response, if I remember rightly, and nothing spectacular, so I won't dwell on that too much. Just to go backhand to backhand. She's in charge at this point. Ooh, that was close from Sakkari, and I think it was a bit too long from her, actually, so it goes love 30. Indeed it does. I thought that had bounced on the line, but it hadn't. Her coach is British, I think. Am I right with that, Jack?
Oh, I can't remember, coach? Actually. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure.
Pretty sure he is. I think there's some sort of YouTube thing flying around from a couple of years ago where Sakkari expresses her admiration for Daniel Craig, and they have a chat about him because Daniel Craig, of course, is also, I think, from the UK, if I'm not mistaken. Anyway, tangents done. Back to the match. Love 30. Sakkari now with a second serve, forehand slice off that second serve from Maria. And then Sakkari goes and dumps a forehand into the net, and it's now 3 break points. Mm-hmm. For all that optimism I had about Sakkari, boom.
And we're looking good for Andy. Okay, it's now 30-all. He was 15-30 on Cerundolo's serve, but playing every rally, every service point, basically getting it to a rally. Basically, no serves of Cerundolo's are going unreturned. I would love to see that stat. If the US Open organisers can't hear me, please put it up on the screen. However, I imagine that's probably the reason that he's getting into so many of these service games. Still only the one hold for Cerundolo. So
cool. Yes. Okay. And looking at this break point that Maria has, although Sakkari's on the aggression, drive volley, those can be very tricky under pressure, but she pulls it off. 15-40 now, but there's still 2 more break points to save. That was a tricky drive volley, especially given the pressure that she would have been under there. So we'll see if she can get this back or not. I'll take us around some of the other scores. There's been some developments, as Jack touched upon earlier. Certainly one or two surprises. I think, as you said, Tommy Paul losing that first set against Morales will be a surprise, and it's going with serve, albeit right at the beginning of the second set. Fokina has seized a really good advantage against Nishioka. Not only has he won the first set, he's also an early breakup in the second. Hallis has got the first set over Rinderknecht. I'm a bit more familiar with Rinderknecht than Hallis, so that's kind of a surprise to me. Korda and Bagnis, of course, we're covering with Isabel, and it's just fairly rudimentary going with serve, albeit juice at the moment, it looks like there. So if a break point does emerge, Isabel, just give us a shout.
Korda did just double fault to get to that.
Dearie me. So Korda had a game point, it looks like there, and double faulted at a very important, crucial stage of this match. So, yeah, just give me a shout out if Bagnis does get a break point. Wolf, surprisingly, taking the first set against RBA, the number 16 seed, and kind of regular in the latter stages of Slam. So that would be a surprise. That's certainly a early fright for the Spaniard. We've got Van Rijthoven losing the first set to Zhang, the qualifier. I spoke to Damien Kunst yesterday, about qualifiers, and he was very big on the Chinese men coming through the qualifiers.
Yeah, I've heard Damien talk about Zhang before. He loves his game. He thinks he's got a lot of potential. I also think Van Rijthoven really, I don't want to call him a one-court specialist, but the slice in particular is great on grass. It's kind of a weapon that gets taken away from him on any other surface. So I can't imagine he'll win that match.
Bagnis does have a break point here.
Oh, cool. Keep us up to date with that. We'll focus on Korda against Bagnis then for now.
Didn't want to interrupt you.
No, brilliant. Jack. Do it. That's what we're here for.
Okay, Korda is serving. Let's see. It's a serve down the line, backhand from Bagnis, forehand. Down the line from Korda, cross court from Bagnis, cross court from Korda, and Bagnis hits it out. And we're back to deuce.
Back to deuce. I'll just take us through the next point with Sakkari against Maria, because Sakkari has a set point now, having faced 3 break points in this particular game. It's been a really excellent tight first set for various different reasons, but Sakkari doesn't get the first serve in, goes a bit too long on that. So we'll see how this goes, but I imagine if she goes to the forehand, I'm pretty sure I know what Maria's going to do with it. Let's see what happens anyway. She does go to the forehand. Maria does go for the slice forehand back, and now it's backhand to the forehand of Sakkari, who dumps it into the net. Back to deuce. I don't know the stats on this, but Sakkari's unforced errors seem to be... I mean, there's kind of 2 types of... We all know about the forced error, but there are sort of some unforced errors that are worse than others. And I think Sakkari has ticked the worst kind, if you like, given the fact that she was really in charge at that point on too many occasions thus far today, although she might well get away with it. It's on deuce.
Got another break point for Bagnis here.
Okay, Isabel, talk us through
it. He hit Korda hit a lob that Bagnis easily just smashed in, got that break point. So Korda is serving here. Big first serve into the corner, backhand from Bagnis, and Korda hits it out, and Bagnis gets the break. 6-5.
Boom! What a time to get a break.
Something slightly interesting.
Something slightly interesting between Bagnis and Korda. Nice.
Terrible stuff from Andy. So when I said he had the best shot of the tournament so far, he's probably just at the worst shot of the tournament so far. had a volley on top of the net and has pushed it wide, unfortunately. It's now 15:30. He really shouldn't be in this position. However, he's been serving well enough that hopefully he'll be able to wrangle his way out of it. So we'll see what happens.
Yes,
Korda looks really disappointed. He's sitting with his head in his hands.
Yeah, I can imagine. It's such a crucial stage. And actually, I'd sort of lost a bit of touch with the score in the Murray match. He's actually serving for the set there, but it seems as though he's just suffering a little bit trying to serve this out. It's 15:30 there as he is trying to serve it out at 5-3. We'll stick with you then. And Sakkari, by the way, has sealed that first set 6-4. And that has given her a huge advantage, obviously, in this match. Let's go over to Andy Murray's match.
Okay, yeah, it's 15:40. 2 break points, unfortunately. Andy's been serving so well from this side, so I would imagine this first break point should get saved. No problem. Under the watchful eye of Lendl there, he looks pretty terrifying. So I'm sure Andy will be intimidated into playing a good point here. Fingers crossed. I'll see what happens in this one. I'll tell you what happens. The watchful eye of Lendl there, he looks pretty terrifying. So I'm sure Andy will be intimidated into
Nick,
playing
if you could just put yourself on mute a
I
second.
know, yeah, I can hear my own voice. Right, second serve for Andy. He gets it out wide. Great second serve, actually. Sets himself up for the open space in the ad court. Puts a forehand there. Now going backhand to backhand. Andy hooks a forehand into Cerundolo's forehand. He's still got the advantage. Hits it deep. Hitting forehand to forehand again. Maybe a little bit too much now. Cerundolo should have the advantage. Yet he's kind of on the run now. Cerundolo sets himself up with a great inside-out forehand. Probably about 20 shots deep into the rally now, and Andy sprays the backhand wide. He really should have got it there. Honestly, though, I'm not too pessimistic. I feel like he could break serve here pretty easily. It's been 2 out of 4 service games held for Cerundolo, so hopefully, even if this goes to a tie-break, etc., Andy will still be able to clinch it.
You think Andy's been the better player all round?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I'd say so.
Okay. Nick, feel free to come off mute if you can. That would be great. And I'd like to hear your thoughts on what you've managed to catch of the Tatjana Maria Sakkari first set.
Sorry.
Okay, I'm not quite sure. Go on, Nick. Go on.
All through now, but yeah, I was an entertaining first set. It was. I thought Maria was well, errors, and yeah, but Sakkari sort of stepped up, and I kind of suspect she might start overpowering Maria a little bit. Let's see how the second set goes.
Yeah, I've switched to that match in the end because Garcia ran away with the first set, and Maria against Sakkari certainly was living up to some of the hype because I think it was a really tight first set, and in the end, Sakkari just managed to hold it together at some key moments right at the end when she was looking again under pressure at love 40. But it's certainly been exciting, and I do expect the Greek to go on to win, but stranger things have certainly happened. What do you make of Maria Sakkari, Nick, in terms of her form at the moment? Ooh.
Yeah, for sure. So you said that match, John?
Sorry, Nick. I think there's a pretty long delay. But yeah, I'm watching Maria against Sakkari, and it's been a really good first set, and I just hope it continues. Let's go over to Jack on the Cerundolo Murray match.
Sorry, real quick. I do have a set point for Bagnis.
Okay, talk us through this then, Isabel.
Yeah. So it's 40-15. Korda has been looking really frustrated just in this game. Lots of unforced errors, hitting a lot of shots long. Okay, so Bagnis is serving. His first serves down the line. Korda backhand return, forehand return down the middle from Bagnis, and Korda goes up to the net, hits a volley. Bagnis gets it back, and Korda smashes it down. Okay, 1 set point saved.
Okay, 1 set point saved. So what is the score, sorry, exactly? 40-30?
40-30.
40-30, okay. Oh, that's an excellent lob there for Maria Sakkari to bring up. So it's 30 all in the first game. Okay, let's go over. So it's 40-30. So let's stick with you, Isabel, if you've got another set point.
Yeah, I don't know if Korda can save this set, but we'll see. He looks really frustrated with himself. Okay, Bagnis is serving. First serve into the corner. Korda gets it back. It hits a lob, and then Bagnis smashes it into the net and wins this. It's not into the net, sorry, it's into the end court, and then wins the set.
Nice. Bagnis has sealed the first set. So another piece of news for you, Isabella. Isabel's getting giddy with excitement because not only has there been a break of serve, quickly then Bagnis does go and seal it with a smash, it sounds like. So Bagnis takes the first set. That is a slight surprise, I would suggest. Nick, if you want to come off mute, you can try and share us your thoughts once again on both this Sakkari match and Sakkari as a whole. We've got a close call there in the Sakkari match. So just come off mute, Nick, whenever you want, and just give me a shout and see if we can solve those gremlins that are causing a slight delay.
We've just had some crazy drama. Sorry.
Go on, Jack. Go on. Take it away.
Yeah, Andy's convinced there's been a double bounce at love 15, 5-4.
Sakkari
sorry.
Jack, go on. Continue.
Yeah, it's just been shown on the big screen. Almost definitely is a double bounce. The umpire's not doing anything about it. There's not much he can do. He didn't call it. Andy lost the point when he really should have won it. Really, hopefully, it isn't the sort of thing that gets into Andy's head. He's got his thumbs up sarcastically now. It's not looking great.
So it was a definite double bounce.
Yeah.
Oh, dearie me. And I mean, what's your thoughts? I mean, it's very difficult to tell. Obviously, we're several thousand miles away, etc., etc. But Cerundolo, kind of, you probably know when you're playing.
So difficult to call. I honestly, I wouldn't have said Cerundolo would have known for sure.
Okay.
It was one of those ones that was literally, just off the ground when he hit it. Has the score been overruled? I don't know. It was saying 15-30.
Maybe Cerundolo put his hands up.
Maybe he did. Yeah, I would be very surprised if. I think what's happened, if this has happened, Cerundolo would have seen the replay and it would have been up to him to put his hands up because VAR isn't a thing in tennis at the moment, unfortunately. No. It should be, but it's not at the moment. I think he has. I think he's given him the point.
Nice.
Which is, I mean, if he has, it wasn't a sarcastic thumbs up. It was a genuine thumbs up.
It was a genuine one there. Yeah, you were thinking Murray was frustrated, and you were thinking that Cerundolo had been cheeky, perhaps. But okay, that's nice. So
that's great sportsmanship.
Tell us the exact score at the moment.
It's 30-all now. That's a great sportsmanship, honestly. Because that easily could be. I mean, it would be 40-15 at the moment. Easily could change the complexion of the first set. 30-all at the moment. Cerundolo's going up to the line. I like this guy now a lot. I mean, I knew a bit about him, but that's really nice because he wouldn't have done it if the replay hadn't been shown. There was no obligation for him to do that at all. It's really great of him. Second serve though, Andy. Hopefully, forehand return has been amazing. If he gets a chance in this forehand return, I think he should go big into the Fran forehand. He has a backhand. He has gone pretty big. Cerundolo hits an amazing backhand cross court, though. To be fair, that was great. A really good shot.
So that's 40-30 now, game point, right?
Yeah, 40-30 game point. Yeah.
So this is going with serve at the beginning of the match, but Sakkari is hitting the ball much cleaner and much better at the beginning of this second set than how she started the match. It's 12:05 local time in New York. It's 6:05 here in Germany. It's 30-all though in this this second game of the second set. So it's not by any stretch of the imagination comfortable at the beginning here for Sakkari. She is a game to love down. She's on a second serve, and I think she's just double faulted. And now Maria has a break point at 30-40, and there's still large amounts of inconsistency there. Nick, we're going to try.
God. Sorry.
Go on, Jack. Go on, Jack.
More drama. Backhand return from Andy must be a millimetre in. Must be a millimetre in from the replay. And obviously, Cerundolo thinks it's definitely out. I would just say the Hawkeye margin for error is more than a millimetre. It's 2.7 millimetres. So there's a high chance that actually didn't catch the line. So I think he feels a bit hard done by there.
Yeah,
I've also got a bit going on over here. Not as dramatic as the Andy match because no one can really match his drama. But we do. Bagnis had a triple break point against Korda. Now it's double at 15-40 in the opening game of the second set.
Millman and Nava look like they're in a bit of a rock and roll first set. It's now 6-all in the tiebreak.
I was going to say you should jump ship to that match, Isabel.
Yeah. Maybe you should. But let's just see how the beginning of this second set takes that. But definitely feel free to jump around matches. If you're boring yourself by watching the match you're watching, I have absolutely no problem with flying around. But I guess it's kind of unsurprising that the headline matches really have been Maria against Sakkari and also Cerundolo against Murray. They were the sort of favourable ones I would suggest at the beginning of the day. Murray there, obviously 5-all now in that match.
This is some rally at the moment. Andy's as Andy nets a forehand, of course, but the rest of the rally was great. Cerundolo with a very well-deserved hold there, obviously, after gifting Andy that point. So this is dramatic. It's good stuff. I still fancy Andy's chances, even if this set goes the way of the Argentinian. I think he's still playing a little bit better than him.
Korda did manage to fight off those break points and get to deuce, although then he just sunk one into the net, and it's another break point too.
I mean, if Bagnis was to get an early break there again, I mean that would be disappointing for the American for sure.
Yeah.
Tommy Paul lost the first set against Miralles, and it's going with serve now in that second set. Fokina there really taking control of that match against Nishioka. Nishioka, of course, getting to a final recently. I think it was in Washington, I believe, where he lost to Kyrgios there. So Nishioka will be very disappointed with the way that match has begun. Maria did get the break of serve against Sakkari. I think I did mention that earlier. So she has taken an early advantage, but long way to go in that match, of course. Garcia, who was the match that I was sort of initially focusing on before switching my attention, is really in control. She is a set and a break up against Rakhimova. So you would expect the French woman to seal that fairly soon. And Anne Lee and Serrano are deep into a second set with Anne Lee having won the first. So
we have a fifth break point.
Fifth break point. I'll stick with Bagnis and Korda for now.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt.
Brilliant. I want interruptions.
Back here. Korda has, I think they've had 2 deuces at this point. And he seems really frustrated. Serving down the line, sinks it right into the net. So Bagnis breaks him in this first game.
Oh, nice. Let's go over to Cerundolo Murray. Jack, what's the current state of play there?
Despite Andy getting very frustrated at himself by the looks of it, he has sort of righted the ship here. He's 40-love up. Great serving to just do a pretty standard hold of serve. I mean, he's not actually held yet. Has now ace out wide. Great stuff. I thought he might have been a little bit more rattled by that last game, but he seems to be keeping his composure really well, which is great news for Andy fans.
Yeah, right. But if it does go to a tie break, who do you fancy?
Yeah, just I'll iterate what I was saying earlier for sure. Andy's got to be the guy at the moment. I do think he genuinely is playing better tennis. The only factor that could come into play is a little bit of nerves. He has been a little bit shaky this year in some matches on important points. However, I would back him to beat Cerundolo if I had to put my money somewhere. I've just seen Medvedev's walking onto court, by the way.
Yeah, I saw him actually warming up. They decided to, at the end of the first set, go over to him. Yeah, I think Medvedev is certainly a match we will be focusing on very closely very soon. And this Maria Sakkari match is probably a bit too gripping for me to switch elsewhere. But if obviously I think Jack will be sticking with a certain Scotsman. I don't think he'll be averting his eyes too far. But if you did fancy Isabel having a quick look at Medvedev, feel free to do so. Absolutely. In fact, if you wish to stick to that match. Tatjana Maria has now I think she's got a 3-love lead here. And she has indeed.
Is that that's in the second set? Is that a break or a double break?
No, it's just a single break, so I should have elaborated. So it's a single break for Maria, because she had a very similar start to the match. I mean, she was 4-1 up in the first set and ended up losing it. Sakkari obviously ended up winning that first set, as I mentioned. And now she's 3-love up, Maria, in the second set, albeit it is only just the one break.
I have just seen as well John Millman drop that first set to Emilio Nava, 7-6. Yeah, so a 9-7 in the tie break in the end. So it was really close. I still would fancy Millman to get through there, but yeah, he's having problems.
Yeah, right. I don't know with Millman. I mean, I haven't really I haven't really seen much of Millman that's suggested anything amazing is going to come off his racket since that very good sort of Australian run. I don't know how far it was, third or fourth round when he had those match points against Federer.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, that was a great match. It was
a great match. I mean, Federer basically was in. Don't get me wrong. I think the Djokovic team final was an amazing match, and there were other great matches on the men's side there. But Federer seemed to be in 3 or 4 incredible matches. I mean, the Tennis Sanguine match was equally dramatic.
Oh yeah, that was such a dramatic match.
It's like 7 match points or something.
Yeah, something like that. And although nowadays we hear Tennis Sanguine a bit more off the court than on it, but that is for a separate podcast for sure. Anyway, but still, I mean, actually, listen. I actually, as a player, I thought, and that match against Federer was excellent. And yeah, but he went out in the qualifiers, so he's not in the main draw this year. Yeah, so Maria is just the one breakup at 3-love. Isabel, obviously, with Bagnis. I've actually written a very long-winded message that's flying across the bottom of the screens to keep our viewers up to date with exactly what is going on, albeit that I'm sure a lot of that they can see on the screen as well. Jack, where are we at with Murray and Cerundolo?
I can fill you in on exactly what happens in this service game because he is love 30 at the moment at 6-5. Kind of what I was thinking. He should have a chance in basically every service game. Nails a forehand return. Cerundolo comes into the net. Andy gets a chance on the volley, goes straight at Cerundolo, tries to lob him. I think he's lost the point now. Yes, he has. He probably should have won that point. It was a little bit tough. 15-30 now. I do feel like he's still got a chance to break here. He's been in every service point. He's as I say, like basically making every return he gets a chance to hit, which is great against a player like Cerundolo. Yeah,
although of course, big difference between love 40 and 15-30. So, could he have won that point? You think?
It would have been tough. He had a chance in the past, but just went straight at Cerundolo, probably channeling a bit of his coach there in Lendo. However, yeah, great reactions from Cerundolo. I don't think it was the wrong play. Sorry, I just think too good, basically, from his opponent.
Okay, let's
Korda
stick with
does
that.
have a break point here.
Oh, well, good old Korda. He going a bit like it did at the beginning of the match then in terms of a quick early double or quick early break for each player.
And he gets it, actually.
He's got it.
He is broken back.
Well, that's great. That's great for Korda. And it doesn't even affect my ticker across the bottom of the screen because I didn't mention anything about the break at the beginning of the second set. So that's great, considering how long and lengthy that is. Jack, let's stick with Murray because it's a really crucial moment in this match.
Yeah, so Cerundolo delivering a second serve at the moment at 30-all. Andy gets a chance on the backhand. I'm not sure what's happened there. Maybe it was a double fault. No, it's a let, sorry. So, yeah, another second serve. Andy getting another chance at the return. Gets a forehand, hits it down the line to Cerundolo's backhand there. Now in a backhand cross-court, Cerundolo steps over to the forehand, just pushes it wide, just and no more. So Andy now has a set point. Okay, nice. Let's stick with that set point. Yeah, we'll see what happens. Cerundolo levied it himself, certainly missing more forehands than he's used to. He's getting chances to play them, to be fair. I'm sure he was aware of that, but I feel like he's got to put a little bit more on it if he's going to go inside in than he would against most players, given Andy's defensive capabilities and ability to go back into Cerundolo's forehand. So we have at the break point here, just going to see if Cerundolo gets the first serve. He hits it out wide again. I think that was a let, so he's going to get another first serve. See what happens again. So he's given up the ghost a little bit there by going out wide. Will he change it up? Probably not. I think he just wants to get that first forehand into play. So see where he goes here. Does go out wide again. Misses it though. So a second serve, set point. This is what we were talking about the other day, John. Does Andy take a chance like this? A huge opportunity just to get the second serve into play. It's a double fault. Thank goodness for Andy fans, because I wouldn't have liked to have seen him miss the return. So yeah, great. That's it. Andy just won the set 7-5.
Nice, Jack. I mean, obviously you don't want to celebrate too hard a double fault, especially against a guy who basically gave up a point, it seems like, a little while ago.
Yes,
that
true.
double bounce.
How quick we forget, exactly.
Yeah. Hey, listen, you've got your guy. You want him to win. That's huge, though. I mean, obviously that was a very topsy-turvy first set, right?
Yeah, it was. Yeah. Again, though, I honestly felt like Andy was in control from the start there. He's broken 50% of the time, given up a break really at the start of the match that he shouldn't have. Other than that, it's been really high quality stuff. Like, Andy deserves to be in the position he's in. If he'd lost that first set, I still think he could have ground out in 4 sets. I fancy his chances here. He's just got to, he's got to step on the gas a little bit in this second set, not lose his momentum, come out firing. I actually would have preferred if Cerundolo had been serving at the start of this set, to be honest. However, we'll take what we can get so long as he can hold his serve comfortably. I'm a happy man.
Isabel, I've got a question for you here from Elijah. She wants to know if you think, or if we think, Korda's going to go on and lose this match.
It's really hard to say. They're both flip-flopping and being very wishy-washy in this match. Korda, I mean, they're getting into a little bit longer rallies, but in the 2 games I've seen so far of the second set, Bagnis is the one who's winning those rallies, and for the most part. And Seb is just making a lot of unforced errors, and just it's annoying, really. I'm irritated with it.
I think I'm more entertained by watching you and listening to your reactions, Isabel, than I think I would be by watching the match. So this is great. This is what we're here for.
Well, I am a natural performer, so that's
there you go. Well, of course you are, and I think we should definitely give a big shout out to you and your musical talents.
No, that's fine. We don't know. There's tennis on.
Okay, all right, Isabel. I won't embarrass you too much. Nick.
Oh my goodness, though. Bagnis just hit a really strange shot, and Seb won the point, but he hit. Oh, that was so weird. I need to see a replay of that. Korda hit one way deep, and it caught the line, and Bagnis was running after it, and he was facing the opposite direction and took his racket with both hands and hit it over his head without facing it, and managed to hit it into.
What was it like, Isabel? Can you do that again for me?
It was so weird. So like the ball was coming this way, and Bagnis hit it like that. Okay. Without looking at it, and
I know that
into
shot.
The net.
It sounds like club tennis.
Yeah, it was so bizarre. He did manage to get it in, but Seb won the point.
Okay.
That was so weird.
Nick,
how many of us have attempted that shot?
Yeah, exactly.
Nick, how are you doing? Let's keep our fingers crossed that the technical gremlins can stay away for an hour or two, and we get to hear your beautiful voice as well as see your wonderful face, and also hear your amazing thoughts. Tell us what you've been watching, and tell us what you've been thinking so far.
Well, I've been watching Tatjana Maria versus Sakkari. There's 2 Marias. Doesn't help. No. And thank you, John, for covering me on this. Fortunately, I've been able to watch the match. Like, the only thing that was not working was this stream. Okay. So I've been watching it, and actually the match has gotten really good. There've been some really, I don't know if you've been watching along, John, really awesome rallies, cat and mouse, both players all over the place, all over the court. Like, we just had one where Maria was always way past the net post, managed to get it back, and Sakkari put it away just on the line. Really, it's a really intriguing setup now, because I'm hoping Maria can maintain this advantage and take this to a third, because I like the contrast of styles between these two. Maria's much more of is a tricky player. She plays a lot of slice. She places the ball very carefully. Sakkari is a power player. She tries to pummel you off the court. Both styles are equally valid, but it's fascinating seeing these two match up against each other. And when Sakkari's on, she can completely overpower her opponents, but Maria is just finding ways to frustrate that, and it's such a fascinating watch.
Agreed. By the way, Eurosport were obviously fairly giddy as well with the whole Cerundolo double bounce. They interrupted the Sakkari match to just flick over there, and they showed. I think, of course, hindsight is a beautiful thing, but I think you can now see with Andy Murray's thumbs up, his appreciation of his opponent's generosity, shall we say. Although I will also say, I've only seen it once. It is a clear double bounce, so I don't know whether the umpire really was half asleep or.
It's tough when you're on the other side. I think I would say
it was right underneath the umpire. I mean, they say I'm.
No, it was the other way. It was the other way around. I'm pretty sure. So the double bounce for sure was on the other side of the court from the umpire, not underneath the chair. Because there was another one that Cerundolo had to scramble to, so it might have been the former shot just before the double bounce that you saw.
Oh, okay. Anyway, listen, and now we've got you back and full speed, Nick. I will let you keep and stay on this very dramatic and very exciting match between Sakkari and Maria, with it looking like it could well go to a third set. And I'm as enthused as you are. I haven't probably been out to watch every single ball, but I've seen some great rallies, and it's certainly on a knife edge, I guess it's fair to say, because I do think Maria should. Although she should have won the first set, she should obviously seal this second set. Nick, I will come back to you in a minute. Isabel, anything exciting going on? Any strange club shots that you've been watching in the Bagnis quarter match?
Just that one during Seb's last service game. It's 30-love right now with Bagnis serving. Korda is making a lot more errors than Bagnis in the second set so far. I think Bagnis has the edge to win this match at this point. His game seems to be improving the longer they play. So we'll see. It's 40-love right now. And yeah, that was long. So
okay, nice.
Okay.
Jack, just whatever is going on in your match, albeit it's not quite such a dramatic moment, just take us talk us to about that for about 30 to 60 seconds, because I'm going to dip out and dip back in.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, somehow Andy is making Cerundolo play slices now. I don't know how he's done that, because I don't think I've ever seen Cerundolo play a slice in his life. Cerundolo then frames a forehand long, so it's 30-love. Andy in control of another service game. Honestly, this has been a great match for him. I really feel like if he can keep playing like this, he deserves to win in straights. To be like, I've touched wood. I don't even know why I said it out loud, but yeah, he's playing really, really good tennis, serving amazingly. The return in particular, really, really good. So if he can keep it up, he should win, definitely. Okay, we'll take 4 sets, whatever, maybe even 5, but it should be an Andy win for sure. He's playing better tennis than his opponent.
Nick, I'm actually going to hand over to you. Just free fall. Nick can go first, and then whoever wants to talk. I'll be back in about 30 seconds.
Okay, yeah, so I'm on the Sakkari-Maria match. Maria's got game point to take it to 2-4, with Maria obviously maintaining the break. Maria just completely overhits a forehand. Obviously, I've been kind of dipping in and out. It sounds like, Isabel, you're watching a match that isn't particularly attractive tennis a lot of the time. It sounds like the kind of thing that would happen if you and I tried to take to the tennis court. Although it would end with a 6-love victory for yourself.
I think that's giving me far too much confidence.
I have lost most of the tennis matches I've ever played.
So have I.
You've both got losing records.
This it might still actually be better than Korda versus Bagnis. But I'm pleased to hear that Andy's doing well as well, Jack. Because I was like listening to your commentary and just sort of fist pumping away when he finally closed that first set out, because it sounded like he made life harder for himself there from your description of it.
Yeah, he did. To be fair, it was a pretty decent return game from Fran as well. Again, it's going how I would expect it to, even with little troughs in Andy's game. He's been playing well enough that he's making life difficult for Cerundolo on serve, which is exactly what I was hoping for at the start of the match. No easy holds at all, as he goes love 15, 1-love.
Can I just ask? I'm surprised actually that you've not been. I mean, I thought this would be a close match, because Cerundolo's actually had a pretty good year. He's been semi-finals at Miami. I think he was either semis or quarters at Queens. Mm-hmm. So he's not just a clay quarter. He's got a game to him that could challenge Andy. He's obviously made his way up, made his way up the rankings, and has got enough results so that you think you could have a good US Open. Obviously, I agree with you. Andy's game matches up to his way better. But I thought I was not seeing this as straight sets for Andy by any means. Still couldn't be.
Still couldn't be straight sets for sure, yeah. But the one advantage I feel like Andy has that other players definitely don't is Cerundolo likes to go into his opponent's backhand to set up his forehand. Andy won't give him that forehand as easily as other players, and we are seeing Cerundolo trying to get pretty far out of the ad court to try and get that forehand into play, and it's not really working out for him. because it's a hard court as well, because it's a bit quicker, Andy's shot's certainly skidding through the court better than if it was a clay court. I'd make Cerundolo the favourite every day of the week on a clay court, just, credit where it's due. But in this matchup, Andy should be the favourite. Love 40 now as Andy gets an aggressive forehand. Amazing.
Just I know we've been spending a lot of time with Murray and we've been spending a lot of time with you, Jack, but let's just stick with you for another couple of minutes because it's a very big moment for him to seize the advantage at the beginning of the second set.
Yeah, what was the stat I gave you guys last time? I think love 40 chances
80%.
Yeah, 80% chance of Andy breaking here. Fingers crossed. First serve down the tee, Andy does get the return back into play. Cerundolo plays a great forehand. They should win the point from here. The lob is in court though, so it's neutralised. Amazing Andy lob there, just FYI for those that didn't get to see it. Andy's now on top of the point, makes Cerundolo forehand slice defensively, going backhand cross now, kind of catches him off guard with backhand down the line, going back to neutral again. Cerundolo playing the drop shot. As I was saying earlier, if he's playing drop shots, he's probably feeling uncomfortable. Does manage to get a backhand pass just down the line, so Andy nets the volley though. It's very close to winning that point. If he plays 2 more points like that, I'd fancy his chances of breaking. I'm not too worried.
I have just decided to dip into the Medvedev match. Now we've got somebody on Maria Sakkari against Tatjana Maria. If anybody wants to join me, they're more than welcome, although nothing spectacular is really happening here. They're just on serve. In fact, Kozlov has got a game point to take a 2-1 lead. So Maria against, I just mentioned Tatjana Maria against Maria Sakkari. That is at a very important moment. Tell us exactly where we're at in that match, please, Nick.
Well, we're currently at a change of ends. It's 5-2 to Tatjana Maria. Maria Sakkari is going to come out to serve to stay in the set. At the minute, it's quite interesting. Maria's definitely playing a lot better than she was at the end of that first set. She's really, actually, for Maria, she's being as aggressive as she can. And taking Sakkari, she's being really positive about things. And I still backing her to take this set. Obviously, depends on how it's going, how this next game or two goes. But yeah, I think so Sakkari's coming out to serve for it, and I'll let you know if anything happens.
Cool, thank you very much. I mean, that's as you go on.
We've just had a break of serve.
Boom, tell us about it.
Yeah, it was a great point. Just he got a chance to take a second serve return. Backhand approach, which is a play that Andy uses really well against players who've got amazing forehands and their backhands maybe aren't quite as good, like Berrettini, for example. Amazing play. He's just hit a spectacular volley. Oh, an amazing pass from Cerundolo, though, actually. Anyway, it was a really, really well thought out point. I thought he didn't take on any risk with the return, just set himself up for the volley really nicely. So hopefully we see a bit more of Andy coming forward throughout this match.
Cool. Nice. I'm just having a quick look at some of the scores going on elsewhere. Maria, by the way, is putting Sakkari under a bit of pressure. If Tatjana Maria gets a set point, Nick, please give me a shout because I can see that could well occur. It looks like it's love 30 at the moment on the Sakkari serve, so it's close, that one. Vekic, by the way, has lost the first set, unsurprisingly, I guess, against, well, I should really say that Kudermetova is a set and a break up against Donna Vekic. So Kudermetova is on the verge of going through, as is Caroline Garcia, who is both a set and a break up. In fact, she's serving for the match at 30 love. Kalinskaya is already through, and a topsy-turvy match between Ann Lee and Serrano is into a third set with Serrano, a breakup in that third set. Alison Risk is also serving for the match. So we're already seeing some players already putting themselves in the second round.
I don't fancy Serrano to win that one. I know she's a breakup in the third set, but I could see the comeback happening. I feel like Ann Lee's been playing better tennis this year in a hard court, so just putting it out there, I don't think she'll win that much.
Okay, nice to share those thoughts. So just give me a shout out if Maria, although it looks like it's back to 30 all now, but if Maria and Sakkari does come to a set point, just give me a shout, Nick. I'm going to keep going around some of these matches as well. For Kina, by the way, Nishioka is now back on serve in that second set. So Nishioka was a breakdown in the spot of bother. It looks like Fucsovics and Cressy are warming up. I think many people will fancy Cressy. Fucsovics as well was sort of playing quite well about 2 years ago, around the same sort of time as Millman. I remember both having half decent runs in Australia in 2020, but neither of which have got it back. Tommy Paul has won that second set. Hania will be very happy with that, and she'll be equally happy with the fact that he's taken a breakup, it looks like, in the third set as well. So that's really, he's wrestled back control there. And I mean, to be honest with you, I'm kind of surprised he lost that first set. And Hallis is a set up on Rinderknecht. And
set point for Tatjana Maria.
Good, let's stick with that.
Sakkari just missed a forehand. She's had a couple of wild forehands this game that's really cost her. Just really not on target. So she's about to serve, and it's off the top of the net and out. So second serve. Big tension point. So down the middle, and it's an ace. Somehow Maria Sakkari serves a second serve ace. Set point.
What? Okay.
Was that also partly because maybe the second serve ace? I just think that maybe against Maria, that's a bit more possible than other players. I don't know. She takes up a fairly cautious stance on the return of serve, obviously seeking out the slice there. But that's now back at deuce, right? Yeah,
it's back at deuce. So Sakkari's serving again out wide. Maria gets it back in a sliced forehand. So Maria's again using the slice, but that goes into the net. So now Sakkari's got a game point to extend the set.
Cool. Isabel, you look enthralled.
I mean, I suppose I am. It's 30-15. Bagnis is serving in this second set. 40-15 now. It's 3-2. Bagnis is doing a lot more, playing a lot more offensively in this second match, and Korda again is like waffling. There's some points he plays where he looks really loose and is playing some really beautiful shots. And then there's other points where he just gives up midpoint and sinks it into the net or something. It's just, I don't really know what's happening in this match. It's 3-0 now. Injured. He doesn't seem injured. He's still moving pretty fluidly. It's just that he's making all of these unforced errors, and then sometimes he'll just sort of stop moving and then hit a shot right into the net. It's I don't know what's going on.
It could be, but
he's very chatty. He's very chatty with himself, so I think he's a bit frustrated.
I mean, he's Korda, someone who would normally express that. I always thought he was a fairly cool customer, at least in terms of the way he expresses himself.
Well, I don't think he gets very angry. I don't see him like smashing rackets or anything.
No.
But he's just talking to himself very, animatedly.
Yeah, right.
And looking and like doing a lot of shaking his head.
Yeah. So. By the way, Jack Murray. I mean, things are looking pretty nice over there for the Scot, right?
Yeah, great hold. Just he's able to go into Cerundolo's forehand so much better than a lot of players I've seen this year. He's just playing really smart tennis as always. Great hold there. I have just seen JJ Wolf has went 2 sets up against RBA.
Yeah, I saw that too, and I was just writing it in the for a new banner that I'm going to put across the bottom of the screen. Medvedev has also got an early break against Kozlov, albeit he's facing 2 break points now. But yes, that is big news for the Spaniard. 2 sets down against the World Cup, that is Wolf. But I think things are happening in the Maria against Sakkari match. Nick, tell us what's going on there.
Yeah, it is currently 40-love to Tatjana Maria. So she has 3 set points on her serve. She's playing a very, very good game. Lovely forehand winner, looped on the baseline at the beginning of the match. And it's an ace. It's an ace for Maria to seal the set. Aces are not something that you normally associate with Tatjana Maria, but like that serve's been working really well. So like really, really good game using the slice to disrupt Sakkari. I don't know how this third set's going to go. I think we're in a very intriguing place, but it's going to be up to Sakkari whether she can cope with the variety and the different kind of ball that she needs to generate pace off to win this, or whether Maria is going to continue to disrupt her. So they're both going off court, so it could be a bit of a break here. Just a little bit of a note on Roberto Bautista Agut, or RBA, as he's known for people who want to shorten him on Twitter.
Or me in my ticker across the bottom of the screen, yeah.
Yeah. I weirdly this morning I saw, I don't know if any of you follow the Spanish tennis judges, Hugo Duran. He predicted that the US Open final would be Nadal beating Bautista Agut. So he may be a little bit off in that prediction.
Okay.
Well, yes. I don't know if he's known for what's his name again, by the way?
Hugo Duran. Or Duran.
Hugo Duran. Okay, I'll have to check him out and avoid his predictions, basically, or at least avoid following them. Apologies, Hugo. I'm sure you get it often right. And by the way, you may still do, but your man in the final is in a spot of bother 2 sets down against Wolf, and that would certainly qualify as an upset, given that Bautista Agut is normally pretty consistent. By the way, Medvedev has just been broken back. He looked pretty frustrated, having lost his serve there. So that's now back on serve at 2-all. But some people already sealed their place in the second round. Kalinskaya, Garcia, who we were sort of mentioning at the beginning of the program. I think Garcia had a nice draw against the lucky loser anyway, and Risk as well. I think all three of those are through in straight sets. Murray, of course, which Jack is keeping an eye on, is a set and a break up. Fokina is a set up on Nishioka, and he was a break up, albeit that's now back on serve. Bagnis, although I've misspelt his name in the ticker, but that doesn't matter. We all understand. He is a set up against Korda as well, and Wolf, obviously, as we mentioned, is 2 sets up against RBA. But Tatjana Maria and Maria Sakkari, and for some reason I've missed off the letter I, for Maria Sakkari's name as well. But that doesn't matter because we've got Nick watching it, so he can fill us in what's going on there. But I guess they're having a little break at the end of that second set, Nick.
Yeah, Tatjana Maria's gone off court. I think she's had a change of clothes. She's just walking back on now. So we'll be getting back underway with the third set fairly shortly. So that should be interesting. Yeah, Sakkari, I think I thought this would be a dangerous match for her, to be honest. But yeah, I remember I was able to listen to the conversation we had earlier about Sakkari and her form, and sort of saying, it's going to be the new Sakkari. Coming the new Maria Sakkari, and it's just not you're right, it's just not materializing at the minute. And I'm not sure. I had a conversation with someone on Twitter this morning about he was like, or they were like, I think Sakkari is one of the favorites to win the US Open. I was like, I'm not sure about that. And I'm just going to have to take this moment to say I may be proved right. And it's always nice when you can say that live on the internet.
Okay, cool. Talking of live on the internet, Jack is with us live. How is it going with Andy Murray?
It's great. I am loving the fact Cerundolo is just getting more and more overheated at the back of the court at the moment. 30-all. Andy very angry with himself for not winning that point, but nonetheless, we'll take 30-all. A break up. It looks good. Every single one of Cerundolo's games are a struggle. Every single one of Andy's games have been fairly standard so far. It looks like an amazing dynamic for an Andy fan watching at the moment.
Isabel, still going with serve in that second set. I guess you've not quite got the popcorn out for this match, right?
Not really. We've had a couple of 40 love holds in the last 2 games. It's moving a little quicker from both players now. They're not really trading as much, so...
Eurosport is ahead of the game. They've got Serena's Last Dance starts tonight as their headline. I wish I'd come up with something similarly witty, but I didn't. I think I just called this US Open Day 1 live stream or something like that. But of course, we're not covering Serena Williams because unfortunately she won't be on until much later. If any of you three, by the way, do a Twitter Spaces during that match, I will be able to dip in for that. And
I do have a wee bit of news, by the way.
Go on, tell us, Jack.
Andy's just got himself a double break. It's looking good.
You're very, very happy there, Jack. So Nick is also happy with that, it seems, because I assume he's not celebrating the bathroom breaks of Tatjana Maria and Maria Sakkari. He punched the air there, and I assume that's not because one of them's just come back. He's also equally happy. Listen, I'm happy. I'm actually, here you go, little secret. I'm actually wearing a T-shirt with Andy Murray on it. You can barely see it; it's not really working, but it actually says match point across the top, and it's got a picture of Andy Murray below it. So yeah, that was that's that. So I guess it's an appropriate time. Yeah, I know. I mean, of course, we are impartial here, but we all have our favorites. Of course, we do, and that's impossible not to share that, and that's fine. We are here for that, definitely. Isabel, do you have a soft spot for Korda?
I mean, I like him. You know, he hasn't done anything to offend me.
I'd be shocked if you said you couldn't stand him. I do. There's some people that do have sort of. I know a couple of people that don't like PCB, for example, and I think he's a fairly harmless guy. I know we had that tantrum a few years ago. I mean, I know. Go on.
I like PCB because he manages to infuriate Djokovic like no one else does.
Yeah.
So I'm here for that. I have nothing against him. Yeah.
Isabel, what are you saying? What are you saying? The Nole fans going to come for us now?
Pardon?
Yeah. The Nole fans
the Djokovic fans are going to come for us now.
By the way, Nick, I
They've already come.
They've come for me so many times.
Yeah, I mean, actually, to be honest with you, it wasn't really directed at me, although I'm trying to jump on the bandwagon. It was directed at somebody else that I interviewed, but there was somebody really going on the Djokovic bandwagon, and I was almost showing off to a friend of mine. I was like, I think that's my first troll since I've had the channel going. But I was riding on the bandwagon of someone else who was really receiving the hate, if you like. But listen, I'm afraid we're in this world. We're putting ourselves out there, and it's just inevitable. But Nick, by the way, I saw you get a little bit of praise from a big Djokovic fan, albeit about a very different topic. I think you wrote an article, and somebody who's a well-known Djokovic fan praised you for that article.
I think that was me, John, rather than Nick. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
it was Yolita. I'm pretty sure.
It wasn't. It was Nick. It was Nick, and it was a different person.
That's very
Jack. Sorry, Jack.
It's very coincidental because this happened to me this morning, so I figured.
Okay. This was about a day or two ago. Go on, Nick.
No, well done. I didn't see that, but we can write stuff. What was the article that you wrote, Jack?
It was on the Wimbledon final, and I think I'm pretty sure noticed the article after I got a shout out from Vance for going in his podcast, basically. And it was all very positive. She really liked it. She said it's hard to come by good tennis analysis these days. So it was very good stuff. Thanks very much for the shout out, Lolita.
Yeah, mine was from Pavi G. It was on the piece I did on Emma Raducanu a while back, on reliving her 2021 US Open run, and I was actually one of the articles that I've most enjoyed writing, to be honest. So I was very pleased with the reception it got. Any excuse to kind of rewatch it, so really understand what Emma's game is like when it works, because we've talked a lot about it not working, and I wanted to understand what she's actually good at, and why she somehow managed to win the US Open. So I was very happy with the feedback, not just from Pavi, but everyone else. And at the end of the day, although we kind of joke around a bit, I don't want to annoy anyone. I want to be friends with everyone, really.
We start out from there, but of course, sometimes it doesn't always work out. By the way, if any breaks of serve occur, of course, if any set points crop up, whatever, just give me a shout out. So, of course, I started just to mention that. By the way, Murray is one break up in that second set. Am I right, Jack? I think you're on your mute, Jack.
Yes, I am. Yeah, he's two breaks up. Sorry, he's 5-love up at the moment.
My apologies. Yes, I think you did say a double 5-love. Oh my goodness me. So we could be looking at a set point any minute there. So just give me a shout out. Yeah, I just sort of digressed because I saw Serena Williams warming up, and I think she's kicking off. Excuse the footballing expression. That's the third time I mentioned football on this channel today, but never mind. Anyway, she's starting her match, I think, at 1 a.m. in Germany, midnight in the UK, and other times elsewhere. 3 break points from Maria Sakkari. Second serve, Tatjana Maria. Yeah, Sakkari's really up and down. Like, it's been a bit of a scrappier game for Maria, but Sakkari's really going for it. Oh, it's double fault. It's a double fault to give away a 2-love break.
lead in the third to Sakkari. So maybe I've spoken too soon in writing Sakkari off, but very early in the third, we will see what happens.
Nick, that's 2 double faults from her today at crucial moments. I think she lost her serve at the so to go 5-4 down at the end of the first set with a double fault as well. So that's twice she's lost her serve with a double fault today. So if she ends up losing that match, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Yeah, big opportunity for Tatjana, especially after that Wimbledon run. I mean, look, it was a tough draw. It's a tough draw for her to get a top 10 seed in the opening round anyway. And that's a consequence of the Wimbledon points situation. She should be ranked a lot higher than she is. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'd known about Tatjana Maria before Wimbledon, just sort of seeing the name, not really watched many of her matches. Although I did watch her win a title in, I think it was Colombia, earlier this year on clay, and I watched it. It was a really weird match. Really, like, she was just slicing every shot. So that was the first time I'd really seen her play. But were any of you guys familiar with Maria beforehand? Maybe John, you living in Germany.
No, despite living in Germany, Nick. Yeah, no, I really wasn't, and shame on me for that, because you know, her run at Wimbledon was marvelous. I spoke to her, I think, after she won her quarterfinal, also against a German, but I guess even that was a slight surprise. Many would have had, was it Niemeyer? Am I saying the name right? About the person that she beat in that quarterfinal. So her run was romantic, but it was kind of from nowhere. I can't really add much more to her than that. I mean, I don't think really, you know, she was even at the top of everyone's thoughts, even here in Germany, even on the women's side. And of course, you've had Angelique Kerber, of course, and this week, of course, we've had Petkovic announcing her impending retirement, although we're not quite sure if it's going to be here at the US Open or perhaps at a home tournament. So those are the ladies that really have grabbed the headlines over the last few years a lot more than Maria has, to be honest.
Yeah, and that makes sense because, as I said, she's not really had the big results like Petkovic and Kerber had, and Zicki as well, that generation.
Mm-hmm.
Player. And funny enough, I was thinking earlier, you know, now a lot of these top German players are sort of in their 30s and retiring or taking time out of their careers at the minute. Who's the next generation who's coming through? It is Julie Lehmann and Eva Lees on the women's side, maybe. But given German tennis used to be quite the powerhouse, it's a little bit surprising to me. There's not really many players from there in kind of coming through at the minute.
Yeah, no, I agree. Although I live in Germany, I wouldn't necessarily, by any stretch of the imagination, call myself an expert when it comes to German tennis any more than any other nationality. I'd probably have my eyes a bit closer on British tennis, for example. I just happen to live in Western Germany because that's where I got a job. So that's where I am. But of course, I'm familiar with all the names we've just mentioned. But Maria just sort of, that run just came from nowhere.
Yeah, it really did. But you know, good on her. It was a really great story, and you know, it's a feel good story of the tournament other than on Jabeur, really.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that was also obviously it was a close match, 3 sets. I actually was probably rooting for Maria. I love Ons Jabeur as well for obvious reasons, but just because I knew where Maria is in her career, she's 35, I think. So I was just thinking that, you know, this is it really, and I think at the end of the match, it was a really nice touch of Ons Jabeur to highlight, you know, the efforts that Maria had put in throughout that tournament. Medvedev, by the way, has got a break again now, so he's a break up, and he's threatening to go a double break up in this first set. So kind of going to form, albeit that he did lose his serve earlier. Kudermetova is already through. Sakkari, as we've just touched on, is 3-love up in that deciding set. And Casper Ruud has just got underway, and he's held serve at the beginning. There. So any others? I see Fokina did seal the second set against Nishioka. So he took an early lead at the beginning of that second set, then got pegged back and now has sealed that. So Nishioka on the brink, shall we say, whilst Morales, by the way, has got things underway in the third set. He's actually a break up and very close to sealing that very important third set. What is going on with Bagnis and Korda, by the way?
I'm glad you asked. So Bagnis got a break against Korda, and he is now serving for the second set.
Big trouble.
It
Big trouble for the
is
American.
15-30 at the moment.
Okay. Big trouble.
The second set moved really quick compared to the first set. They had a lot of just love 40 holds back and forth until 5-all when Korda was broken. I think, I mean, I'm not the best at analysis compared to others in this group, but if I were to analyze this match, I would say that Korda is kind of beating himself a bit in this match because he's the one making all the mistakes here. And Bagnis is just defending really well against him. So
nice. Jack, tell us what's going on with Murray.
It's a break point to Cerundolo at the moment. He did have 15-40. Andy saved it with a great forehand approach to Cerundolo's forehand. To be honest, this is the moment where, as an Andy fan, if he hadn't got that double break, because Cerundolo has just got the break there. If he hadn't got that double break, then we would have been worried, because this is the kind of dip we see from Andy quite a lot. He can just sort of let it go for a service game. In fairness, Cerundolo played some great returns there just to dig himself in to get up to 15-40. But then Andy did spray the backhand wide. Either way, 5-2 doesn't feel too worrying at the moment. Hopefully Andy can right the ship.
Yeah, so Cerundolo's got a break back there. There have been players known to lose double breaks, of course, in sets, and Korda did exactly that against Nadal. I recall at Indian Wells. But anyway, maybe we shouldn't cast too much shade on Korda, because I think he's got enough going on in his play today.
He does have a break point for this match, this game right now.
Right.
It's 30-40.
Well, he'll be
We'll
desperate
see.
to get that back. Yeah, we'll see.
We'll see
if he does, just give us a shout if he does break back, or if we have a set point. Nick, what is going on in Maria Sakkari against Tatjana Maria?
It's currently 15-30 to Sakkari on Maria's second service game of the third set. So if Sakkari is to win the next 2 points, she would be a double break up. So Maria's got a second serve going on here. So we'll see whether there's going to be a critical point. Backhand sliced again. Sakkari runs. I think she's got to these short sliced balls for Maria, and it's just able to swing through them now. Again, more forehand slice. Sakkari sliced herself, and Maria actually can't get that, and it's 15-40. So Sakkari says, "All right, I'm going to slice you back, and I'm going to make it nastier." So Sakkari's really pumped up now. She's fist punching. Her coach is really encouraging herself. Like, she's fired up now. This could be pretty interesting to see if she gets up, because I need to stop criticizing players, because the minute I do that, they start doing really well. Got another two break points down. Hopefully she doesn't double fault again, because that would just be awkward. No, she's got that one in play. Put Sakkari out wide. Backhand from Sakkari, slice and comes into the net. Maria into the net to try and volley it. Sakkari goes for the lob, over and out. It was out. So annoyed with herself there for that. It's now 30-40. So
just to hop in real quick. Sorry, Nick.
Korda
Korda did win that break and pushed it to a tie break. So we are 1-all in this tie break.
Nice, Isabel. I'm actually quite pleased, because I'd like to see Korda get back on track there for one reason or another. So that would be nice if he can get that tie break. Let us know if you get a set point in the tie break, Isabel. Nick, back to you on what's going on.
Maria saved the second set point with, again, bit of a 7 volley, comes in, really nice, sharp slice volley deep. Nothing that Sakkari can do about that. So we're on juice. I will let you know if we have another breakpoint opportunity.
Great. Do that. Jack, have we got any set points coming up anytime soon for Murray?
No, he's not in the service game at the moment. Cerundolo's 30 love up at 2-5 down. I will tell you when Andy steps up to serve, if he doesn't manage to clinch this return game, and I'll give you an idea of what's going on.
Do that.
I would just say I've got a wee
go on.
stat actually. I've just found
Go on.
Andy has won his last 10 matches against Argentinians in Grand Slams. That's the last one he lost was against Ignacio Chela back in 2006. So it's been 16 years since he's lost.
Oh wow, Jack, and we love a good stat. And that's a very good one. Here's a stat that you won't like so much, though, given what you said earlier. I think you not suggesting that Serrano was going to go out?
Yes, I did. Yeah, actually, that's true. It looks like she's just breadsticked her opponent, right? Yeah, she has.
Sorry to pee on the proverbial there for you, Jack. Just as you were really pleased with that Argentinian stat regarding Murray. There we go.
A bit of balance.
I had to bring you down.
Yeah.
Isabel is in the midst of a tie break. How's that going?
Korda is actually kind of owning it. I'm really surprised. It's 3-1 right now. He looks pretty fired up. He's moving a lot better, winning a lot of points at the net. So it's possible that he could take this set. I have a little more confidence in him now.
Cool. And Nick, how did that game pan out? That one where it looked like Sakkari was going to get a double break, or how's it going?
Maria had game point, didn't take it, and then Sakkari's just set herself up with another break point with a backhand passing shot winner. Maria's trying to serve volley a lot more, like coming into the net. So we'll see how this break point kind of pans out. Hopefully nothing too critical happens with anyone else's match at this point. So Maria's not about to serve now. Out wide, backhand in play from Sakkari. Forehand is looped way out for Maria, and Sakkari takes a 4-love lead in the deciding set.
Oh wow! Okay, that should be decisive.
Just on an additional thing, I've also got, I don't know what the score is, but I don't think Tommy Paul is doing well, judging by the notifications I'm getting from Hanya.
Yeah.
Maybe if I should have a quick look to see if she's been tweeting and maybe even retweet her disappointment or frustration. Medvedev has taken the first set. I think he was pretty much on the brink last time I spoke about him. Keep an eye across the bottom of the screen, people, because I will be just updating all of these things as often as I can, so that our viewers can see what's going on in New York, as well as hearing what's going on in New York from us. Isabel, we must be getting close to a set point now.
Did I just lose all of you for a second?
No, you're with us. You're with us.
Okay, that's good.
We were saying, are you close to a set point, Isabel?
It's 4-2.
Okay, so he lost a bit of momentum there, Korda, albeit he's still a mini breakup, it would seem. And Jack, you're no closer to, I guess, Cerundolo, did he get a comfortable hold there?
Yeah, comfortable hold to 15. I can give you an idea of what's going on. Andy is 15-love up after Cerundolo net corded. Andy was up to it quick as a flash, did manage to get it into a really uncomfortable position for Cerundolo to lob. He has a second serve at 15-love at the moment. I mean, this point is crucial, I guess, to how the service game is going to go. So I'll tell you what happens.
Cool, do that.
Second serve wide, managed to get it to Cerundolo's backhand. Cerundolo gets a forehand inside out, and he slices defensively. Cerundolo back to the forehand inside out. It's gone neutral again to Cerundolo's backhand. Cerundolo goes for an absolute screamer and misses it into the net. So it's 30-love. So looking good for Andy closing out the second set here.
Cool, Jack. Just give me a shout if he goes 40-love, or basically if he gets a set point, and we'll go immediately back to you. So that could be in a matter of seconds. Isabel, what's the score in the tiebreak?
It's 5-2. We just had a really lovely rally. Just a lot of baseline work from both players, and Korda hit a really lovely backhand winner down the line to get to 5-2. So. And
cool.
Now.
I think the three of you are at very interesting stages of your matches, because obviously Korda could well now get it back to 1-set-all, which changes everything. Murray is on the brink, perhaps, of taking a 2-set lead, which will be huge. And Nick's match is actually probably coming quite close to an end. I mean, obviously, Sakkari now a double breakup in that match, right, Nick?
Yeah, that's right. And she's just hit oh no, that's not an unreturnable serve. That was out. I've got it on mute, so I can't hear the calls. I think Sakkari's gonna hold here.
We have seen, Nick, I was going to say, we have seen Sakkari blow bigger leads in this year. Actually, we've seen her blow bigger leads. That Jabeur match comes to mind, of course. So fingers crossed, she can close it out.
Absolutely.
Yeah, very true. So, yeah, 5-love in the final set. I mean, to be honest, I mean, we're talking about people losing from way up. It has to be said, we've also seen Andy do this. If you remember that Basilashvili match last year at Wimbledon, that was a bit. I couldn't believe what I was watching when I watched that.
Just to jump in really quickly. Sorry, Jack. I do have a set point for Korda here at 6-3.
3 set points, great.
Take it away, Isabel.
Bagnis is serving. Korda, I hit a really, really big serve to get to this set point. Okay, so Bagnis serves into the net. Let's see. Second serve right in the corner, backhand from Korda, forehand down the line from Bagnis, backhand cross court from Korda. Really nice drop shot, and Korda gets to it, but Bagnis lobs it over his head, and it's out, and he wins the set.
There you go, 1 set all.
Here we
Jack,
go. Now it's interesting.
Go on, Jack.
I've also got a set point, actually, and
Great.
Cerundolo just went big on a backhand and pushed it wide. So Andy has won the second set, despite Nick's almost jinxing it there at the end. I had thoughts of Basilashvili as well, Nick, I gotta say. Not great, really, really good set. That was solid stuff. Tiny little blip at the end. I still fancy Andy to win his straight sets, I think. I said it, and I'm touching wood again just in case, but it's been a great match. He should win it at the very least, even if it's not straight sets.
That's great news for Murray and anybody who supports him. So that was interesting because obviously both those sets pretty much concluded at the same time. Korda now back at 1 set all. You would think that maybe that's a significant momentum shift, and the momentum very much with Andy Murray, who's 2 sets to love up. Medvedev, I'm just going to repeat, has already won that first set 6-2. So he's looking good, the world number 1. And Nick, are we any closer to a conclusion to the Maria Sakkari against Tatjana Maria match?
It's currently 15-all on the Maria serve to try and avoid getting bageled in the decider, but Sakkari's just blast a forehand winner to take it to 15-30. So come back to me in a minute. Maybe we'll have a match point or two. But I think Sakkari has improved. She is much more pumped up. But I do have to say Maria's also just dropped a little bit in her level this set as well. Like I don't want to take anything away from Sakkari, like she's playing much better. But I also have to say I don't think Maria's playing as well as she was.
Got it. Yes, and so that's Bagnis and Korda at 1 set all. Wolf, of course, in probably arguably the biggest surprise so far, is 2 sets up on RBA. And just to confirm, Kalinskaya, Garcia, Risk, Kudermetova and Serrano are already through on the women's side to round 2. So that is where we are. Fokina is 2 sets up against Nishioka as well. I'm not sure I'd call that a surprise, but I'm sure many people probably fancied Nishioka to progress. I'm watching Medvedev Kozlov, but there's just nothing exciting happening here in terms of the fact that world number 1 is looking comfortable. Both Jack and Isabel now are, I guess, at fairly sort of calm moments. Have we got a break in play for you, Jack?
We have a match point.
Yeah, I've got a break in play at the moment. I will Nick, sorry, go Nick.
Go on, Nick.
We have a match point, 30-40 for Maria Sakkari to make this a straightforward final set. And no, first serve's out from Maria, so second serve. I hope for her sake it's not a double fault. That would be a really awful way to end this. No, it's in, nice and safe. Backhand sliced to Sakkari, forehand inside out. Backhand sliced again. Backhand. The slice was out, and Sakkari wins 6-4.
Wow.
6-love.
6-love in that
6
final.
Wow.
I will just say, as we go past the 2-hour mark, by the way, I might need to just get some water and nip to the bathroom very quickly.
Jack, that's fine. Absolutely fine. 2 hours and 1 minute. You did great. Okay, speak to you soon. Nick, so 6-love. Was that a collapse there from Maria?
No, it wasn't a collapse. She wasn't playing as well. She was making, there was some really, there were a couple of nasty errors, but they weren't frequent. It was Sakkari just upped her aggression. Everything, her game started actually working, which was great to see from her. Much more positive. She wasn't missing as much. She was playing like a top 10 player she is. And maybe Maria didn't help herself at points, but I would say that was 70-30, a much stronger set from Sakkari.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Isabel, are they taking a well-earned break after that tie break?
They did. They are on court now, though. It's 15-all. Bagnis serving. Korda seems to be trying to kind of keep his momentum going. He's doing a lot of fist pumps, but still getting kind of like maybe a little bit down when he hits something out or into the net. But as long as he can keep his movement up, I think he can do well in this third set.
Cool. Just as
if he doesn't lose his focus, if he doesn't lose focus, I think. But I think this guy is a really good. Bagnis seems to be returning really well, so he just needs to be on it.
Cool. So I'm just going to repeat. Anyway, so these are the people that are already through, all on the women's side. Sakkari, Kalinskaya, Garcia, Risk, Kudermetova, and Serrano. And of course, given that Sakkari is through, that means Tatjana Maria is out. One set up in his match is Daniel Medvedev. It's actually on serve, though, at the beginning of that second set against the American Kozlov. So that's going to form, as you would imagine, at least for the world number one. Wolf, 2 sets up on RBA. Big surprise there. Fokina, 2 sets up on Nishioka. Murray is also 2 sets up on Cerundolo. So those 3 players probably hoping to go through in straight sets, while Bagnis and Korda are 1 set all, he says, as he reads it out and then decides to put it at the bottom of the screen. Okay, let's have a look at what's going on around the grounds. And we can see that Wolf is also a break up, albeit that Roberta Bautista Agut has a break point. So Wolf there is 2 sets to love up and a break up in that third set, but RBA desperate to get it back on serve there. So that would be unbelievable if Wolf was to hold on in that particular match. Zhang there, the qualifier, comfortably ahead against Van Rijthoven and is just a few points away from winning the match should he manage to break serve. It's actually still though going with serve. John Millman getting it back to 1 set all, albeit that Nava has taken the lead in that third set with a breakup 3-1 there. They are on serve in the third with the Tabila Marciak match, although albeit Tabilo won the first 2 sets and Murray we mentioned before any other matches. So we've got Cressy and Futrovic on serve. Berrettini's already an early breakup against Jarry, and Kyle Edmund, the Brit, against Norwegian Casper Ruud and seeded 5. They are on serve in their first set. We just mentioned there Sakkari obviously going through on the women's side. Let's have a little bit more to see what else is going on. I think that maybe the only match, there may be no women's matches currently occurring unless I'm making a mistake. I guess they all finished at a similar time. So the next round or next batch of matches will be getting underway very shortly. So at the moment, we'll have to stick with the ATP matches, the men's matches. And Murray, by the way, has already got a break of serve at the beginning of the third set. So you'll be very pleased to know, Jack, upon your return, you're now on the bottom of the screen, but you'll be on top of the clouds, I would have thought, given the fact that he's just taken an early advantage in that third set.
I am indeed, yeah. I mean, I'm pretty sure Andy's broken serve just as many times as Cerundolo's held at this point. He's got full control of this match. He could probably afford a blip or 2 and still come out on top of this set, I'd imagine. It just seems like he's given himself way too many chances on return for Cerundolo to have much of a chance of winning the match. It's great.
Yeah. So that's a nice start to that third set there for Murray, who's on course, at least for now, to win in straight sets. I don't know if you saw, Jack, as well. RBA is already a breakdown in that midway through that set again. So actually it's kind of towards the end. I'm just going to have a quick look to see if he got it back on. It's actually at deuce now. So I've got it up here on the screen, albeit I'm not watching the match, but...
John, do you want me to keep an eye on that one while I'm waiting for? Because I was just having a look to see what match to cover next. So if I was watching from home, I would be picking Harmony Tan versus Bianca Andreescu, but that's not going to start yet. So
Okay, great. Dip into Jeffrey John Wolf. If for no other reason for his name against Roberto Bautista Agut, but that's obviously a bit unfair because he's really flying at the moment against RBA, and that would be great if you could just cover potentially the tail end of that before switching to Harmony Tan. Switch over to that. Let me know when you've got. Have you got it up?
Yeah, I've got it up.
Great. So he is at game point, if I understand correctly, in a crucial moment there, and he's on the verge of winning that match, which would arguably be the surprise of the first round, albeit that we're only at the beginning of the day one's play.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, RBA, someone we thought might go deep in this tournament, is usually pretty reliable. So they're into a long rally at the minute. Backhand, forehand inside RBA, backhand Wolf back to the RBA backhand. Yeah, it's just basically just going cross court on the backhand Wolf. He feels like he's kind of being under attack from RBA at the minute. It's going for the slice to try and disrupt things. Forehand up the line, big when RBA's on, knocked it out of court, and it's 5-3 to JJ Wolf, who actually has been doing all right fairly recently. I can't name any big results off the top of my head. I'd have to quickly Google it, but he's been making some waves. I've been seeing his name come up a lot more frequently. More so because I believe he used to have a mullet and he's now shaved off.
Yeah, a lot of people mourning the loss of the mullet online. Unfortunately, it was quite a look.
Okay, well, yeah. I mean, if it's improving his tennis, and I don't know if there's any relationship between the two, but he's certainly looking very good today. Are they on a changeover, or are they going straight into the next game?
Next game, it's 5-3. So Bautista Agut is serving to stay in it. So yeah, I've just had a quick look back. So what's got people noticing? Wolf got to the quarterfinals in Washington, lost to Rublev. But on the way he beat Shapovalov and Rune. And then he actually ended up having a tight 3-set loss to Dominic Thiem in Winston-Salem last week. So Wolf's, I wouldn't say he's had any big results, but
he's kind of been there, Nick. I would say just one loss I remember at the start of the year when he lost to RBA, and he had match point. I'm sure it might have been Indian Wells or a tournament of that ilk, maybe Miami. But he's caused problems for RBA in the past. It's a matchup maybe that favors him. Maybe just being flashy enough, I guess, to hit winners past RBA where other players maybe can't. It's a great matchup for him.
Yeah.
Anyway, I can't help but giggling from time to time, whether we just say the name JJ Wolf, whether we talk about mullets. I know very little about him, so it's just I don't know, I find him amusing for some reason. And I'm sure he's very happy anyway with how things are going today. Bautista Agut, though, obviously seizing a small advantage there at the beginning of that game. But I don't know we obviously haven't been watching it, but it would be great to know from people in the live chat if anyone has been watching the JJ Wolf RBA match, if RBA has been off, if Wolf has been on, or what's going on. I know Fatima said that she was paying close attention as well to the Sakkari match against Tatjana Maria. So get your thoughts as well, Fatima, in the chat to let us know how you think that match, or how you saw that match panning out, the way it finished there, obviously with Maria Sakkari winning a 6-love there. Is she now going to go on for a run? Korda obviously getting it back on serve. Elijah, I'm sure you'll be very pleased with that. And it's nice to have Isabel back with us as well, although that's just going with serve, it seems, at the beginning of that third set. Jack, are they having a break? Oh, no, because of course...
No, they are playing.
Yeah,
I have a great stat, actually, that's just popped up on the screen. Cerundolo's hitting his forehand less than 50% of the time after he hits his first serve. And those kind of stats are crazy for a player like Cerundolo, who will be looking for the forehand pretty much every time after the first serve. Just means Andy's returning great, seriously great. Way better than I expected from him, actually.
And he's managing to find, the backhand, which obviously can be tricky depending on how fast the serve is, etc. So he's obviously managing to play a really good tactical match there, as we'd expect from the Wiley Scott. So is that 3-love there in the third set now?
For me, no, just 1-love at the moment. 4-3.
Okay, 1-love with a break. Sorry, yes. As I try and get my head around all of this. Anyway, Nick, what's going on with the Wolfmeister General?
It's a changeover. So at the minute, Wolf will come out to serve for the match. Hopefully he manages to close it out this time. unlike that, whether it was Indian Wells, I think Jack said. So I'll update you on that. I think the only other note thing of JJ Wolf, he's probably one of the few tennis players I've seen that actually seems to be making a sleeveless shirt work for him. So,
I knew something amusing was coming. Yeah. You don't think Rafa rocks it quite well,
Rafa
Nick?
rocks it. Rafa rocks it.
Rafa doesn't wear it anymore. Like he definitely rocked it.
Stopped.
He rocked it, yeah.
He doesn't anymore.
No,
He invented the sleeveless shirt.
Yeah, exactly.
I think there's a very famous encore interview with Jim Courier in Australia from about 15 years ago where they discuss it with a somewhat shy and embarrassed Rafa, whose English at the time I think wasn't quite as strong as it is today. But anyway, check that out on YouTube some other time. I would love to go and take a very quick break myself. So just talk tennis. That's all I say. And whoever leads, and whoever doesn't lead, doesn't lead. All I would say is that probably Nick needs to certainly, as soon as that final game gets underway, and if there's any match points, Nick, I want you to dominate the airwaves as much as possible.
Yeah, just on the sleeveless shirt discussion, I remember a big fuss was made when Nadal won Wimbledon in 2008 because he was the first male player to win Wimbledon wearing a sleeveless shirt, and that stat actually made the news at the time. Because that's the way British people think.
I know that's the most important thing there. It's ridiculous.
How
What match are you
unconventional.
watching? What match are you watching, Nick?
Not me. I'm watching JJ Wolf against Roberto Bautista Agut. So JJ Wolf is currently serving for the match. It's 15-love to him.
Oh wow. Okay.
Do you? I mean, I'm going to make an assumption, Isabel, based on the fact you're American. But do you know anything about JJ Wolf?
I don't. I'd never heard of him up until a couple of days ago. I think when I was going through the brackets, had I ever seen his name before? So, no, he's new to me.
Yeah,
He's kind of come up the rankings really recently. Like he's kind of got a cult following and stuff like that. Apparently, a lot of people love him just because of the mullet and stuff, and because of the excitement he gets on court. Like he gets very pumped up and stuff. So
I didn't know he had a mullet. Wow.
like ex-mullet, that's what we're saying. Ex-mullet.
All right. He's serving for it now. He's just aced to set up 3 match points.
I just seen there now.
No, he's missed it. He's missed it. Everyone's cheering and he's missed it.
Okay. I just seen there. RBA hasn't broken serve the whole match,
which is unusual for him because he's so strong in the rallies.
Yeah.
Like he should
I'm
be able.
super surprised at that.
There we go. Now he's aced it. JJ Wolf has knocked out Roberto Bautista Agut in straight sets.
I was gonna say that's great news for Medvedev. Like if Medvedev had to play RBA in the 4th round, it's such a difficult matchup for him. I think you'll be really happy that he's avoided him. Obviously, he'll probably still have Kyrgios in the 4th round, but I think
Kyrgios will be happy. To be honest,
he was what? Sorry,
Kyrgios will probably be happier.
Yeah. Well, yeah, of course, yeah, because Kyrgios got beat by RBA like 6-3, 6-4, 6-love or something last year. It was a really, really horrible match for him. So it's the kind of match that he probably wanted to avoid. Yeah,
actually, Jack, what do you think? Who are you backing Kyrgios versus Kokkinakis tonight? Who do you want to win?
I'm gonna back.
Who do you want to win? That's a different question.
No, I think a lot of people are saying it's going to be a difficult match, just maybe because they're pals and they might not have the venom that you would normally have in some matches. I still think Kyrgios will win. I don't think. I think it might be tight sets, but I don't see maybe anything more than 4 sets to Kyrgios happening unless Kyrgios is completely. Sometimes he can turn up pretty spent at tournaments. So you really don't know what's going on in the background. I suppose that's the only extenuating factor, but I would probably say Kyrgios. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'd probably say the same. But Kokkinakis doesn't know the kind of person who would beat him.
I don't think Kokkinakis even has a chance of beating him. I mean, in the times that they have played singles, it's always Kyrgios, isn't it?
I didn't actually know that. I haven't actually looked at their head-to-head.
Yeah,
so.
I'm just going to look it up now. I'm sure that they've definitely played once and it wasn't close. Oh, I can't see it actually. Oh no, there we go. Yeah, two wins at challenger level, I think, and they've both been. One of them was totally career 6-1, 6-3, and then the other one was pretty close. 3 sets.
Okay. Fair enough. I still just based on Kyrgios's season so far, I think he'll blow past him pretty easily.
Yeah, I think that's what I'm feeling as well.
Nick, last time I left you were talking about sleeveless shirts, and JJ Wolf was on the verge of beating RBA. Where are we at now with JJ Wolf and RBA?
JJ Wolf aced his way to victory. He won. He's beat Roberto Bautista 6-4, 6-4, 6-4.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, really strong results. I've
got a stat for you, Nick.
Yeah.
RBA has never, ever, in a Grand Slam match on a hard court, he's never failed to break serve throughout the match.
Okay, that's a nice one.
Yes, well, up until this point, John, this JJ Wolf has just managed to beat RBA without getting his serve broken. So it's the first time.
I see. Gotcha. Wow, that's a nice
first time in RBA's career.
Wow, that's a nice feather in the cap for JJ Wolf, and that'll just make RBA feel even worse. He'll obviously be getting on the next flight home, I guess, unless he's involved in the doubles, which I don't recall him playing doubles that often. But that's a real shock there for JJ Wolf. Obviously, a shock for RBA going out. I don't know if RBA, how's he been doing recently? He's one of these players that never sort of really goes crazy and wins 2 Masters in a row. But he's also not someone who normally gets shocked so early in a tournament.
Yeah, you fancy him to beat players lower ranked than him, and he can pull up upsets. Definitely, he's up there, sort of top 20, established top 20 player for sure. So this is a pretty big upset, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Isabel and I just got a message from Hannah saying, "Can you talk about the fact that Tommy Paul is 5-love up in the 4th set?"
So do it. Somebody talk about it.
I mean, okay, he's now 6-love up. It's now into a 5th set between him and Sabata Morales. I mean, I can watch that match. I was going to watch Bianca Andreescu against Hamilton, but
Nick, if you could just dip into that match, that would be great.
Yeah, it's fine. I'll do that because I think that match should be over before the Tan and Andreescu match, and I'll pick that one up because that's the one I really want to watch because I think that could be really entertaining.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely watch that. So just flick over to there. Jack, how close are we to seeing Murray seal this out? What are we at now in that 3rd set?
Just 2-1 at the moment, John. It's still a break of serve for Andy, serving at 2-1, just to be clear. 15-all. It's I can't imagine he's going to be changing anything up from the 2nd set. It'll be pretty much the same sort of tactics. There was nothing wrong with how he was playing. So, bar a pretty big dip from Andy, I would hope he wraps it up in straight sets. Does look like he's making Cerundolo overheat now. Cerundolo slapping his thigh. Always good to see his opponent going crazy. It's exactly what Andy would want.
Nice. So, Nick, you're going to switch over there for Tommy Paul. Are you into Tommy Paul right now?
Yeah. Can you rephrase the question? I'm not entirely sure what you're asking me there, Jim.
Nick, there's been about 5 or 10 of these so far today, by the way, where I've just said something and I've thought, that could be interpreted in a different way. And I don't know if because nobody noticed or people did notice and they chose not to.
I'm
but
trying
I've said
to be
about
professional, John.
I think I've said things like getting it up and all of these sort of innuendos. But anyway, Hanya is certainly a big fan of the American. How is that match going and what's the score?
Well, the 5th set is literally just starting with the first points. Zapata Morales has just put the first serve of the set into the net. So we could be a long way off from knowing where we are. Tommy Paul could get a break straight away. He's certainly been very dynamic. He's literally running into the net on the return. And he's put the forehand volley into the net, trying to be aggressive. So we'll see how it goes. I mean, Sebastian Morales, I've only really known of him after he nearly beat Zverev at Roland Garros in first round this year. So that's where I kind of know him from. But yeah, in terms of
go on, continue, Nick, go on.
So in terms of my views of Tommy Paul, he's someone that, I think has had a really good year. I remember him being bigged up by Gil Gross at the end of last year, and I was like, I don't really see what the fuss is about. I'm kind of getting there now. I'm definitely not as big a fan as some other people, but I don't. I know if it's a good run, then I will. If he has a good run, then I'll be very happy for him.
I've just turned on Harmony Tan against Bianca Andreescu. But if you did want to come away from Tommy Paul, and I'm basically, I think we've got two really cool matches to watch, whether that be Tommy Paul's fifth set drama or Bianca's match, which has just kicked off here against Harmony Tan. So if you want to come away from Paul and switch to Tan, or if you want to stick with that fifth set and then come back to Tan and Andreescu, just let me know, Nick. And I can cover the first set.
I like to watch Tan and Andreescu because I looked at that and like I thought, oh, that's a really interesting.
Go for Tan and Andreescu, and I'll switch over to Paul.
Yeah, I think let's do that. Thanks, John.
No problem at all. I can pretty much, unless there's a certain, I'm not going to tell you who it is, but unless there's a certain Spaniard from Mallorca playing, but I'm not going to tell you who. I can watch pretty much any match at any point throughout the tournament and have fun with it. Of course, there are some tastier matches than others, and I completely understand Andreescu Tan. But Tommy Paul in the fifth set. By the way, the one from Mallorca, it's not Carlos Moya because he's retired. Jack, because I know you're not as up to date with tennis as I am. Talking of being up to date, Jack. By the way, we've never met, and I'm already teasing you.
I like it, John.
Yeah, I know. I'm sure. So, tell us what's going on with Andy Murray.
It's still great stuff. He's been holding serve fairly easily. So really, whatever happens at the moment, bar a really big dip. It's the level Andy's been able to serve today has been fantastic, actually. The pace has been great. That was one of the big worries. When you kind of see Andy serving under 120, certainly down the tee where it's easier to serve fast, you would be a little bit worried about him. But I just feel like the level from him on serve has been great. He's come out firing. So I don't see him losing this match. I'm confident enough to say that.
Fair enough. I'm going to dip out again because I've got a hot drink that should be just about ready, and I will be back in 15, 20 seconds or so. Somebody can take over. I don't mind who.
I can give you Andy's stats on being 2 sets to love up, I guess, just to make sure he does win this match. Can't remember when he'd lost from 2 sets to love up. Just while I look it up, Nick, have you got anything? The last one I can think of is Nalbandian in 2006, and I'm pretty sure he's not lost since. He's not had a crazy loss in recent years from 2 sets.
I might have it on a spreadsheet somewhere, but I would have to dig through it all, and I may have lost it. So,
no, I can tell you now.
This is sad tennis nerd person I am, that I go hunting around for tennis stats and log them, and then never use them for anything.
I'll tell you now, he's only lost one match from 2 sets to love up. That was Nalbandian in 2006, 2005 even.
John was like, "Oh, I'll definitely watch a Rafa match. I have to watch a Rafa match if that's on." Jack, we know it's Andy with you, but like Isabel, what would you, if like this match is on, this person's playing, I have to watch it?
Looking at what's kind of coming up, Stan Wawrinka, I love him. I might dip in and see how he's doing. Since you've got Bianca Andreescu, I won't jump in on that, but I do have a soft spot for her as a fellow Canadian. So I definitely want to keep an eye on that match and see how well she does.
Oh yeah, cool. I forgot you were Canadian. Because you said you grew up in the US, so
I'm dual, but living in the UK as a Canadian, so I try to keep the American at bay.
Have any of you three been to Flushing Meadows before, by the way?
No,
I haven't, unfortunately.
John, I'm going to give you a bit of life story. The first time I ever left the UK in my life was earlier this year, and it was to go to the Caribbean.
Oh, well, at least you went far. Nick. I mean, it's not like you said. I was waiting for you to say the first time I left the UK was early this year, and I went to Southern Ireland or something like that. But okay, when you went to the Caribbean, where did you go in the Caribbean, by the way?
The Dominican Republic,
Wow.
which was a lovely break. Although on that, bring that back to tennis, I did see a photo on Twitter from a challenger that was being held in Santo Domingo, of which there was a fire on the court that was not completely clear to me what was on fire, because it was on the opposite side of the umpire's chair where nothing should be. So how on earth there was a fire on a clay court with a bunch of confused people standing around it? Still don't know why that was, but it just amused me.
If you are responsible for that fire in the Dominican Republic, please let us know in the live chat as to how that did occur. It would be great to solve that mystery. It seems to still be troubling Nick to this day, and I can understand why. At the moment, anyway, we're in the fifth set. I've actually finally found it. It took me about 10 minutes to not only get my hot drink, but find the Tommy Paul match. Was deep into the bowels of what am I watching? Eurosport, but I've found it now. It's on serve at the fifth set, so I will be jumping in. Don't worry, Hanyo, if you are tuning in to wonder what our thoughts are on that match, I will be sharing them shortly. How are we looking with Andy Murray, Jack?
I will just say, there was a double break point there for Andy. Cerundolo played a fantastic serve and forehand into the open court. Absolutely deserved to save it. Again, I was sort of saying in the last set, when you kind of see those chances come and go, you do feel a little bit jaded as an Andy fan. However, it's not making me feel any less confident. Andy's just done an amazing backhand approach and an amazing volley to finish, gets himself another break point. I can tell you how this one goes in a matter of seconds. If you like, it will take a second for it to start.
Yep, please.
Just seeing a replay of that point there. Just give it a second. I would say again, Cerundolo will probably try to go out wide. He's not really trying to disguise his serve. He just wants to set up his forehand as best as possible. Given his serve isn't the greatest, he can't really serve aces against a returner like Andy. So he will just be trying to set himself up for the next shot as well as he can. Going for the first serve now. Misses it though. Did go out wide. Andy was ready for it. Has a second serve now. I think Andy can afford to go aggressive now the way he's feeling the ball. He's been brilliant all match. He does go aggressive and he does net the second serve return. So maybe I'll live to regret saying that, John.
Isabel, we've not spoken to you about the match you're watching. And perhaps there's a good reason for that. I don't know. What is happening in the Korda-Bagnis match?
My attention faded a little bit during that, but Korda did just get a break against Bagnis, and it is 4-3
in that
on
third
his
set.
serve. Yeah.
Okay, so things have really changed quite big style in that match, given the fact that obviously Bagnis was serving for the second set, then goes to the tie break, which he then goes on to lose, and now he's a breakdown in the third set. Just having a quick look at this Tommy Paul Zapata Miralles match here. I mean, he wins that fourth set 6-love. I don't really know what was going on there, but you would have thought then the momentum would have been with Paul big style, but it's now on serve. Although in this third game of this deciding set, Zapata Miralles had a 40-love lead, which is now ceded to deuce. So perhaps Tommy Paul will continue the momentum he obviously held very much in that fourth set.
I have a little news, John.
Go on, Jack. Go on.
That's the double break just secured for Andy. He
Great.
is at 4-1. Yeah, I was right to be confident. He is 2 games away from winning the first round at the US Open. Great stuff.
Which is obviously a big difference to a year ago when he unfortunately went out in 5 sets to Tsitsipas in that memorable first round. And to be honest with you, that match in so many ways set the tone for the tournament on both men's and women's sides. I think that was just a crazy tournament last year. And if we get half as good a tournament this year, I'll be delighted.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I mean, if Andy manages to get deep, the very least he could do is give us some decent matches against quality opponents. I can see Andy Berrettini being a great match. Just given Berrettini's form at the moment, he'll be looking for a good win. Andy will have chances there, and then if he gets a Tsitsipas rematch in the 4th round, that would be great. A bit of revenge, maybe.
Yes, I mean, I still. Do we know what's going on with Millman? I haven't really checked that match, but maybe you can if you want, Jack, or anyone wishes to.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm scrolling. I was having a look. It's 1 set all, 5 all, love 15 on the Nava serve.
Okay, so it's nip and tuck,
Pretty tight.
I guess.
I
Yeah,
have just seen Davidovich Fokina was able to close out his match v Nishioka. He's through in straight
Wow.
sets.
Wow, I think that's also a very impressive win to win in straight sets. And should Murray go on, I think those two are very nice, clean, and impressive first round wins. And Jack, your confidence before the match, and I had Murray to go through in my bracket, so that's something to say. But I did start to doubt, and I don't want to say the wrong person, but there must have been quite a few people that were suggesting that Cerundolo would emerge from that match, because by the time I saw the draw and I agreed with you, I thought, yeah, I think Murray will probably, get to the second, third, maybe even fourth round. But then the longer the period went on between the draw and then today kicking off, I started to think, maybe that Cerundolo match is not quite so easy. But listen, double breakup. I mean, excellent news.
It's excellent news, yeah. I see why people would have been skeptical of Andy. I mean, like losing to Taylor Fritz in Montreal or Cincinnati, one or the other. It was a 6-1, 6-3 routing. Matches like that really make you feel like Andy is still getting overpowered by some opponents, which is indicative of maybe physical problems rather than anything else, sort of making it look like he's not moving around the court, etc. as well. So I get why people would be sort of scared of Cerundolo bossing him around the court at the start of this match. I didn't have a crystal ball. I didn't know how Andy was going to look physically, like coming into the match. I just basically my prediction was based on Andy being in full flow and being able to deliver some of his best tennis. And fortunately, he has. I just thought matchup wise, it was pretty good for him if he could play as well as I know he can.
Fair enough. By the way, some amazing rallies going on in this Tommy Paul Zapata Morales match. I mean, it's still going with serve at the moment in the deciding set, but there was just an incredible rally that Morales ended up winning to take a 15-love lead. So I can understand why many viewers are captivated by this, particularly how tight it is. Nick, how's Harmony Tan and Andreescu getting on at the beginning of that match?
Andreescu broke in the first game of the match to love. Putting up a real. I think Andreescu's looking good at the minute. I mean, it's 30-15 on the Tan serve, but it's not easy for her by any means. I think we're looking at Andreescu at almost her best, which is a very exciting prospect for me and for a lot of people.
Very exciting. I agree. Sorry to speak over you there, Nick. Yeah, very exciting. We all remember that run she had in 2019. And, if we could just, there's probably 30, 40 players on the women's side that we can all remember either currently, recently, or within the last 3 or 4 years of playing amazing tennis. You could talk about Andreescu a year ago. You could talk about Leylah Fernandez a year ago. You could talk about Andreescu in 2019. Serena for probably 19 of the last 23 years pretty much has been unbelievable. Never mind Iga and Ons Jabeur and the players that have been playing well this year. And the list goes on. I would love to see a return to form for Andreescu. I think she's a very exciting player. Sakkari as well. We obviously had on earlier too, and the list goes on. And I'm missing Badosa and Bencic and a million others. And Bencic, by the way, is somebody I think she's going to go far. I think she's going to go far in this tournament.
Yeah, that's why women's tennis is where it's at.
There you go.
Yeah.
I felt like that as well, John. But then I feel like Pliskova is almost like a dark horse now because she's been so bad this year. And all of a sudden, though, to be fair to her, she has been coming back from an injury and finding that form, and she admitted that herself. She's kind of feeling her way back onto the court. I feel like the Toronto run wasn't a flash in the pan. She'll have a really good chance of coming through somebody like Bencic, but that would be her only hitch, I think. If Bencic was able to come through that, I fancy her to go quite deep in the tournament.
Tommy Paul Tommy Paul Morales is still on serve. Sorry, Nick, go on, take it away.
Yeah, I was going to say, when I was doing my bracket, I was like, Pliskova or Bencic, and it was kind of a coin flip, which I thought would win that match. I went with Bencic in the end, and actually I've ended up putting Bencic all the way to the final. I think this time round, I think she's got a really good chance of going really deep because she really likes it in New York. She's been to the quarterfinals 3 times. Yeah,
it's her best slam, right?
Yeah.
She won the gold medal in the Olympics. I know it's a different part of the world, but it's a similar time of the year.
I've got a pretty crazy stat for you. Not a stat, but just something else going on in another match that's pretty mental. So Van Richthofen is just won that third set against
Oh.
Zheng. Zheng had 7 match points.
Oh my
Lost all of them.
goodness me.
Yeah. So I
Wow.
don't know. There'll be a bit of scarring there, maybe, and that might be enough for him just to win the match, possibly, and make the 2 sets to love comeback. Who knows?
With those 7 match points, was that in a tiebreak or what happened at the end of the third set?
Yeah, there was 3 just before the tie break.
Okay.
And on Van Rijthoven's serve, and then there was 6-4, 6-5 goes back to 6-0, 7-6, then 8-7, and then 11-9 in the end to Van Rijthoven managed to save all of those match points.
Wow. That is something that you might well look back on, and for his sake, I hope he doesn't look back on it with regret. And of course, he's I guess he's a fairly young player. He's a qualifier. I'm not sure on his exact age, but he's not been around for very long. So let's hope there's no scar tissue there. Isabel, anything exciting happening? Obviously, Cordoba. No, that's a city in the south of Spain and also Argentina. Korda was a breakup. Am I right in that third set?
He is, yeah. It's 5-4 at the moment. He's going to be serving for the set in this next game. It kind of looked to me like he was really trying to close out in the last game. He did have a 30-love lead for a bit, but he lost out on that opportunity. But I think he'll be able to close out this set in this next game, and then we'll go to another freaking set.
Listen, Isabel, I tell you what, let's go back to the topic we were talking about. What are your thoughts on the women's side in New York this year? Any particular people that you really fancy after the draw to make a good run? Anyone that you're concerned about, et cetera, et cetera?
I think my picks for the final were Halep, and I can't remember who my other finalist was, but I have Halep to win. I think she's had a really good run in the last few tournaments, and I think she's got the best chance. But women's tennis always throws me for a loop every tournament, so I'm not putting any money on it, let's say.
Right.
I think you all have solid arguments for whomever you choose to win. It could be any of them, really.
I am hearing though a bit more and more Halep as a name. I mean, I've probably heard about 10 different names over the course of 20 or 30 different people. So you can imagine the spread is fairly thin, if you like, amongst those 10 names. And I've even heard Osaka, by the way. I forget who it was who went for Osaka, and I was like, wow. I'm not sure if it was Vance or was it?
It was Vance. Yeah, it was Vance.
Yeah.
It was Vance.
He's not the only one.
Okay, Nick, who else has gone for him? Gone for Osaka.
These are all people you may or may not know from tennis Twitter or from doing stuff on Popcorn. But Sidant has also gone for Osaka, as has J.I., who's a massive Iga Swiatek fan. That's generally how you know him on Twitter. But he's gone for Osaka as well. And someone else who I can't remember off the top of my head who went for Osaka. So she's actually not that. There's a few people out there going for her. So again, do a Popcorn plug. We've just put out a round table of everyone's kind of written a paragraph on who they think is going to win. So Isabel, I agree with you. Halep, I think, is probably the favourite. So we kind of agree on that. I wrote about why Halep was probably going to win in that, but Vance wrote about why he thought Osaka. There's a fair few names in there, but when I sort of did the straw poll of everyone, the names that came up the most were Halep, then Swiatek, then Osaka, then Garcia, and then the others were kind of like
that third choice does surprise me. I haven't read Vance's reasoning. I'm sure he's got very strong reasoning for that. But that would stand out as the sort of the third one there. Halep and Swiatek, of course, will get mentioned for obvious reasons. They've been there, seen it, worn the t-shirt. Osaka, of course, has done the same, but there's just been nothing in 2 years really with Osaka. Did she get to a Masters final early this year or
Miami?
Okay.
Yeah, Miami.
So maybe I'm being a bit harsh in terms of that 2 year span, or it's a bit less than 2 years because obviously she won the Aussie Open in 2021. But But she also, I mean, I know Swiatek was beating everybody comfortably at that point, but it was a comfortable win for her. Hey, listen, I'm all for it. I'm all for it. I mean, it sounds like I'm spreading the love because I am all for it with a lot of players on the women's side. But I'd love to see a return to form also of Osaka. But I said the same about Andreescu. Although I'm going to listen, these are one or two of my preferred choices, if you like. I'd love to see Leylah. If it was Leylah Fernandez, Emma Raducanu final, for example. It's yeah, I know. I mean, by the way, it's not likely, but what is? I'm not even sure if they're on separate sides of the draw. Let's say they meet at some point deep. Anyway, I would be on the side of Leylah a bit quite strongly this year, just as a supporter, not thinking just because of what happened last year. Go on.
I have Fernandez to get beaten in the second round. Actually, I think Samsonova is just playing amazing tennis.
I'm not predicting that either of those two will be in the final, nothing like that. Just Leylah's someone I've got a soft spot for. Go on, Nick.
Yeah.
Just a bit of a update. Andreescu has just broken for 5-love in the first set. She is utterly dominating. Tan is not really making an impact in this match. I mean, she seems a little bit lackluster, to be honest, but that's not to take it again. That makes it sound like it's mostly on her not playing well. It's not. Andreescu is just being all over this match. And I think it's being really intimidating out on the court. So yeah, 5-love up, is about to serve for the first set. So
that's great to hear.
Yeah. But if you want to come and join me on Grandstand to do the domination, go for it.
I may just do that.
Yeah, Isabel, where are we at with your match? I've forgotten.
So Korda is serving for this third set, but we're at deuce right now, and he's fought off, I think, one break point that Bagnis had. Yeah, it's just he's not closing out the way I was hoping he would.
Is anybody watching Tommy Paul out of interest?
Yep, I'm on Tommy Paul. It's just going with serve. If something, I mean, there's been some amazing rallies, by the way, and I think the actual, albeit I'm obviously distracted from time to time and dipping in and dipping out, but I've got it on my screen ahead of me. It's on serve. It's 2-3.
Yeah, 30 all though, John. Is that maybe I'm a little bit ahead?
You are a few seconds ahead. It is 30 all, yes. Or I was at 30-50. It's now 30 all. Yeah, so that's on serve there in that fifth set. Albeit that Tommy Paul is just at a slightly sticky moment, obviously at 30 all, and that perhaps could be a decisive moment. But let's see if there's a break point pops up, I'll grab the airwaves. Jack, tell me, where are we with?
Yeah, I should be keeping you up to date here. 30 all on Andy's serve as he looks to close out the match. He has he made that shot? I'll just tell you in a second because it looks like he just clipped the line with it. Score's not changed yet. It has now. It's a break point. So, Cerundolo is still hanging on, unfortunately. But double break up, of course. We had the same insurance in the second set, and Andy was able to right the ship in the end. So, not too much of a worry. I'll tell you if anything else happens here. I'll tell you what happens to the break point, in fact.
I've got something to say because there was an excellent backhand down the line there from Zapata Morales has brought up break point now. So, Tommy Paul fans, and you know who I'm thinking of, will be very concerned at this juncture because it's 30-40. 2-3. So he's facing a break point 2-3, 30-40 here. I will just take over for this point to see if Zapata Morales seizes the initiative in this fifth set. If you get a match point, by the way, Jack, then just interrupt. But here we go. So that's
Cerundolo did just break back. I'll say that.
Okay, so he broke back. Okay. And Tommy Paul with an excellent first serve there means he holds not the serve, but he holds at that point. In other words, it's now deuce. So not out of jail just yet, but big relief there for the American. Deuce 2-3. Should it go to another break point, I will also seize the initiative. Nick, did she win that first set? 6-love? Don't worry, Nick. Don't worry.
No, I'm back. It's fine. Not yet. It's 30-15 on the Andreescu serve.
Cool. I'll just take things back again because Zapata Morales has a break point again. It's advantage to the Spaniard, and Tommy Paul first serve. Looks like he's got that in. He's got the forehand, an excellent forehand. So 1-2 there from Tommy Paul, and again he brings it back to deuce.
Just to hop in, Korda
Sure.
had lost his service game.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, he did have the set. He had a set point at one point, but no dice. It is 5-all.
Bagnis was serving for the second set, gets broken back, goes to the tiebreak, 1-all. And now, with the initiative very much in favor of Korda, the American, he's serving for the third set, and now it's back on serve. So you may well be at a tiebreak fairly soon. We'll see how that pans out. That's an excellent volley there from Tommy Paul. Sorry, Isabel?
This is exhausting.
If you want to switch over to Andreescu or any other match for that matter, feel free, and I'm sure we can keep the viewers abreast of how that match pans out. If you do see another match that catches your eye, even if it's the Tommy Paul match that I'm watching there, and Tommy Paul very happy with that volley, and so he should be, or even the closing stages of Jack's, well, what we assume to be the closing stages of Jack's watch along with Andy Murray.
Yeah, I should probably keep you up to date here. Love 30 on Cerundolo's serve. Andy grafting himself an amazing point with a backhand down the line. It's now love 43 match points.
Wow. Let's stick with you, Jack, then, as you watch that. We're on juice here in this amazing game between Tommy Paul and Zapata Morales. So go on, Jack, take it away.
It's been such a great match, honestly. I think Andy is honestly, Cerundolo probably hasn't played many players like Andy. You don't play guys like Andy who like to stay backhand all day on a clay court all the time. That's where Cerundolo tends to live. As Andy puts a backhand return into play, Cerundolo with a lovely forehand cross court, though, just to save the first break point or the first match point even. It's been such a great match to watch as an Andy fan. It's just amazing to see him outsmarting opponents on the court like this. It's been really intelligent stuff from start to finish. I'll tell you what happens in the second match point. Cerundolo just going for the first serve. Now he hits an amazing first serve down the tee, probably one of the first unreturned serves of this set, I'd imagine, given how well Andy's been returning. So one more match point, 30-40. Grim moments for Andy fans when chances like this come and go, of course. So fingers crossed he can get it on this first one. Again, I'd imagine Cerundolo goes out wide in the first serve. He tries to go down the tee and misses, so second serve return out. Fingers crossed Andy can go aggressive here. Steps into the court, late chords, and second serve again. Wow. One more time, stepping up to go for the second serve. Andy will look to go aggressive again, I'll imagine. Rolls the second serve in. Andy gets a backhand cross-court return into play. He's got Cerundolo on the run here with a backhand slice. Got him in a really good position. Andy airs a forehand long, and Andy wins. A massive roar from him. He absolutely loves it, as you'd expect.
Nice
stuff from Andy.
Nice.
Seriously good win. He'll be so happy with that. It was a really good opponent to get drawn against in the first round. He's talking to Cerundolo for a long time. I'll find out hopefully what he says. Probably something to do with the double bounce, I'd imagine. I think he's very thankful for that. Yeah, incredible sportsmanship. He looks ecstatic. Great match.
All right, I'll let you gather your thoughts and maybe even dip into that match a little bit further, and I'll come back to you with a sort of an overview of the match as a whole. But let me tell you this Tommy Paul Zapata Morales match, every single point is breathtaking for one reason or another, or at least it seems to be since I've been watching. It's now 3-all. That last service game from Tommy Paul was a big hold from the American because he was in a spot of bother there. But some amazing points and some amazing entertainment from both sides of the net, but possibly quite a bit more from Tommy Paul. Some excellent shots there, and it's on serve 3-all. I see that we have Andreescu winning that first set, Nick.
Yeah, convincingly, 6-love. Tana's now 30-love up. She's playing a bit better already. Oh yeah, already some winners this game. So I think she'll probably finally get on the board. Andreescu was just imperious. In fact, the stats flashed up. According to the US Open stat person, she's only made one unforced error that set. She is playing unbelievably well right now. And I'm very excited by that.
Yes, and absolutely, and every reason to be. Poor Harmony Tan there, losing the first set 6-love. Very different to her first round at Wimbledon, of course, where the French woman managed to overcome Serena Williams in a very exciting match. Just having a quick look around the grounds, Shelton and Borges and Wawrinka and Mutet are both at 2-all, so on server there in the first set. We have Wu winning the first set against Basilashvili. I spoke to Damien, who's very much an expert when it comes to qualifiers and ITF and challenges and stuff. And he was very big on Wu and was pretty optimistic about his chances against the very much out of form Basilashvili. So that looks like it's going to what he suggested yesterday. Echeverry there winning the first set against Grenier. Casper Ruud against the Brit Carl Edmund. So it's not all good news today for the Brits. Obviously, Andy Murray threw in straight sets against Cerundolo, but Carl Edmund there, I guess it's not a huge surprise to see the Brit losing the first set against Casper Ruud, and Ruud is also a break up. Berrettini as well, who'll be desperate to sort of return to form. Really, since his COVID at Wimbledon, he's been sort of scratching around a bit for form, I would suggest. But he'll be looking to go far at this tournament. He's got off to a good start there, a set and a breakup against Nicholas Jarry. Cressy winning a tie break against Fucsovics. I'm sure many tennis experts probably not super surprised that went to the tie break, and Cressy emerging. He's also a break up. Medvedev, I dipped out of that match just because it was kind of going to form. Just quickly, just have a quick look at Tommy Paul. It's still going with serve there. Medvedev, winning that second set, looking very comfortable for the Russian there. So again, very little to report on there. Tommy Paul, Morales, I'll go into a bit more detail in a minute. And we've got, of course, Korda and Bagnis. I know how very excited Isabel is to share her thoughts on the match so far, as it sort of seems like Korda's now got it, taken the advantage once again.
He's on his second set point. Right now it's 40-30, 6-5. So we'll see. He's serving at the moment.
Yep.
I think, Isabel, you deserve to watch Stan Wawrinka after this one.
I will. Oh, he serves cross. Okay.
Honestly, this Tommy Paul match, I mean, it's only 4-3, so it's still going with serve, but it has been remarkable.
Oh, and Seb takes it with an easy lob, smashes it.
Nice. So Korda does finally close that out at the second time of asking. Thank you, Isabel. Zhang there and Van Rijthoven. So we spoke about the remarkable 7 match points that Zhang held towards the end of the third set. Well, of course, it would have to be towards the end of the third set. You can't have match points in a 5-set match at the beginning of the first set. That's the kind of tennis knowledge you come here for. Anyway, so Van Rijthoven has really wrestled back control of that match, and he's 3-love up in the fourth set. And I do wonder if there is some scar tissue there for Zhang, as we speculated on. John Millman is 2-1 down against Nava, the winner of which will play Andy Murray after his straight sets win. So that's the men pretty much done. We've got Zidansek and Mandlik. Mandlik, of course, they're warming up right now. Mandlik, if I'm right, she is the daughter of Hannah Mandlikova.
Yeah, that's right.
So that'll be interesting to see how she gets on, not just today, but also in her career. Mandlikova is somebody that I'm a little bit familiar with. I'm not quite old enough to remember her as a player, but I am old enough to remember Jana Novotná, who she coached throughout the 90s and obviously throughout the time that she was, getting to Wimbledon finals, etc. And that's a nice story. So it's really interesting with Jana Novotná because her legacy, as I touched on, I forget who it was. I think it was actually yesterday with Damien. Her legacy is still very much apparent in tennis, not just obviously the legacy of winning Wimbledon, but and I think she's a Hall of Famer as well. But also the fact that Krejcikova, I think Jana Novotná was her coach many years ago, and that was quite an emotional win for her at the French Open. With sadly, Novotná died of cancer a few years ago. But obviously, then with Mandlikova and her daughter, which is also tenuously linked to the Czech player, now on the tour. So that's great to see. How's Andreescu and Harmony Tan going, Nick?
I'm glad you came to me because suddenly Tan has break points. Andreescu's mate started upping the unforced errors, which is odd to see. Tan has improved as well. a little bit. She managed to hold serve. Andreescu first serve into the net, getting a bit more wild there. It's suddenly the momentum's weirdly shifted since the start of the second set. Tan's playing a lot better. Andreescu's a bit more scrappy. Backhand back in play. Forehand, Andreescu. She's going to try and finish it with a smash on the net, and she knocks it way out of court.
2-love then, Harmony Tan.
However, unless my eyes have deceived me, because they're not acting like it's the end of the game. The score's not updated. Yeah, no, it's Tan serve. I did see that right. So Tan is serving at 2-love second set.
Wow. So 6-love to Andreescu in the first set, and it's now 2-love to Tan in the second. Again, Paul and Morales is still going with serve, but the nerves will be jangling. Talking of which, I've just been followed on Twitter. Thank you very much for this follow, at least, by a really cool Twitter handle, by the way. And it looks like one or two of you might be familiar with this name, Tie Break Anxiety. And I think we can all share that feeling, and that's a great name. That deserves a follow back for the name alone. So you have got it. Thank you for the follow. Anyway, we are now. Go on.
Sorry, John. I was just going to say I've got some closing thoughts on Andy there, and just what he said in the press, not the press afterwards, the on-court interview afterwards. First thing that I noticed is that's the first straight sets win Andy's had at a slam since 2017, which I guess doesn't surprise me too much, but at the same time, I mean, that puts it into context. This is a really, really great win for him, especially against a seeded opponent like Cerundolo. Andy was just saying on court afterwards, that interview, or that the exchange at the net was about the sportsmanship Cerundolo showed. He was obviously really impressed with that. He said the match felt like 5 sets. It's obviously incredibly humid and hot today, probably why the conditions favoured him so much as well. He said it's not easy. He knows how great a year Cerundolo had. He said, he obviously respects him loads. He talked about Lendl as well, because obviously this is the first year that coaches are allowed to talk to the players. He just said he wasn't saying loads, apparently. Maybe we shouldn't be that surprised at that, and left straight after the match. But the one thing he did say is that it's great to have Lendl in his corner at a time when people maybe don't believe in him as much. It's really nice to have Lendl as a supporter of him. Basically, it feels like a great boost. So
thanks for that, Jack. That's great. Just so you know, as we are really at the nail-biting end of this match here between Paul and Zapata Morales, it was love 30 on the Zapata Morales serve. It's now 15-30, so a long way from being out of jail here. But this is really getting quite tight. If anything crazy happens in any of the other matches that you all watch, let me know. But I'm probably just going to take over for a few seconds on this one. As Zapata Morales on the forehand there. Looks like he's probably in charge at this point, but good defense there from Paul. Goes for the drop shot. Doesn't make it over.
Yeah. I've just tuned in
points.
as well. I've tuned in as well, John. I couldn't help myself. This is
absolutely just you can join me for the Tommy Paul Zapata Morales party. Absolutely, and I understand why, because it's been an incredible match, or at least what I've seen of it. And we've now got 2 break points, arguably 2 mini match points for the American. The first serve goes wide there from Zapata Morales. So it's 15-40 here at 4-all. You may even be a few seconds ahead of me. But anyway.
I believe, yeah.
Yeah, and he's just gone long. And there goes the break of serve. And Tommy Paul will serve for the match for a place in the second round, which will be music to the ears of his fans. Jack, have you got any thoughts on, you've just immediately jumped into this match, but what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I know a little bit about Zapata Morales. Not the sort of player I would ever have expected to do well on a hard court, if I'm honest. He really has a lot of spin to his shots, the kind of shots that set up maybe for flatter hitters like Paul. I could imagine this match has just been a sort of trying to get used to the conditions. Basically, he's pouring water all over himself. I imagine he's absolutely roasting. It's probably just to do with how hot a day it's been, basically, and how difficult it is to adapt to that. Obviously Zapata Morales is a great fighter, though. I've seen him play plenty of 5-set matches, actually, because his name does seem to keep cropping up in the early rounds of slams and crazy nail biters. So credit to him. This has probably been a really good match from him, considering the conditions. And Paul must have played great tennis to eventually, give himself the opportunity to serve it out. We'll see what happens, John.
Yeah, right. This still not done yet, but obviously winning that 4th set 6-love, you would think that he would seize the advantage, albeit it's a bit more of a struggle in this fifth set. So still, who knows how it'll pan out. Yeah, interesting you mentioned the conditions. Probably not something I thought about too much, but now I'm just seeing a few more ice towels. Obviously, as it's just sort of, I guess, about 2 p.m. in New York. I'm not sure if I'm right on that. I think it is 2 p.m. local time there. So yeah, certainly New York can get searingly hot, and we remember certainly matches in years gone by. I think it was Federer against somebody where Federer was really struggling in the heat about 3 or 4 years ago. Jack, can you remember that match with Federer? Who was he playing? I think Federer went out. But I just remember I haven't seen Federer
what
ever.
year was it?
2018, maybe 2018, maybe 2019.
John Millman.
Yeah, I think it could well have been. It was John Millman. Yeah,
He did lose to Millman. Yeah, so he did.
And that was searingly hot that day, or it might have been humid, or both. And I just remember Federer really finding it tough in those conditions that particular day. And so New York can be like that. And anyone who's been on the subway in New York will also understand that there's very little air conditioning down there, and it's super, super hot as well. Not that these guys play tennis on the subway, so but I'm aware of that. And there we go. It's a nice little point there to bring up 15 love.
Yeah, that's a great point. That was really good.
By the way, tennis on the subway in New York. Maybe we could think about that as an alternative venue to Flushing Meadow. Could be a fun tournament. Let us know what you think about that notion in the live chat. But anyway, 15 love. And Tommy Paul has approached the net quite a few times in this second set. And he's in this fifth set, and he's 15 love up now there. So
yeah,
3 points for victory.
It's quite common for Paul. It's definitely a massive staple of his game. I remember when he won in Stockholm last year, that was basically his go-to, and it was a really great play against Andy in particular, who he beat in the quarterfinals, able to sort of stop him from just keeping the rally going on forever. He does like to come to the net a lot, so I imagine we'll probably see at least one more approach before this service game is over.
15 all now, so still 3 points from victory there. I think it seems to be a double fault from Tommy Paul. Only 6 from both players in the whole match, which, considering it's gone to 5 sets, is quite impressive, I would suggest. Maybe it suggests that neither have been taking too many big risks. I do notice that they keep putting up the service clock for Tommy Paul, which perhaps is a bit harsh because he still seems to be inside the time, and it is a 5th set as well.
Completely mistimes a forehand there to go 15-30. Hanya will be scrambling, I imagine.
Yeah, that's a shank and a half. That is 15-30 now. Zapata Morales. Isabel, are we missing anything? By the way, feel free to switch matches if you wish, Isabel. I know that's sort of just chugging along quite normally. If you wish to dip into any of the matches, either the ones we're watching or Stan the Man, feel free to do so.
Yeah, so I actually did. So the Korda match went to a medical timeout for Bagnis. It looked like he had a physio working on his lower back, something related to that. So I did switch over to Wawrinka, but I have to say, it's very disappointing. He's down 2 breaks in the first set. It's 5-2, I believe. And he's really not on it.
Jack, of course, will be a few seconds ahead of me on this one, but I have just seen Tommy Paul go long, and he was 15 love up in this final or potentially final game of the match, and he's now 15-40 down. So Zapata Morales has 2 break points. Let's go for the first serve there as he gets it in there from Tommy Paul. Forehand to forehand, should win that one, and he does. That's an excellent forehand there from Paul. Very well placed. Not a huge amount of pace, but it didn't need it. And it's now back to 30-40. This will just be incredible. If Zapata Morales levels this up to make it 5-all, this would be incredible. And wow. Anyway, it is 30-40.
Oh God, I've seen John. I'll let you see what happened. But I can tell you exactly. The point was a double fault.
Yeah, I guessed it. I could just guess it. And it's 5-all. 5-all. Tommy Paul double faults at 30-40. In this 10th game of the deciding set. And I could tell from your reaction, having already seen the first serve hit the net, I just knew the second one was going to go a similar way, and it has. So, sorry, Isabel, we can now just come back to you. Did you say Stan the Man is 2 breaks down in the first set?
He was 2 breaks down. I've switched away because since I want to see what you're all talking about.
Feel free. So we've now got 3 of us, maybe in 3 different parts of Europe, and in perhaps in 3 different moments in the match, because obviously we may well be a few seconds apart. But this is the most dramatic match easily so far of the day. It's 5-all in the fifth set. We'll see how this pans out. And it's now love 15. Of course it is. Of course it's love 15 on the Zapata Morales serve. And of course Tommy Paul will break again. Why wouldn't he in this balmy match? Nick, we have got a moment, though, I think, to dip over to see what's going on in Andreescu and Tan. Tell us what's going on.
So Tan is 3-love up in the third set. Andreescu had love 40, opportunity to break, and just didn't convert. She really should have finished off a couple of points to take the break back. But she's now really making silly errors. It's really weird contrast to that first set. Really odd. And now she's at 15-all. She's looking much flatter now. I wouldn't be surprised if it's like another 6-love set in the other direction now.
Wow.
We will see. We'll see how it goes. It sounds like Paul versus Zapata Morales is amazing. I'm not going to switch over because I'm going to keep an eye on other things. But like you, John, you were saying earlier, the rallies were really good. So apart from double faults, has the quality of tennis been pretty high?
Yeah, I would say it has. Yeah, I would say it's been pretty high. It's been a few sort of unbelievable gets, particularly from Tommy Paul. I think it has. I mean, sometimes with dramatic tennis, we don't always see the level of tennis being particularly high. The US Open final between Zverev and Thiem springs to mind in that it was a pretty dramatic match for various reasons, but the quality was short. I'm going to go on the more optimistic side regarding this match, though, and say actually the quality has been pretty high throughout the 10 games of this fifth set. The service clock, once again, they're very keen on showing that, but I hope the umpire is being a bit flexible with it, as Zapata Morales goes way over the time there with this one. He is 30-15 up on his serve there, here, the Spaniard, over Tommy Paul. So he'll be hoping to... Tommy Paul, they're really going in on for the attack on the second serve there. And Tommy Paul in charge of the point there, forehand to forehand, and Zapata Morales goes wide. It's 30-all. Jack.
No, I'm enjoying this. It's really good. It's kind of what happens when you play somebody who tends to play more on clay than other surfaces. They do kind of raise the level a lot of the time because it forces the other player to play something a little bit special just to knock it past them. And that seems to be the way the points are playing out. This could be another extended rally, and I wouldn't be surprised. I might get a bit ahead of you here, John.
Take over.
Paul's just hit a brilliant forehand. Somehow Zapata Morales has defended it. Yeah, the defense of the Spaniard must be amazing. However, he had a chance to go big on a forehand and sprayed it long inside out. So Paul has a break point.
Yeah. It's just silly.
You'll probably be watching it play out now.
Yeah. Isabel, I don't know where you are. You've obviously been listening to Jack and I commentating. I don't know if you're closer to me or closer to Jack with
I think I'm closer to Jack.
I mean, you're both in the same neighborhood, if you like. I mean, I'm extending the word neighborhood to you're in Wales and Jack, you're in Scotland.
Yeah, I'm in Glasgow. Yeah.
So you're slightly closer to each other than I am, but I don't think that's how technology works. Not these days. Not that I have a single clue, but that doesn't matter. We have a break point for Tommy Paul. I'll take us through this, even though Jack will obviously, and maybe yourself, Isabel, will be a few seconds ahead of me. This time so it's inside the service clock. It's a forehand and he's got the point. It's deuce. There we go.
That was a good point from Zapata Morales. To be fair, I can't see him hitting too many serve plus ones to win a point very often. So that was great.
Right. I was not just behind in terms of you guys. I was actually a little bit behind on the action. That I was mid conversation. I broke off, and before I knew it, the point had already been sealed by Zapata Morales. So let's see if I can keep up this time. It's deuce. First serve. Nope. Gets it out. So it's a second serve for Zapata Morales for the Spaniard now. Deuce here. Gets the second serve into the backhand of the American Tommy Paul, who's at the net. It's got to be an easy smash, and he's got it.
That's great. It's kind of what I was saying earlier about him finding a way into the net. I mean, a backhand return approach isn't something that many players do. It's kind of a part of Tommy Paul's game.
Although I will add that did, I don't know what the stats are on that second serve, but it did seem a bit tame. I think I can just see in the background there 83 miles an hour. So that would suggest it is a little bit down on speed, but that's quite understandable given that how deep they are in this fifth set. So Tommy Paul has a break point. First serve for Zapata Morales, and that goes in this time to the backhand. Now it's on the forehand of Tommy Paul. It's an excellent forehand, and it's into the net. Is the break 6-5. He will serve for the match again.
Wow.
Oh, goodness.
Isabel, do you want to give us any thoughts on this match so far?
I mean, since I'm coming in so late, like the drama isn't quite there for me, but
I got it.
just the level in that one game is incredible. I'm
I
excited.
imagine Hanya has probably been watching every ball throughout this entire match, so she'll know exactly how the previous 4 sets were. But I can just tell you this 5th set has been insane. But even just looking at the scoreboard, given the fact that Tommy Paul won the 4th set 6 love, it does seem to have been a bit of a bonkers match. Isabel, do you say that in North America, bonkers as well?
I think you say it ironically, but sure.
Okay, you say it, but it's almost like that cup of tea celebration that maybe was done by the American girls a few years ago when they beat the English. So you're familiar with it, but you remember that celebration? I don't know if you know what I'm talking about there. Yeah.
I do.
So yeah, so we say it quite a lot in the UK, and anyway, bonkers, crazy, nuts, insane, and that's how this match has been panning out. Tommy Paul will serve for it again. Jack, is he going to serve it out?
Yeah, 2 bites of the cherry, surely. I think I would. My prediction would be there'll be a serving volley in here somewhere.
Okay, David Law, and I understand the reasoning behind it. He has a reasoning that is that 2 bites at the, when you don't serve it out the first time, if you do get another chance, particularly quickly afterwards, you always serve out the second. So we'll see if that follows through. He was actually referenced, and I think it was the Nadal final against Medvedev in Australia at the time when obviously Nadal didn't manage to serve it out that day, and then ultimately got a second bite of the cherry and did so. Okay, Tommy Paul, you can take us through the first couple of points here, Jack.
They've literally, the first one's just been and gone. Sorry, it was a pretty decent serve. Paul's just going for the next one. Amazing first serve down the tee. Pretty much nails the spot. Tatjana Maria gets a racket to it, but it sails long. So it's now 30 love. Surely at this point, although I believe
it's 50 love. They made a mistake with the scoreboard, I think.
I'm a little
Oh, no,
bit
sorry.
ahead,
Sorry. I'm talking over you. Ignore me. Keep going, Jack.
Tatjana Maria is now in the rally, but Paul with an amazing forehand down the line. That'll probably be enough because it's now 40 love, 3 match points. Fingers crossed he can get it. He can seal it here. He's been serving well enough that he should win it here. And now I believe Tatjana Maria gets the return back into play, and Paul finishes it with a forehand. Great. He's screaming his head off. Gets it on the first match point. Love it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, obviously winning it game to love there was not in tune with the rest of the match, but his celebration certainly was, and understandably so. A 5th set 7-5 win there, and wow. I mean, also to hold it together as well, and David Law's reasoning makes sense as he pulls that one off to win 7-5 there in the 5th. Wow, yeah, Tommy Paul there going through to the delight of the crowd and his supporters, no doubt, as he chucks his wristbands into the crowd. And we've certainly got the match of the tournament so far, albeit I am saying that just a few hours in. Nick, we've been dominating the airwaves. We've been talking Tommy Paul and Zapata Morales. What's going on with Bianca and Harmony Tan?
Yeah, so I'm going to give you an update on that match, and then I've also been checking the live scores so I can give an update on what's going on around the grounds as well for you.
Great.
Andreescu's got one of the breaks back, so she went double break down for love. She's now 4-1 down. She got 1 break back on Tan. Playing a little bit better now, so we'll see how this game goes. It's 15 love. Daniel Medvedev sealed straight set to win over Kozlov. It was 6 love in the 3rd. Halep is already a breakdown against Sneager of Ukraine, but it's only 1 love. Korda is 4 love up against Bagnis. Wawrinka's got one of the breaks back against Mute, which I marked as a potentially interesting match because Mute is quite an orthodox player. Millman is, I think, a double break up. No, 1 break up against Nava, so could be taking that to a 5th. And then the only other thing is Kyle Edmund managed to break Rude as he served for the match. So it's 5-all in that second set. That could be one to watch. And that's all that's worth saying other than Berrettini is now 2 sets to love up. And Andreescu is 30 love up on her service game here and looking a lot more positive right now. So yeah, that's all my updates.
Cool. Thanks very much for that, Nick. Is Andreescu going to get it back in this set?
I think that would depend on whether if she plays like she did in the first set. Yes, I don't know. that might take a while to get back to that level. It also depends on how Harmony Tan plays. So possibly, but I think at this stage unlikely. I think Tan might still close the set out, but Andreescu might still get the match.
Cool.
Smashes a double-handed backhand volley away really aggressively to make it 4-2.
I need to update my ticker with some of these players that are through. I'm going to mention the ones that are through, and that will be overlapping slightly with what Nick has said. But Sakkari is through on the women's side. Kalinskaya as well. Garcia was through in straight sets. One of the first to go through. It was a very comfortable win for the French woman and number 17 seed. Alison Risk, the American, is through, as is Kudermetova and Serrano. Serrano went through in 3 sets. On the men's side, Fokina and Medvedev and Murray are through, as is Tommy Paul, that we were just commentating on that in that dramatic 5-set match. So, Medvedev through in straight sets. Jack, how far have you got Medvedev going in this tournament?
I was just saying that earlier, actually, while you were just stepped away for a second, John. The fact that RBAs went out is great news for Medvedev. That's a matchup he hates. It's really not good news for him, given the backhand to backhand dynamic that RBA likes to play. Him going out is great. Kyrgios, I suppose, still could be a 4th round, but I kind of had RBA beating Kyrgios, and that probably would have been, I think that would have been a tougher deal for Medvedev. So this is great news. I still think you'll have tough matches. Kyrgios will be difficult for sure. I imagine Carreno Busta would be really difficult should Carreno Busta get to the quarterfinals. However, I think when Medvedev plays well at the US Open, it takes a phenomenal performance to beat him. So I fancy him to win, actually. But that's my pick.
There you go.
Right, obviously, I think he's guaranteed to get to the semis at least, and then after that, we'll see.
I just don't know on Medvedev. The form has been so on and off really all year, or certainly since that 3rd set, 3 break points against Nadal. Since that moment, I think there's probably been a few more dips than peaks, let's say. But as you said, it is New York, it is the US, finalist in 2019, semi-finalist in 2020. And winning it in 2021 against Novak Djokovic. So he's got the pedigree. He's made the semis at least for the last 3 years in a row, and is his moment. But the draw, I don't think. I mean, I know you said that RBA going out is a slight help, and I agree with that. I also think that Kyrgios maybe a few weeks ago was more dangerous than he is right now. I could be wrong on that. Just a vibe I've got from the Australian. So maybe Medvedev will have the upper hand, but that's not a nice 4th round for him potentially to have. And I think I have him also winning his quarterfinal against Felix, but he's got a tough run.
Yeah, he does, definitely. I feel like I agree with you on Kyrgios. I think this last match he had against Hurkacz, he looked jaded in that 3rd set, almost like he couldn't be bothered being on court. It's quite difficult to know what's going on off of the court with Kyrgios, and a lot of the time that does affect how he plays. So I just feel like it's no guarantee he turns up in New York all guns blazing, basically. So I don't think it's a guarantee he gets as far as the 4th round, let alone beat Medvedev.
Yeah. Okay, nice. I've updated my ticker, so we should have the latest results, at least in terms of who's through and who's out, etc., etc., etc. That is cool. Isabel, what match are you going to revert back to? Are you going to go back to Wawrinka? Are you going to dip into Harmony Tan? What are you thinking?
Yeah, so I've switched back to Korda. It's 4-1 in the 4th set.
To the American?
Love. Yeah, to Korda. It's
Okay,
40
so
love right now. I think without being able to listen to the match, I don't really know what injury Bagnis is dealing with, but he's definitely walking very stiffly and just very tight now. So he must have, something's going on there. And
Yeah.
I think Korda really just got lucky that might have happened.
Okay.
Because I don't think that he was really in control of this match to begin with. And the interesting thing, if he wins this match, which it looks like he will play Tommy Paul in the next round.
Yeah.
And I think that would be a really good match. I would hope.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about switching to Simona.
I have 2 bits of news for you, by the way.
Go on, shoot.
First is Stan has just lost that 1st set to Muti, though I I think he made it closer than Isabel said. 'Cause I think, as you said, that he was a double breakdown, right? At least he got one of the breaks back, and it looked a bit tight going out. I mean, it was 30 all there before Muti closed it to 30. So I think it's a bit closer than it was. The other bit of news is Van Rijthoven is now a break up in that 5th set. So I believe those 7 match points are going to haunt things for a long time.
Nothing against the Dutchman, but boy, my heart is really sinking for Zhang, just knowing that he had those 7 match points. And this is something I think doesn't really matter what stage your career you're at. We do see players get knocked sideways for sometimes months when these results can go against them. I'm just trying to think of an example. I think, was it Tsitsipas in the US maybe 2 or 3 years ago, had like half a dozen match points and didn't close it out against somebody?
Chorich.
Yeah, Chorich.
Yeah. So, yeah, exactly. So, and I just remember thinking that knocked him sideways for the next few months. And boy, oh boy, Zhang, yeah. I mean, by the way, talking of Chinese qualifiers anyway, I switched. I had Basilashvili on Thursday going through, but I switched after yesterday's interview I did with Damien, and check that out if you're watching. We went through some of the qualifiers and some of the lower ranked players yesterday, and he was big on Wu, and I'm glad I jumped ship at just the right time because Wu was in charge of that match against Basilashvili. Talking of being in charge, well, nobody's in charge of Millman Nava because they are now into the 5th set at love all in that 5th set, it looks like, albeit the Millman won the 4th set 6-1.
I'm happy to do a little bit of scouting to see who Andy's next opponent is there. I'll
do that. I'm going to switch over, and I'm going to
have a match point for Korda.
Go on, then. Take us over with Korda. Done it again. Take us over with Korda, and I'm going to watch Simona Halep.
Cool. Yeah. So it's 40-15. It would be a break. And that's it. That's done. Before I even finished my sentence, it was over. Just a serve into the net from Bagnis.
Did we get any? What was? Do we know what the problem was with Bagnis? What part of the body was he getting a treatment for?
I don't know. It looked when I was watching some of the timeout, it looked like the physio was working on his lower back.
I remember Isabel. I remember him playing Medvedev in the first round of the French Open, and he couldn't move his. I believe it was his upper thighs were getting treatment, but I believe anyway that area. Lower back, something to do with his legs, possibly, was the reason he lost that match so badly.
Nick?
No, I've just a bit of a sort of a very right up close to the net point between. Sorry, I reacted like that. I would have done that.
No, great.
Yeah, it was just insane. Like they were both right up at the net, right in front of each other. Andreescu and Tan just swipes the ball right past Andreescu. I thought from the angle, like it was going to hit it with a racket, but when you see the replays, that wasn't close enough for that. But it was, yeah, that was a fun point. So actually, Tan is 2 points away from taking the second set, 6-2. Although Andreescu now making.
I've got some news for you. It's only the beginning of the match, but Daria Snigur, and I'm probably not saying that name right, is a double breakup, 3-love, against somebody's tip for the tournament, Simona Halep.
Both mine and Isabel's tip for the tournament.
Okay, somebody, I don't know how to pluralize somebody. Some people's. There we go. Boom.
The stream is cursed.
I'm pleased I dipped over this. By the way, hats off to you, Nick. You've obviously decided you thought, I think Sakkari against Tatjana Maria is going to be a good match, and it clearly was. And you've obviously also thought about Andreescu, Tan being a good match, and that's certainly panning out that way too. On the women's side, of course, the match of the day so far on the men's side clearly being Tommy Paul's dramatic 5-set win to go through. But yeah, I see the ice. I don't even know if it's an ice towel, but certainly some sort of chilling technique the Ukrainian Darius Snigur is applying. I know nothing about Darius Snigur, so can somebody fill me in a bit?
Neither do I.
Great.
To the WTF.
I'm the same, I'm afraid, yeah.
Two down. Jack. Oh, God. If Jack and Nick can't sorry, Isabel, this is nothing against you. But if Jack and Nick can't help us out, then yeah. Oh, dear. Well, anyway, I know something about Simona Halep. She's from Romania. Her coach is, in fact, I'm not even sure who's playing, if it's Halep or Mouratoglou, because as we all know, he's at least 50% of the player that Simona Halep is. because she seems to reference him all the time. And anyway, I'm going down an alleyway or a rabbit hole with that, and I won't pursue it much further. 3-love, Snigger leads, although she's just she's taking the 15-love lead in this game. So Halep is in a spot of bother, at least in this first set. Long way to go. But does anyone know if I'm saying Snigger correct? Because it does sound doesn't sound a very Ukrainian name off the top of my head. Although, what do I know about Ukrainian names?
Yeah, going off I'm about to find out how you pronounce it. Oh no, I can't. Yeah. Normally you've got a pronunciation on the WTA website, but it's not available, unfortunately.
Well,
not available. Not available.
Very well known. So she's at a career high of 124. This is the first time she's ever qualified for a Grand Slam, and she is the 2019 Wimbledon Girls Champion singles.
Okay, well that's a feather in the cap for sure. She's 15 all here in this fourth game of the set. You would think if she manages to hold here, although she's just gone wide.
Halep does have a way about her, though. Of course, she can pretty much wrangle her way out of any deficit. Given a break of serve for her is second nature.
Wasn't she down in the final against Haddad Meyer in Toronto by like a break or two?
Yeah, she has also. Sorry, she has gone 15-40 as well. Apparently, I don't think she made a massive comeback against Haddad Meyer. Oh no, she was down a break, of course, in the first set, right, Nick? Yeah, 3-love, I think.
Yeah, so it's 15-40 now, so she's in a spot of bother here, Snigger on a serve, although she's got at least one break of serve in her pocket, so to speak. We'll see how she gets on. Nick, is that one set all with you yet?
Not yet. No, it's deuce on Tan Andreescu on Andreescu's serve. Andreescu's at the net, and Tan can't reach it, so she's now got game point to make it 3-5 and extend the set. So we're not there yet.
There was a horrible smash there from Snigger. I don't know if you anyone else is watching this match.
I caught that one, yeah, John, yeah.
Yeah, and there's a horrible forehand wide as well. So
to get one of the breaks back.
Yeah, Halep gets one of the breaks back. It was two horrible shots there. I think both were certainly the smash on top of the net. Unbelievably, she managed to put in the tram line or even further wide. Anyway, that's how it is, and it's 3-1, and that'll give Halep a boost. Jack, what match are you gonna sort of switch your attention to? Do you think?
I'm probably going to stick here, John. I think I want to see how Halep does. I imagine she'll probably get her rhythm back pretty quickly. But I mean, there would be a massive shock if she did go out. So I'd just like to see how it unfolds.
Absolutely, no worries. Although I think she's gone long there with a forehand, so that's love 15. I mean as you say, she can wriggle out of all sorts of bother, especially as her return game is so strong. And I just feel just the nature of the way that service was lost. I wouldn't even be surprised if she manages to somehow wriggle out of trouble, even in this first set.
Yeah, neither would I. She'll definitely still be the favourite for the match, I'd imagine. And I've not seen how the first 3 games have went, but given how she played against Haddad Meyer, like Nick just said, she's had matches where she's been really spotty at the start of the match, and then she's reached a level where it gets really, really difficult for opponents to win points against her, let alone games. Sure. So I trust in her abilities.
The camera did just focus there on her ankle, on Simona Halep's ankle. There's some taping. Maybe it's even on both ankles. I'm not quite sure. So I don't know if anything's going on there or whether they're jumping into conclusions at all. But obviously her being behind, sometimes we tend to start looking at those kind of things. But anyway, she's 30 all now on her serve at 1-3. Nick, what's the score?
It is 5-3. Tan is serving for the second set. Interestingly, that last point was both very sort of low effort shots from the players. Like Andreescu hit a very mid-court, high bouncing forehand. Didn't look like it was just a safety shot just to get it back. She wasn't really hitting with a lot of power. And then Tan just sort of limply put the backhand into the net. It was very odd. I don't know if the conditions are getting to the players. But Tan's just done an unreturnable serve for 15 love. But I wouldn't be surprised if that could play a role if the match goes deep into a third. I'd still give Andreescu the edge in a third at the minute, but let's see how this goes.
Yeah, I'm going to dip out of Simona Halep. I'll let you seize control there, Jack. So keep us abreast of all the crazy goings on there, particularly as it's 30 all. It was last I saw on the Halep serve, so you never know, she might get broken again. And let me have a look around the grounds and see if
she did. She just got broken there. Yeah, John.
Oh, did she?
Yeah, double break now, 4-1.
Oh, my
Wow.
goodness me. I didn't see that coming.
Yeah. It did pretty rubbish stuff, to be honest, from Halep. Unforced errors, I think, on each of the points there. Nothing crazy from Sneaker. So it's just going to take a lot for her to get her form back here. It's not looking brilliant.
Nick, what's happening?
It's 40 love for Tan. She's serving off the top. No, first serve into the net. So she got 3 set points to even this match up. Which is not what I thought was going to happen half an hour ago, to be honest. Andreescu returning to the net. She's going for the return, going to the high part of the net. Nothing for it. And it's now 6-3 second set. We're into a decider.
Nice.
I think I'm a little bit ahead of you on that, Nick.
Great. I'm not.
That's fine. So Isabel, if you two want to continue with that match as a pair, I will go back and forth too. I was then about to pass over to Isabel to see where, which court, which match, which country, which state she was in, yeah. So you've had a quick eye on that as well. Have you got any thoughts on which way that match is going to pan out in the third set, Isabel?
I mean, I saw a few points from Andreescu that sort of showed that she was trying to be more aggressive, but given how Harmony just closed it out, like, it's impossible to say, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's like all women's tennis. I don't have any idea.
That's fair enough. Well, enjoy the third set if you wish to stay there. Feel free to go wherever you like on whichever court or whichever match you wish to, but feel free to stay alongside Nick on a Planet Tan Andreescu. So, Jack, wow, what happened? I thought, we were just saying, well, that's Halep now back in the match, boom, 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 and Snigo has taken a double break again.
She doesn't look happy. She's looking at Patrick Murray-Cerundolo, our coach. Certainly doesn't look happy with something. I mean, pretty much again, every shot was just an unforced error. Probably the return games and service games will be about, she'll have as much chance of winning either of them. I don't think it's a matter of Sneaker blasting her off the court or anything. It'll just take finding the court with any of her shots at the moment, because a lot of her shots are going into the net, which maybe makes me think it's her legs that are the problem. Okay. She's struggling to hit up into it. Didn't Simona Halep pull out of a tournament as well recently? I think it was in Cincinnati.
Yeah, she was in Cincinnati.
Yeah, she did. Yeah.
So it seemed like it was precautionary and nothing to worry about, but perhaps that has turned into something. Don't know. Let's not jump to too many conclusions, but I'm sure it'll appear if that was the case. One of the more difficult matches I found to predict was Ben Shelton against Nuno Borges. Borges has taken that first set on the tiebreak. So I did have Ben Shelton going through, purely for your recency bias, of course. And I actually had Ben Shelton, I think, getting to the third round where I had him losing to Medvedev. So that'll be interesting to see how that match pans out. We could be in for the long haul regarding that one. Wawrinka and Mutet are on serve, so at least no more damage to Wawrinka is being incurred right now. Wu has won against Basilashvili, winning 6-love in the third set. If ever there was a Basilashvili third set in a way, that perhaps was it. He's just not been at the races for quite some time, and least of all in that third set. Grenier is now hoping to seal the second set to make it 1-set-all. He's not quite done so yet, but he's very close to doing so. Casper Ruud is 2 sets up on Kyle Edmund, and Berrettini is on the verge of a straight sets victory against Nicolas Jarry. Okay, so really though, the third set between Andreescu and Tan, I think, is going to be a very exciting and very difficult to predict. I get the impression though that both. Go on, Nick.
They're both players are off court. There's nothing happening here now.
Okay, great. Nothing happening is the comment as to what is happening. Nothing is happening. That's fine. I'm fine with that, and I often sort of kind of semi-expect it with the end of that third set. Although I do get the impression that both of you are erring towards Andreescu to win this match finally. Are you thinking that way, Isabel?
Oh, of course.
Of course. Oh, of course. I guess your affiliations, but is that the head and the heart as well?
Yeah, I was really sort of sad when after her US Open run, she kind of just went off the map for a while and hasn't really had a good season since that time. So I've been really disappointed in her game, but I think she's just really like absolutely dominant when she's on, and she can beat anybody on a good day. So I would really be excited to see her sort of step into a dominant phase of her career and win a couple more slams. And I think she could definitely do it if she takes this third set. That would be great for me.
Yeah, but it's looking very different. What happened in that second set, Nick? I mean, what happened to Andreescu, for example?
Well, the unfuzzed errors went through the roof.
Okay.
Not stupidly high, but like double digits. First serve became a lot less effective. Tan, she was. I think the thing is that she wasn't making the most of her opportunities. And Tan was able to settle down and close it out. I think Tan was playing well enough to, in the key moments, close it all out and play clutch. But like when Andreescu is firing, she's the better player, but she's missing way too much, and that's the problem.
Jack, can you take us through the match that you're watching?
Something wild has just happened. There's been 2 set points on Halep's serve, 15-40. The first one was a net cord that Snigger failed to get to, and the second one was a dead net cord.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so 2 net cords in a row and 2 set points.
Okay, unlucky in many respects there, but she's still got a heavy advantage. And does it seem that Halep is struggling to move around?
Honestly, there was one rally there where Halep was great just before she hit a net cord, and sometimes I feel like if she can just hit a bunch of shots in a row, she does tend to get her rhythm back. So I imagine she looked better there, and she's looked better for a few points in a row now as she aces to hold serve.
5-2, yeah,
so
5-2 there. I'll come back to you in a second because, of course, we could have some set points again very quickly or very soon for Snigger there. But yeah, that would be, whatever condition Halep is in, that would be an incredible shot. But long way to go in that match. And if she could get her rhythm back, I would still imagine the Romanian would prevail. Let us know, Isabel, when you've got your third set underway. Just give me an interrupt. I'm not quite sure which match to focus on. This looks like it could be interesting with Mandlik and Zidansek there. Although, yeah, we've got Hamilton and Andreescu that we just spoke about. Oh, I see that they have taken the court once again.
Yeah, they have started, yeah.
Yeah, with Andreescu serving first. I'll probably come over to you towards the end of that first game. So in about 30, 60, or even 90 seconds, or however long games of tennis take. Don't know the answer to that. You just don't know. But I'll come back to you in a minute. I'm just going to try and think about, I could go for Zidansek Mandlik. That would be an interesting one. Women's tennis, I think, as well, because we're obviously going to be only here for another hour or so. The other matches look fairly, I guess, Millman Nava. But no, I think I'm going to go for that match between Mandlik and Zidansek, because I was bigging up Mandlik earlier. So while I tune in for that, are they having a break in the Halep match? Are they on a changeover, or are they on court?
Yeah, no, that was just a changeover there. Halep's just coming back onto court now. Yeah, I've not heard any mention of an injury or anything, so that probably bodes well for the next 2 sets. I was just trying to listen in on the commentary there. I believe it's just bad stuff, basically, from Halep. It does happen quite a lot of the time, actually. I've seen some pretty rusty matches from her. The main thing is to take away as a Halep fan is she tends to play better eventually. There's not been many matches this year where there hasn't at least been some good form from her. So I expect her to find something sooner rather than later.
Sure. Meanwhile, I'm skating around my channels to find this Mandlik match. Isabel, how's that first game panning out for Andreescu?
some of the tennis it's unbelievable already.
Okay.
Harmony Tan just did an excellent shot against Andreescu. I'm sure Nick can tell you a bit more about it.
So Andreescu coming into half volley it really deep, and just Tan had to run in and just puts the swing forehand away right up at the net. Andreescu couldn't do anything about it. Reel all over the court stuff, moving each other around. It's quite entertaining to watch.
Yeah, I'm riveted.
You made the right choice.
How did Maya? Is anyone big on her for this tournament?
Yeah, she's just in a pretty rough part of the draw, to be honest. I would have been pretty confident in her chances, but Andreescu in the second round, I think Garcia in the third round, that's just a bit too much to ask, I think.
Yeah.
With you, Jack.
Skating around my channels. Maybe I'll go for Coco Gauff, actually. So Coco Gauff is just at the beginning of her match. You would think that as long as the injury that she picked up a few weeks ago doesn't rear its head, she seemed very optimistic afterwards. So fingers crossed for her. You would imagine she should have a deep run, the number 12 seed, albeit she's one love down at the beginning of this match. What's the score? Andreescu won that first game, right, Nick?
Yeah, she has lovely unreturnable serve to the Tan backhand, kicked up really high. Tan couldn't do anything about it. So yeah, good start, positive start to that set for Andreescu.
Yeah, right.
Tan not looking very happy out there at points, frustrated with herself.
Okay. And we've got some set points for Snigo against Halep, right?
Yeah, we do. Yeah, 40-15 at this point. Halep is managing to get herself in a lot more of the rallies, but honestly, Snigo's playing amazingly. She's played some great shots, barely missed, and being able to be aggressive the whole time. Wins the first set with a fantastic forehand down the line that Halep can't get back into play. So yeah, first set, Snigo.
Nice one. That really, that's surprising on two levels. It's surprising because obviously you would never expect really for Halep to lose that set at the beginning of the match. But then also once Halep got one of those breaks back, and as I said at the time, the nature of the break really made me fear for the Ukrainian. But incredible, obviously, stuff from her to get it back on track and then break and then ultimately seal that set 6-2.
I'm just going to listen in on what they're saying there, actually. I'll just...
you listen into what they're saying. Isabel, how talk us through the first or the second game here between Harmony Tan and Andreescu.
We're at 15 all right now. My stream is a little laggy, so I've missed a couple of the points. But it seems to me that Bianca is having trouble returning in the last couple of points.
Millman is in big trouble in the fifth set. He's 4-1 down, albeit that he has got a break point. I'm just trying to figure out my mental arithmetic. Is he 2 breaks behind there? I think he is 2 breaks behind, yes. So
no, just the 1 break behind there, John, I think. Is that right?
No, I think if he gets this back... he's on the serve at the moment. So you're absolutely right. Yeah, you're right. So it's 1 break behind. I was looking at the green dot in the wrong place. After 4 hours of streaming, that's hardly a surprise. 4-1 anyway, says 1 break behind. Thanks for that slight correction. Jack, did you manage to hear any of the commentary?
Yeah, they're not talking about any injuries. Halep did walk off court, but there's nothing they can point to justify it, basically. She's just getting outplayed. I don't know what's going on.
There we go.
Andreescu does have a break point here.
Okay, Isabel, talk us through this particular point.
It's 30-40. Okay. Tan's serving. It's her second serve. Backhand return. Forehand down the line. Forehand cross court. Forehand down the line. Didn't look into me. Oh, wow. Ooh. She Harmony had what looked like a smash, I guess, but she managed to hit it on her own side of the court.
Oh no!
So that's a break. Love.
Oh God, Nick, what a painful way to lose your serve.
That is, that's again talk about club shots. Like the way I what's up with this guy? With the backhand, that was just literally she hit it. At her own foot. She hit it at her own feet, pretty much.
Oh my
rather than, didn't even reach the net. Andreescu's 2-love up. Yeah, you are quite way ahead of me, Isabel, I think, because when you said, second, you hadn't even said the first one. So it was my fault for the internet.
No, it's Isabel spoiling. Nick was having a good time by himself, Isabel, there. He was quietly enjoying that match. And then Isabel goes, I'm coming along now.
No, I quite like it this way round, to be honest. This is working for me. So don't worry about it. But yeah.
I don't know which one I prefer. I'm not a fan of either when you're either behind or ahead. When you're ahead, you sort of got to kind of keep it sort of to yourself. You know what, and you sort of watching your partner, if you like, to see how they get on and how they react. But then when you're behind, you want to be ahead. I don't know if that makes any sense.
That makes sense. I mean, as soon as I gave away the ghost with that double fault earlier, John, you're
oh wow,
you pretty much read my facial expression.
Yeah, right, with the Tony Paul match. Yeah. So Coco Gauff there with the smash. It's going with serve at the moment. It's 1-1 in her match. Anybody have Coco Gauff getting to their final? No. Basically,
I think I have her getting to the semis.
I think I've got her in the final.
I had her to get beat by Halep actually, but no, I'm not so sure.
I think I've got the same French. I forgot the same as the French Open final with Swiatek winning and obviously with the same result as Paris, albeit probably closer on a hard court. Should that happen? Anyway, that's going with serve. The Mandlik match that I threatened to dip into looks like it could well be going to a tie break. So maybe I should find that somewhere on my TV. Nick, is Harmony Tan gonna live to regret that seemingly embarrassing smash?
Probably. I mean, she's loved down on Andreescu's service game, so I'm expecting. Well, let's see if Andreescu closes this game out. But I think if she does, she should.
She does.
That's it. But yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all. I think. I don't know. I mean, okay, it's not a great thing to see on a replay, but I think it's the way she lost the point rather than losing the point. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, makes perfect sense.
I think Andreescu's back in the game now, and I don't think Tan's got anything to deal with her now. When Andreescu's on, that's it really. I think nothing Tan can do, and that's not a bad reflection on her either.
Sure. But it seems to have been a very streaky match in that obviously Andreescu wins the first set 6-love, and I think Tan raced into a significant lead. I think she had a double break, didn't she, Tan, in that second set?
Yeah, it was 4-love at one point.
And now there seems to be a run. And you did suggest that the way Andreescu came back, albeit it wasn't enough in that second set, that bode well for her in that third set. For
sure, she had the momentum. She was the overall better player. I mean, if you take the 4-love thing out, she won 3 of the next 5 games, and now she's at the moment in control of the third. I say at the moment because we know what happens in tennis.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would say that's her form when she's on is positive. But I would say if she continues to have these blips during matches, that could get more problematic the better opponents she faces. I don't know if you agree with that, Isabel.
I do. Yeah, definitely.
I have no idea.
Are you still watching the Halep match?
No, I've left. I'm now on Mandlik Zidansek. Are they back on court in the Halep match?
Yeah, probably rally of the match, if not the best rally I've seen all day. 38 all there. Halep manages to win the point. If there was a turning point, that's it, because she just came out the other side of a 23 shot rally. Sneaker playing amazing tennis, but Halep managing to find a way through. Yeah, it looks like she's playing much better now. She just played a fantastic backhand down the line. She'll raise her level. I mean, I've no doubt of that, but whether it'll be enough, because Sneaker looks like she's playing incredibly good tennis. 5 unforced errors in that first set, they were saying, which is very few. So it'll be tough.
So we're really at the deep business end here of Mandlik against Zidansek, and Zidansek now has brought up 3 set points, 6-5. She's leading, and love 40 on the Mandlik serve. But I have detected our first annoying shadow of the day that goes across just over just past the net as I look at it from the camera's side. I don't know if it annoys the players, but it certainly annoys me as a viewer. No idea what court number this is, but anyway, yeah, that's kind of annoying. We're not quite at Madrid levels where that stadium somehow manages to cast a shadow quite annoyingly across the court. But this one sort of just seems to be in the middle of the court. I don't even know how or where it's coming from, unless it's a stain on my TV.
I think Haller's got a worse shadow, to be honest. I don't know if you've ever watched a Haller match, but that's
Haller's the worst. It's diabolical. So you can see all the, I don't know what it is, like the scaffolding or whatever it is at the top of the building. It's terrible.
Okay. Zidancic has won the first set 7-5. But yeah, it's not coming from the umpire's chair, surely. No. I don't know where it's coming from, but it's somehow projecting itself almost mid-court, just sort of one side of the net. Anyway, Zidancic will be very happy with it. Yeah, she won't give a flying proverbial. She's won 7-5 in that first set against the wild card.
That's a great win for set for Zidancic, I guess. I don't think she's had any big results this year. It's been a pretty patchy year for her, so I imagine against somebody like Mandlik, she'll be, because she's a great player. Actually, she's already had some amazing wins. That'll be a fantastic feeling for her.
Yeah, I think I first, only because of my interest in Novotna, I had heard that Mandlikova had a daughter who she was coaching and stuff. I think I heard it a couple of years ago, but I'd completely forgotten about it until a few weeks ago. She must have had a significant win recently for her to re-emerge on my radar.
Yeah, I'm just going to look it up now because I can't remember who it was. But
yeah, she just appeared on my radar in the last few weeks. And it was like, oh, okay. Because of course the thing that sort of throws you is the fact that she doesn't have exactly the same name as her mother. In that it's not Mandlikova. She decided to chop that in half.
The other thing she did as well, she served for the match against Badosa, of course, in San Jose, but couldn't quite close it. But basically played good enough tennis to hang with the number 4 in the world. Also beat Jill Teichmann to qualify for San Jose, and beat Risk in the first round as well. So
yeah. So there we go. That explains why she's been on my radar. And if as much for anything else, that unfortunate defeat to Badosa. Badosa is somebody who's very much under the radar in that nobody's really talking about her as a potential US Open channel. Am I in the predictions that you've been? Go on.
I was just gonna say I don't rate her for this tournament. I've got to say, John, these aren't conditions that should suit her game at all. I could see her getting rushed off court, maybe as early as the second round. I'd have to look at her drop orplet to tell you, but no, I don't fancy her chances. Definitely.
Isn't it funny how the WTA finals last year in Guadalajara with I remember, I think Badosa was in the semis. I think Sakkari was in the semis, or maybe even the final. Who did
she was in the semis?
Yeah, who did Muguruza beat in the final?
Kontaveit,
okay. So, but the 8 players in that tournament, and particularly the 3 of the 4 that I just highlighted, have had horrible 2022s to varying degrees. I mean, Muguruza, blooming hell.
Yeah, oh my God, Muguruza's she's against Towson, actually, incidentally, the person I picked for the tournament and on your last video with me, John. But I don't fancy her to even get through that. Muguruza's year has been dire. Must have picked up a handful of wins basically since the start of the year, right?
Yeah. Are you sticking with Towson, by the way?
No, I've changed. I've jumped ship since then, John. But I am still going. Well, I think I had Halep actually as well, the same as Isabel and Nick. Oh. But my sort of big dark horse pick was that Qinwen Zheng would make the final against Halep, and that would be who should beat.
Yeah, I mean that is. I mean, she's seeded, okay, so it's not the darkest of dark horses, but she is seeded 31, and I've got Shelby Rogers, I think, going far. I don't know if I've got her in the quarters or the semis, but somewhere far.
I was actually talking to someone on Twitter yesterday whose title pick. They're not Popcorn affiliated, but like someone who has picked Ludmila Samsonova to win the title. Okay. And it's not a bad plan.
I was saying Nick, actually, because I had Samsonova in the semi-finals and I had Halep in the semi-finals against her. It's kind of difficult to pick Halep to win that match, even though I'm not brave enough to pick Samsonova to win that match. But really, Samsonova's got the power to not blow Halep off the court, a la Rybakina in Wimbledon, of course. who totally
Yeah, I had
outplayed
that
Halep.
situation in picking my bracket, but I had Samsonov reaching the quarters and then losing to Kasatkina, who, yes, should get overpowered by Samsonova, but part of me is like, I don't want to bet against someone as consistent as Kasatkina.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. But yeah, Samsonov has got the power to beat pretty much anybody who doesn't play a power game themselves at the moment. So it's tough not to back her.
Isabel, Bianca Andreescu is now, I think it's 4-1 up. Am I right in that?
Yeah,
third set?
It's 4-1. Tan is serving. It's 30 love at the moment.
Any doubts about Andreescu winning this match?
Not really, but touch wood. I hope that she doesn't lose it. She looks really on, honestly. So I think it should be easy the next few games for her.
I can
Jack,
give you an update on.
Please.
Yeah, I was just going to say Halep is there's a difference between getting the ball in 20 times and getting the ball in 20 times with some sort of aggression, basically. And Halep's kind of raised her game to the point where she's not just rolling the ball in now or missing it. She's playing one or two amazing shots per rally. She's playing great now. I kind of am quite surprised at how much she's raised her level, actually. I think she's maybe she's respecting her opponent now and realising she's playing great tennis as well. That she's been playing fantastically. Actually, it's definitely worth tuning into for anybody at home who's not got her on.
Cool. Yeah, I left that one, and I'm obviously on Mandlik Zidansek. Nothing rock and roll happening here. Zidansek is pretty much in charge of the match, albeit they're still on serve at the beginning of this second set. Nick, do you feel the same as Isabel regarding Andreescu? Sort of, it seems inevitable right now.
I'm not as confident, but I do feel like she has the edge. I mean, the way she's just put away that forehand that Isabel's already seen, that was still impressive. I think she's very much still going to win this match. But the way Tan's been holding her service games, or Tan's last couple of service games, have actually been pretty impressive. Like she's solidified. She's taking control off the serve, serving a lot better. So. I don't think Tan's going to make it easy for Andreescu to close it out, but I think Andreescu will still close it. Having said that, Tan just bloomed a forehand wide, so I need to stop talking.
Yeah, Zidansek now has got 15:30 here, so she may well get an early break, which would not be great news for Mandlik for sure. I have just written a private message to both of you, Nick and Isabel, in the private chat, but I can quite happily. You're more than welcome to stay as long as you want, but of course, perhaps you might think, well, that would be a good time to jump off at the end of this Bianca Tan match. Although, of course, who knows? That could last anywhere between 5 minutes and 30 as yet. Obviously, 4-1 there in the third set. But you're obviously welcome to stay as long as you want. Well, at least for another 45 minutes or so, because that's how long I've got, maybe a bit longer.
Sorry.
Go on, Jack.
I was just going to say, I can tell you, I'm pretty certain that Andy Murray's next opponent is going to be Emilio Nava. He is now a double breakup in the fifth set, serving for the match at 5-1.
Okay, I mistakenly said that he was a double breakdown, John Millman, but maybe I was looking into the future, Jack. I don't know. Anyway, lucky me. So it looks like John Millman's going out. Andy Millman, I think it's a character in Extras. John Millman, who's nothing to do with that character in Extras. No relation, as far as I'm aware. Looks like, unfortunately for the Australian, he's going to be heading out. Isabel, Nick, you're more than welcome to stay as long as you want, but it's been 4 hours now, so I'm aware of that, and you may well feel as though it's a good time to depart.
Yeah, Bianca did just manage to break Tan in that service game, and it is now 5-1. She is serving for the match.
5-1, so she's serving for the match. So you would think that has got just a couple of minutes left. Nick, what was that break of serve like?
I mean, look, I was praising Tan as she went off the boil and started making ridiculous errors, like starting ballooning stuff out of court. So I need to stop saying stuff out loud, I think. Andreescu's now serving pretty positively. I think, Tan's putting up a fight, and that's good of her. She's not giving up on this, but I think this Andreescu victory is fairly inevitable now. So I'll probably go over to Halep when this is done.
Yeah, I was thinking something similar, and I have no problem with us concluding the show with all of us pretty much watching that match, because I think that could be well it's at. I have just switched over to Edmund against Ruud. Ruud is a break up, and so he's very much on course. Oh, there's a shadow in this one too. Maybe all of these outside courts seem to have this sort of some kind of, maybe it's a floodlight, albeit of course the floodlight's not on yet. I think it does kind of look, Hedman's just put a horrible shot there into the net. It was a drive volley that he dumped into the net. So Ruud will serve for the match. Maybe it's distracting more for me than it is the players, perhaps. That could be the case. But anyway, there's some of these outside courts seem to have, I think it's a floodlight looking thing that seems to cast its shadow over the court. But really, I guess because it's the middle of the court, it probably doesn't really make much of a difference apart from when the service ball is coming crashing down the middle. What's this one in Halle, Nick, you were talking about? Why is that so disruptive?
Oh, it feels like the entire side of the stadium just goes across. And the thing is, though, it's one of those ones where, like, it's so much in shadow you can hardly see the ball. And as well as that, I think it just puts it in an awkward place in the court, so it's like completely gone. It's just in the worst possible places.
Got it.
Bianca does have a second match point here. Sorry.
Good. Isabel, talk us through this match point, as it may well be enough.
It's she just it's already happening. It's so hard to catch up. They're both at the net. And she had a forehand cross court, and Harmony tried to drop shot it, but it went right into the net. And it's over. Just
done.
Like that.
Bianca's through 6-1. Sometimes we do get matches like that when one person dominates, then another person dominates, and then finally it swings back. And Bianca is through. On the way to US Open glory, Isabel. Of course, we all know that Bianca's set to win the US Open title this year. But seriously, Nick, does that bode well for her? I mean, sort of some unusual moments for Bianca there.
Yeah, I would say overall it's positive that she's going to have a deep run. I mean, don't forget, she's only ever played 2 US Opens in her career, and she won the first attempt, and she got the 4th round of the second. So she clearly loves it in New York. I think it still bodes well. I think she'll be a massive headache for whoever she plays next. I can't quite remember her draw, but I think it's going 3rd or 4th round.
Is that Andreescu, sorry?
Yeah, Andreescu.
Yeah, it's Haddad Maya in the second round.
Well, yeah, should be. If Haddad Maya's about to win her first set 6-love, it's probably going to be Haddad Maya. But I would probably back Andreescu to win that.
It's tough to call that one. It's very difficult to call. I think it'll be.
So you gone for Andreescu, Nick, to win that?
In that match, yeah. I look, it is a coin flip, but I am 65-35 Andreescu for that one. I think Andreescu will be at home, a lot more confident. I think Haddad Maya, although she's in really good form, would probably she's due a dip, and I think Andreescu probably is going to fight her way through that one, as she does through every match.
I guess Jack and I think differently.
Yeah, I'm feeling Haddad Maya by a whisker. I would say it's going to be really close though. I'll just inform you, Halep's up 5-love in the second set. Yeah, complete turnaround. She's been playing fantastically well, actually. Seriously good tennis. I'm feeling more confident about her US Open chances now, and a golf 4th round, of course. Sneaker's got a very weird forehand technique. I think that's where she's directing most of the traffic, Halep. It just seems like a kind of shot that she can break down. I don't know if she's changed her tactics. The main thing that stands out is that basically every shot she hits is within a few inches of the baseline, basically. It's great stuff.
Yeah, so that's obviously had a big turnaround. Thanks for the picture you just sent me. I've actually just posted it as well on Twitter, but I've cited you. So yeah, I can see what you mean with Halle. I don't know how that skipped me by. That's not the main stadium, is it? That picture?
That is the main stadium. Yeah.
Is it? Oh yeah. My goodness.
I know.
Yeah. Oh well. Anyway, it only appears once a year. Although, like I said, there's other. Yeah. No, this one in New York is nowhere near as bad. I mean, maybe I'm getting carried away. It just struck me in a way, and it seems to be appearing on other courts too. And I'm pretty sure it's a floodlight. But yeah, this one in Halle obviously gets the gold medal for that. Yeah. It's actually funny. It's actually
It's,
funny.
it's honestly unwatchable sometimes because they struggle to get the balance right on the colour. So I mean, there's times where you just can't even see the ball. It's pretty bad.
Yeah. I guess maybe I'm a bit more focused on Queens, and I think actually, and Casper's got a match point. I think maybe some players may even switch to Queens this year, just because I've noticed that the Haller winner has always done pretty badly at Wimbledon, or certainly has for the last 10 or so years. I think
That's
maybe
true. Yeah.
even the years I think Federer may well have won it. I think as in one Haller, he hasn't gone on to win Wimbledon. Also, there's some kind of stat about Haller's winners over the last 10 years or so. So maybe that's good news for Queens. Good news for Casper Ruud. He's through 6-3, 7-5, 6-2 against Brit Kyle Edmund. So Jack, it seems like Halep is on course for a comfortable set there for her. You're on that match as well now, Nick, right?
That's 6.
Yeah, I'm on that. Just to update Isabel, in case you haven't seen it, like Wawrinka is pushing Mute. Like he was 2 points away from the set earlier.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Didn't expect that.
He's Mute's serving to make it 5-5 second set.
And Coco Gauff is a breakup in the first as well. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, anyway, you guys can all, if you wish, focus on the Halep match, although perhaps the level of excitement in that one might not be as much as we were anticipating when she lost the first set, given that she's just won 6-love there. I mean, I'm a bit worried, actually, just not having seen any of that second set, but knowing how these things go is that, I mean, winning that second set 6-love is a pretty strong mark, I would suggest, for the Romanian.
I'm just going to find out how many points she actually dropped there because, there we go, 24 points to 6. That's an emphatic 6-love set. A lot of the time you can still maybe get into double digits in the point count in a set, but so that's no juices. It's pretty one-sided.
That's dangerously close to a golden set there.
Say again, Nick?
Dangerously close to a golden set there.
Yeah, the detail on the 6 points away.
Yeah, as you were saying, Wawrinka very much in that second set 5-all. I'm just sorry to rain on the parade regarding Wawrinka. I don't know if I fancy him to win over 5 sets, for example. Should it go that way?
Yeah, I feel like he's probably got enough for a set, right? And then we'll kind of fade away as he has done in a few matches recently. I would tend to agree with you, John.
Yeah, of course, though, he's got a reason. I mean, you can't get much kinder than a lucky loser, just without seeing how the qualifiers went with Mutet. But anyway, that's a long way from being over, so let's not get too down on Stan the Man's chances.
Just an update, sorry, unless you did mention it, I can't remember now. I don't think you did. Van Rijthoven did win that match, so the 7 match points, the 2-set comeback. Pretty brutal stuff for Zayn.
That is brutal, yeah. But once he won that set and he was an early break up, you did sort of think about that. And I just have a quick look at some of these second round matches. So Van Rijthoven will now play Casper Ruud. Both those matches finishes at similar time. Tommy Paul will play fellow American Korda. You'd think Ruud, and that Korda Paul one is a really difficult one to call.
Yeah, go on, Nick, sorry.
I'd give Paul the edge on that one, but it's going to be close.
Yeah.
There's not really much to separate them. I would say if Korda's playing well, I would give Paul the edge as well, Nick, just given his form and given he's probably a bit better on a fast court, given he can get forward as well. It should be close to Korda. If Korda can play as well as I know he can, we've seen him play amazing stuff. That Nadal match in particular, John, that you mentioned earlier, despite losing it, he was great in that match. It just seems like he can't deliver it every match. He's not really had a crazy run at a big tournament yet. So whether this will be the tournament where that happens, it's kind of difficult to say.
Yeah. Let me just update the ticker with some of these confirmed results. So Nava did beat Millman as well. So Van Rijthoven and Nava go through to the next round. Joining Fokina or Davidovich Fokina, Medvedev, Murray, and Tommy Paul. For those of you that are just tuning in, Andy Murray going through in straight sets to Jack and Nick's delight. Anyway, so has the third set got underway now, Nick, with Simona Halep?
Yeah, it's currently 15-30 on the Halep serve. Halep's had a couple of just slightly off serves at points. We're into
double fault there as well. That's great.
1540.
Yeah,
Out.
1540 now.
Backhand error. Are we at the same rate, Jack?
Yeah, I'm just at 1540 now with Halep about to serve.
Same.
Yeah. Halep is now
we're-
serving.
Yeah,
and she's just netted a backhand. So just keep in mind, obviously, Sneaker winning 6 points in that last set, has just won 4 points in that one service game. Momentum in women's tennis can sometimes be insanely difficult to keep up with.
Yeah, that was a really rough game from Halep, to be honest. Like, the level just dropped that game.
Yeah, I'm kind of not surprised it happened, to be honest. You can quite easily get lulled into a false sense of security winning a set like that and feeling like you can kind of roll your service games after that, when really you should be keeping your foot on the gas the whole time. It's quite difficult to keep that intensity up when you've kind of been lacking it for maybe the last few games of a 6-love set, if that makes sense. So I don't really blame her if she can kind of get back to that level and sort of the respect that she gave Sneaker earlier in that second set. If she can get back to that, then she should be okay.
Yeah.
Let's see if I can get the spelling of Van Rijthoven correct. I think it's R-I-J. I can just about see it there. H-O-V-E-N. Yeah.
Just match where the players are warming up. I'll probably switch over to when the stream's over and when this Halep match is done. Pablo Carreño Buster against Dominic Thiem on court 17.
Of course, yeah, of course. Some match.
Yeah, I'll have that on too, albeit that by then I think that's just warming up, are they, Nick?
Yeah.
No, I'll probably dip into that for sure as we bring this stream to a close. So Maria Sakkari's through, Kalinskaya, Garcia, Risk, Kudermetova, Serrano on the women's side. I don't know if I'm missing anyone. I probably am. Davidovich Fokina is through in straight sets against Nishioka. Some people may be surprised with that. Daniil Medvedev through in straight sets. I don't think anyone will be surprised about that. Andy Murray is through in straight sets, as is Tommy Paul, which was anything but straight sets, winning in 5 sets. And he joins Nava, Ruud, and Van Rijthoven in the next round. Wolf, JJ Wolf, and probably the shock of the day, beating RBA in straight sets to send the Spaniard packing. I'm sure I'm missing a few players, but at least I've got the lion's share of them.
Jack, what do you make of Sneaker's I don't know how to pronounce it. Sneaker's forehand?
Yeah.
Like, it's a really interesting technique on it.
It's so bizarre. If I was coaching that, I would say it's not going to work, because she basically hits a completely open stance. I can imagine there's probably not a ton of spin on it. She must just plays it really well. It's a really weird shot that I could see being the weaker side probably of her. I have no idea how she makes it work, to be honest, Nick. I really don't know. She must just have impeccable hand-eye coordination and feel on the ball.
Yeah, I can imagine it gives her some good range, but yeah, the sort of really, there it is again, like really odd. I don't think you can do a lot with it.
That's what I would have thought as well. Yeah, I imagine she'll have to build points pretty over the course of quite a lot of shots to make any impact, because it doesn't do loads. It's a very strange shot.
Tabilo is through as well. I don't know if I mentioned him earlier.
That's Halep, just at 30 all now at the moment, by the way. I don't think getting this break is crucial necessarily, but I could see Halep spiraling potentially and having to come through a really tight service game that could go either way. I feel like, well, there you go. She's got herself a break point, actually. She'll want to put her foot back in the gas as soon as possible, because she just went mental a second ago at Patrick Muratoglu. Obviously something not going right for her. So yeah, she'll want to get back on the horse as soon as possible.
Yeah, I think I might even just dip into that as well, because there's not huge amounts. I think Coco Gauff is looking reasonably comfortable. Ruud is already through, as I mentioned. So I think I might just do the closing stages of this match too.
That's fair. Oh, that was a good backhand volley to save break point.
Yeah, great shot. Yeah, you're right, Nick. That was how you. I was going to say that was her using her forehand there as well, Nick, actually. And I mean, it must have taken about 3 forehands before she could actually come into the net, right?
Yeah. It's just she really has to build off it and just sort of it doesn't look like you can easily generate pace off.
Not at all. Not at all. Such a weird shot.
I wonder. You wonder with tennis players like how they come up with like the slightly funkier shots of like they've been coached in a certain way. Like Daniel Medvedev is the ultimate example of a style that shouldn't work and yet it does.
Yeah, I was going to say as somebody who does a bit of coaching, of course, we are kind of taught to teach people just to do what they want in the forehand because there isn't a perfect forehand technique. It doesn't exist necessarily, and whatever feels most comfortable for the player, don't try and coax it out of them, basically. So as I say, it's not something I typically coach, but if it works for Sneaker, if that's what she feels off the racket better than any other technique on the forehand, then have at it. Go for it, basically. As she moves to love up, by the way, she's just held serve, having saved that break point emphatically with the volley. Yes, I still haven't worried for Halep at this point, but yeah, obviously this is probably a pretty important service game for her.
And that was a big hold there for the Ukrainian. I mean, having lost 6-love, she then manages to get a break at the beginning, and she's facing a break point, I think you said, right?
Yeah, she was, and a really, really good volley to save it.
Yeah. Well, hats off to her for that. So, yeah, Simona there looking a little flustered, I would suggest. But of course, it's very hot over there in New York. I must say, maybe it's because I've got a bit of a soft spot for some of the Ukrainians right now. I wouldn't mind seeing an upset. And I haven't got Halep in, to predict her to win. So if I had Halep predicted to win, I think I'd feel very differently.
I missed that, by the way. That's Fucsovic threw against Cressy on a retirement.
Oh, and Cressy was in charge, wasn't he?
Yeah, I think he served for that second set, actually. So obviously he must have got broken in the second set. Fucsovic broke again to get the second set. And yeah, that was that.
Oh boy, Cressy going out, that'll blow a few people's brackets too. That's very unfortunate if he did. If he was, I think he seemed to be in charge of the match. I mean, as you said, I think, did you say he was serving for the second set?
Yeah, I think he was. I think I remember him at 5-4. So I'm pretty sure he was broken twice to hand over the set to Fucsovic. And then, he retired at 5-1 down in the third set. I have no idea what happened.
Oh dear. And that's really unfortunate because obviously he was really clearly in charge, and then things obviously started to ebb away from him, but almost certainly because of whatever injury he seemed to pick up. So anyway, fortunate Fucsovic, he's through to the next round, courtesy of a walkover. He won that second set, as you mentioned, 7-5 and was 5-1 up there. But yeah, that's very unfortunate for Cressy because I think most people had Cressy maybe not going far, but they certainly had him doing okay at this tournament, put it that way.
Yeah, the one thing I would say is he was scheduled for a third round with Tsitsipas, and a lot of people made him an opponent that would have given Tsitsipas a lot of trouble. Obviously, his return maybe not as good as others, and if you can rush it like Cressy can, then it could have been a problem. That'll be music to Tsitsipas's ears, I imagine, if he does care to look forward in the draw, because he would fancy his chances against somebody like Fucsovic more than Cressy. So. Yeah,
I think most people would, but quite possibly for the reasons you highlighted. And I've managed to update as well across the bottom of the screen. I've put Fucsovic in there, who's now gone through. I have no idea who he's playing in the second round, but maybe I'll be able to address that in a second. So Halep is, I've got on my screen, is now 40-15 up on this particular game. So it is looking like she's going to hold serve here. Do you still have Halep to win this, Nick?
Win the match?
Yep.
No, I don't.
Ooh.
I'm not saying that means I have Sneaker to win it. I just mean that right now,
Nick, there's only two people that play in a singles tennis match.
I can't call a winner. There's this gut instinct stirring in me that I might be watching an upset. So I really don't know. I think it's really going to depend on how Sneaker handles this, because I don't think Halep's going to get broken the rest of this match. Mm-hmm. So it's really going to depend on how the Ukrainian manages this going forward. And yeah, I think I am not willing to say Simona Halep is definitely coming back. Not at all.
I think just getting a feeling from Jack's expression is that he and I certainly think that I still make Halep favourite for this, probably around about 65-35.
I've got it 50-50.
And Jack?
Yeah, I'd probably say about the same. More than that, actually, I'm quite confident in Halep. I would say about 70-30, probably. Halep's, she'll never break down.
Yeah, right. She's still won 7 of the last 9, I think, if I'm doing my maths correctly. So yeah, I mean, so I still think that she's my slight favourite, and I think you and I, Jack, as well, disagree with Nick regarding Haddad Maia against Andreescu in the next round.
Yeah, I'd give Haddad Maia an edge, but I understand why Nick's going for Andreescu.
Yeah, it's not in the bag, but I don't know.
It'll be really close, definitely.
It's 55-45 for me.
Fair enough. What makes you think, therefore, that you think Andreescu just about edged that one, Nick?
I think Andreescu, when she's on, I think her power is unplayable by pretty much anyone. And I think there's evidence that she's on. And I also think that if it gets into a scrap, generally when it's a scrap, she wins. So I would say the only way that I would be like, there's also the possibility that Andreescu goes in completely off the boil, like she was for a lot of the second set against Tan, and then that's it. That Haddad Maia has the edge 100%. But I'm not. I think in terms of peak level and what can be produced in sort of clutch moments, I'm going with Andreescu.
One result that we haven't mentioned, quite easy to go under the radar. Rinderknech did end up going through. I was kind of surprised that he dropped the first set in a way. So he beat Halles there, and I think, not sure who he's playing in the next round. I should have to give that some thought. Maybe it's Davidovich-Fokina, I'm not sure.
I think it's Medvedev, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, is it? Okay, so right. Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, I think I remember thinking, oh, yeah, that's an interesting second round for Medvedev. So Rinderknech, Medvedev in the second round. I'll touch on Shelton against Borges in a minute. Jack, Snigger is 30 love up.
Yeah, to be fair, great shots from Snigger. There's not really much, certainly in that first point, that Halep could have done. It's just a matter of, can she keep peaking, I guess. I would imagine if Halep forced her to play a higher level, you would probably fancy the chances of Halep eventually. We'll see how long she can keep it up for.
Yeah, right. But at least it's become competitive in this. I thought that had gone out there from Halep, but clearly not. At least it's become very competitive in this third set, which was a slight concern of mine, but that's an excellent back.
Yes. Oh my goodness.
Are we now? It's 30-15 where you are, right?
Yeah, I think we're all in sync.
For some reason, we're in sync because that was, you reacted to that backhand exactly at the point I saw it. So I don't know whether you guys have had a slight blip, and but anyway, maybe me switching between channels has sped me up somehow. That's nice. So it's 30-15. I'll take us through this point. We're on forehand to forehand there, and I think Snigger's gone long there, so it's 30 all.
Just noticing Snigger's first serve is kind of terrible. I'm not going to totally slate it, but if she's rolling them in at about 80 miles an hour, that's far under par. Pretty much all of the top 100.
Yeah, that's not impressive at all. I have clocked that.
Yeah, Halep did just net that one though, to be fair, and it's 40-30 now.
Expect a good returner like Halep to be completely nailing these every single time.
I know, yeah, or at least kind of channeling what Murray, as I was saying earlier, at least getting the returns back into play. You don't have to go too aggressive the whole time. It's uncharacteristic for her to be missing returns like that, definitely. So it kind of does show you something's off with her game today.
Game point now for Snigger there. So she's on the forehand. She's going to the backhand of Halep, which has obviously been pretty meaty at times. Forehand to forehand as they go cross court at the moment. Now on the backhand, it's gone very good deep shot there from Halep, but it's still pretty much 50-50, I'd say, this point. On the backhand now to the backhand in exchange, but Halep pushing her around a bit now. But then she goes wide in the tram line. It's 3-1. It's 3-1. Jack, what's your thoughts? You've got some negative energy coming out there, I believe.
Yeah, I'm feeling a little bit nervous for her. I'm still gonna say it out loud. Halep will win this match.
Of course, we know when Halep wins, Mouratoglou wins and Halep loses, because that's the narrative that the coach loves. I notice you guys go quiet a little bit when I push this agenda, perhaps you could say. But you know where I'm coming from, and don't worry, I understand where you keep your powder dry. So you're a bit concerned anyway about Halep now.
I'm certainly not. Maybe Nick.
Well, I was a game ago, and you were all saying "don't be ridiculous." So you tell me. You tell me. I'm still as concerned as I was before. I mean, I tend to read tennis matches much more on intuition compared to a lot of other people, but I'm getting kind of. Do you know what I'm getting? I'm getting kind of vibes to Russell Nadal Wimbledon 2012.
Okay.
But without the power game that Russell had. Because that was a very kind of
just gone wide with a backhand there as well.
Spraying a wee bit, yeah.
Love 30 now. She's sort of talking to herself, and she has had in the last sort of 5 minutes a few little chats to herself, and she does seem to be bearing the strain. What's that? Unforced errors there. Is
identical when it's done for errors? Yeah. That's cool.
Yeah, that
9 to 22. Cool, yeah.
9 to 22, and that's for the match as a whole for both players there. But the crucial score is on the scoreboard, and she's 3-1 down and potentially going 4-1 down in this set. But let's not get carried away. Forehand to forehand as they go across court there, switching it up there nicely there, Sniggle. And she's gone long, Halep, but it's love 40. So, Jack, time to give us the stat at love 40.
Yeah, I actually don't know what it is for the women. Sorry, John.
To be fair, I'm applying it to both. But whatever, the stat there. Listen, she goes a double break up here. I mean, this will be insane. Let's stick with this. She gets a first serve in there, Halep, as they go forehand to forehand cross court. Nicely there, but when she's hit it into the net, Snigger. That was a chance. Not a big chance, but a chance.
I would say, John, obviously 20% for the men. It'll be less for the women given the serve isn't as much of a factor. So there's actually less than a 20% chance that Halep recovers from this position. However, 15-40 now. That first one was a great forehand out wide just to force the error.
Or a bigger than 20% chance to recover, no?
I can't figure it out in my head now.
Anyway, she's in trouble. She's in trouble. Yeah, she's in trouble.
She's in trouble is the long and short of it, exactly.
Yeah, absolutely. As they go backhand, that's a hard backhand there. It doesn't win. Great defense there from Snigger. Ooh. Forehand to forehand now. At one point, I thought Halep had got the point, but Snigger, excellent defense as they go forehand cross courts. Halep changing up.
Oh my goodness!
She's gone wide. Wide.
No, she made that.
That was in. That was
she made it.
Yeah, she looked like she made it. Yeah, she did. She did.
I actually. Sorry, Isabel. I'll come to you in a second. I went for the reaction. I focused. My eyes told me it was in. Okay, but I looked at Halep's reaction.
Yeah, the sinking of Halep.
An exhaustive reaction, but she's got the point, and I guess that was relief as she sort of crouches down there. Isabel, what are you making of this match? I know you've been dipping out, and you had hopefully had a nice dinner. What are you making of this?
I've got it with me here because I could hear your commentary from the kitchen, so I had to come in and watch.
Nice.
I mean, just coming in late to this match, I don't have too much to say about it. But just watching, I don't know anything about this Ukrainian player, but she's moving incredibly well. She looks like she has incredible coverage of the court.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's fair. I mean, she's just done well there as well. So it's 30-40. Is she going to be able to put this backhand away? No. Halep goes into the net. So she's. Am I right? She's broken.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's broken.
Yep.
It's just, again, I'm looking at Snigger's reaction, and she sort of shook her head. I think maybe she was semi-disappointed she didn't manage to hit a clean winner, perhaps, with that backhand. She's 4-1 up. Jack is having a little dip out. Isabel, we are looking at potentially looking at the biggest shock of the day, and it'll be very difficult to top this if Snigger does go on to win.
Yeah, I don't really know what to say. I mean, Halep is one of those players where she can switch like this, kind of out of nowhere. She gets so beaten down mentally sometimes that she just can't kind of come out of that hole. I've seen that from her so many times in matches. She can have a set like she did, at 6-love, and then have this happen. But the way that she's panting right now, sitting there, it honestly looks like she's just being outrun.
Yeah. And I was just about to highlight the same thing. And the way she's breathing there and looking at her opponent, how calm and cool she seems, at least on the outside and physically. Maybe Halep is struggling slightly with the climate, with the temperatures there. Don't know. Nick, what are your thoughts?
I mean, you don't normally expect Halep to struggle physically like that. She's known for being one of the most physical players on tour. Could be something to do with climate. We have pointed out a couple of times today. I was going to say, like, as well as saying, Sneaker's movement, which good spot, Isabel. I hadn't thought of that. But thinking back on it, you're spot on with that. And her backhand as well. Like, although Jack and I were talking about her forehand earlier being a bit weird, it works. It's functional, and like the backhand's such a solid shot, and I think she's using it to force errors from Halep. So yeah, she's just handling the situation really well mentally so far. Let's see if she can close it out.
This is the moment really for mental strength.
And I actually thinking mentally, I don't think Halep is handling the situation mentally that well, and it could be to do with physical tiredness. Those of us who play tennis, if we're physically tired, we struggle a bit more to stay in it. But yeah, I'm wondering whether that's a factor as well, as that sometimes Halep's mentality can go away, despite the fact her game is such built on consistency. If that goes, then the rest of it all goes.
Yeah,
I think this is the game. This is the big one. I think if Sneaker can go 5-1 ahead, that would be not quite game set match, of course, but I think this is huge because it's 15-all here, and I think if Snigger was to get broken here, then some more doubts would be planted. Maybe you're a few seconds ahead of me. I don't know.
Sorry, I'll try.
Don't worry. Forehand to forehand. I'm talking us through the point here, and yeah, I guess I can see what you were reacting to was Halep going wide in the tram line there.
That backhand is really misfiring now, which is not good for Halep because again, her game relies on that backhand being a solid, dependable shot that can give us the odd winner.
Yeah, definitely. I don't know why Jack dipped out there. So did I take you out, Jack?
No, I lost connection.
Oh, okay, no worries, that's fine. I just saw you hovering then. I was thinking to myself, did I remove Jack from the stream because I fancied it? No, I'm glad I didn't. So it's 30-all. Is down the tee there as we go. Nice backhand shot there but it doesn't turn out to be a winner because Halep gets it back. Halep goes long though, and she's brought up game point Snigger now, so it's 40-30. I don't know where Nick and Jack are in terms of their stream. I believe Isabel is slightly ahead, but I don't know where. Jack, are you about the same point as me as I was talking us through that point?
Yeah, I'm there. Yeah, I'm just watching the 40-30 point player at the moment. Halep's just played an amazing.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness.
That was crazy.
That was dramatic.
I just kind of got lost for words there. There was a net cord that Halep had to do a reaction volley to sort of thing. So I did manage to get it back into play actually. It was great. And then Snigger had a look at the pass and she missed it. Well, by a wee bit, but she missed it and maybe she should have made it. That was crazy dramatic stuff. If she goes on to lose this game, etc., that would be a crazy miss. Double faults in the next point, by the way.
Oh, so it's a break point now. And Isabel's commentary was, which I think actually probably told us as much as anything else, to be honest with you. And I see that double break. Double fault now from Snigger. Jack, maybe take us through this break point.
Yeah, well, they're mid rally at the moment. I think Halep's just hit long. Actually, she's just hit a forehand long. So couldn't get into the nitty gritty of that point there, unfortunately.
You want Halep to win this match, Isabel, from your reaction.
I mean, I feel like if I put her through to get to the final, and she goes out in the first round, that just makes me look stupid.
I'm sure that's what Halep is thinking about right now as well.
Yeah,
it's the WTA. No one looks stupid if your pick goes out in the first round.
That's true. Yeah.
I think my main takeaway from the stream is I want Isabel's internet connection.
Cardiff has great internet.
It's my fault for choosing to live in Stoke-on-Trent.
And it's a game point now for Snigger, and I would call this a mini match point after Halep dumps that backhand into the net. And once again, it's the backhand, Nick.
Yeah, for
This is-
sure.
Yeah. Is this is another instance because we don't know anything about this other player, do we?
I did a quick Google. So WTA website's not that well populated. She's 20 years old. She's the 2019 Wimbledon girls singles champion, and this is the first time she's played a Slam main draw, and she's a qualifier.
So this is another instance of the WTA just throwing a new girl at us to
she's
obsess over.
She's number 124 in the world, so she's a career high. So she was seeded in qualifying. But yes, this is exactly Isabel. It's another new person being thrown at us by the WTA.
And she's now got a 5-1 lead. That was a huge hold of serve as Halep dumps a forehand into the net to go love 15. So right now, as I speak, although you may even be a few seconds ahead, she is 3 points away from winning.
Yeah, I'm watching the love 15 point unfold at the moment.
Do it.
It's great backhand from Halep deep there. Actually, just forces a backhand to go long from Snigger. Wasn't much in it actually. It's kind of. I still think Halep's got a chance here. I'm not saying she's winning though. Obviously, I'm not anywhere near as confident as 70-30 earlier, but by no means out of this. She's one of those players that can pull off crazy comebacks. I can't think of a great one actually off the top of my head. I will just look it up if nobody else has one because I'm sure Halep's pulled off some amazing feats of comebackery in the past.
There is one I'm thinking of. I want to say it was the Australian Open semi-final where I know it was 3 sets and the players had to go to the hospital afterwards because they all had heat stroke. But I can't remember who she was playing. But that was a really impressive comeback.
Is that Halep?
It's Kerber.
Yeah.
Is it Angelique Kerber? Maybe.
No, there was another one that year. I think Lauren Davis she had a long match with that year as well.
15-13 in the third. Wow. Yeah. Crazy match. Yeah, I'm just going to have a look through because she's pulled off a few in the past.
I think Halep's gone wide there with that backhand. I'm sure you... Oh, no, she's got the winner. Sorry, tell her lie. 40-15. Halep is looking exactly the same when she hits an amazing winner as she does when she loses the points. So that deceived me once again. I think it must have hit the line or been very close to it. Yeah, bang on the line there, really, for 40-15. So 2 game points now for the Romanian.
Yeah, I've just seen her hold there, John.
Nice.
Yeah, she did manage to come through. Comfortable hold is the first thing she'll need, definitely.
I'm going to dip out for 30 seconds.
Cool. Yeah. Well, here we go. Change of ends, 5-2. This is not what we expected today.
Honestly, I'm not saying she's winning it, but surely she gets this next break. She digs in, surely.
I don't think any of us would fancy our chances serving out against Simona Halep.
I actually can't get over the forehand, honestly. Like watching that replay there, I was just teaching somebody the other day, you got to keep your, try and wave to your side, basically, as you're playing the forehand. Snigger's left arm is doing nothing.
Yeah, nothing. I was wondering about that. That's a very weird forehand.
Forehand is so it's almost it's almost facing downwards, really open stance.
Exactly. Yeah, there's almost no turn of the body.
I know when I was coached, to have a very closed stance.
Yeah, that's how you would normally do it. It's bizarre to me. I don't really understand how she gets so much power off her. Well, she doesn't get tons compared to some players, I guess. It's a very consistent shot, I guess.
Can you imagine watching her play Kasatkina?
I know, yeah. I think to be honest, I think Kasatkina would be able to run rings around her.
Oh yeah, did she outplay her in her own game?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Halep 6-love.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, Konyu. Oh, Stan's retired. He's retired 2 sets down.
What? He retired?
2 sets down. He lost the second set tiebreak 9-7. He's retired.
Oh,
that's such a shame.
Sorry, I'm just hearing that. Who's retired?
Stan.
Oh. Yeah.
And
Hey, there we go. Here's you've just seen as well, Nick, I guess.
yeah, Dominic team fans, here's a break up against Pablo Carreño Busta.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. Yeah,
It's good to
great
hear.
news. Nobody would have called him. I'm still not calling a win there, I gotta say. But if he did get that win, that would probably be the best win of his year. Definitely.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
For sure.
Be his best year since his comeback or whatever you want to call it, or any. I can't remember the last time he had I think he did all right in Madrid last year. I think he got to the semis, but can't remember
Probably
much.
not. Maybe not even last year, John. I feel like it was. I think he was on a terrible losing streak since the start of 2021. I'm pretty sure, and only got his first win a few months ago, right?
I know what you mean. I know what you mean. He had the Australian Open in 2021 when he went out reasonably early, like third or fourth round. I think he seemed to have some foot problems that day rather than the wrist. But I think he had a mini comeback in the spring on the clay court season. By the way, you're not missing. I'm not missing anything crazy, audience, regarding the Snigger Halep. If something just crazy happened, I'll tell you. We are getting very close to that. But I just vaguely remember. I think it was 2021 where he had a mini revival. And I think he got to the semi-finals in Madrid, and he lost. I think it was 2021. He lost to Berrettini.
Yes, we did. You're right.
Berrettini?
You're right. Yeah, it was Berrettini.
Yeah.
It was either Berrettini or
It was
yeah.
Berrettini. It was Berrettini or Zverev. But that was
Berrettini.
though.
2 break points.
Yeah, Halep has 2 break points.
Jack, take over.
I will now. I'm pretty sure, Snigger's just rifled a forehand winner down the line. I'd love to see a replay and find out if we were while you were off stream there, John. We were talking about closed stance, open stance, and the bizarreness of Snigger's forehand. I don't know how she managed to set. She's so quick between points, though. Jeez, she must have taken about 10 seconds between hitting that forehand winner and delivering her next serve. As she goes along with the forehand, Halep has just broken back. Got one of the breaks back. This is getting quite dramatic, actually. I'm enjoying it.
Goodness. Very exciting.
Okay, where are we at now? Are we thinking that the comeback is on?
I'm not saying anything, but I was saying at 5-1, she's got a chance. She's definitely got a chance. Like the way she can sort of grind, and also there must be a bit in there of stepping up to try and serve out the match for the second time, right? As a 20-year-old, I don't know.
First time in a main draw, I think. Was that what you said, Nick?
First time in a main draw. Failed or fallen in qualifying every time up to this point. I mean, it's going to be tough for her to deal with this. But then she's not had to save 7. She's not lost 7 match points.
At the very least, yeah, that's true.
No. You mentioned the sort of unusual nature of some of her style. She's also got at least the way she sort of stoops down and has her legs apart for the return of serve. That reminded me of Daniel Medvedev a bit, the way she sort of not this time, but the previous serve. Maybe it was on the other side. But anyway, she's certainly a little unorthodox, that's for sure. As she goes backhand, is that going to no? Halep gets hit into the net, so it's now love 30. Jack, take over because I know you're a few seconds ahead.
Yeah, I'll tell you what happens at this love 30 point. Halep hits a really good serve down the tee, actually. However, Snigger gets it back for an amazing return. It is currently Halep's backhand cross court. Snigger's backhand down the line, misses it by a few inches into the net, actually. So Halep survives 15-30 now.
2 points from victory, of course, Snigger right now.
It's very difficult to say what Snigger should be doing here. She should go aggressive. If she let Halep overheat, she probably will feel less regret should she go on to lose this match. If she does go aggressive and try to take the match by the scruff of the neck. So I expect her to do that on this second serve return at 15-30. Halep just delivering the second serve now. Very slow one into the middle of the box. Forehand return inside out. Halep gets another forehand. They're going cross court with it. Snigger very rarely going cross court. Snigger stepping up to take on a short ball. Halep misses the ball into the net, and now it's 15-40.
2 match points.
Yep, 2 match points.
Oh God.
I think I'm the only one of us on the stream that's quite cool with all of this.
I'm not. I feel like I'm not particularly impartial. Actually, I would like to see Halep come through this match.
No
It's,
problem.
I
at
still want
all.
to see her go out in the first round.
Yeah, likewise.
I'm actually okay with Sneaker winning this.
Oh, thanks, Nick. And there's just two of us then.
Amazing backhand cross court from Halep to
Oh,
save
yeah,
one
she
of the
can't
match
get that.
points.
Oh.
Oh my goodness, it's a backhand
That was
winner, I think. Pretty sure Snigger didn't get a racket on it there.
No, I don't think she did.
That was great.
Great winner. Great winner.
Okay, yeah, I'll try and put the nerves aside. Tell you what goes on in the second match point. Yeah, Halep with a decent-ish first serve. Snigger gets it deep though in the court. Gets a chance at a decent forehand. Halep able to deliver her own forehand though. Snigger again not going cross court for long at all. Halep gets a forehand that knocks her off balance. However, she's back in the rally again. Snigger gets another forehand cross court. Halep goes cross court and Snigger nets it. That was about 12 or 13 shots or so. I don't know.
A great rally.
Yeah, geez. Oh, I mean, Halep was totally knocked back at one point there. Easily could have netted it. I don't know how she managed to keep the forehand in the court. Snigger looks a little bit in disbelief as well, actually. Great point from Halep.
And boy, oh boy, oh boy, if Halep does hold here, obviously from 15-40 facing 2 match points, how much pressure will that be for Snigger to serve it out?
Yeah, they do say that sometimes. If you've had match points in the previous service game and not managed to close it, it can be more difficult in your next service game. You'd almost hope that it was just an easy service hold for the opponent rather than a difficult one. As she goes long there, and Halep now has a game point, fortunately.
Looks like the crowd are loving this, though.
All I saw was Patrick there, actually, Nick, looking stoic, I guess. I don't know. All I saw was Patrick Murray-Cerundolo looking stoic with
Yeah.
Oh no, I was talking about probably the end of the last point, but I'm a little bit behind you guys as well.
Isabel, what are you thinking?
I'm on the edge of my seat, dude.
Yeah.
I'm terrified. I want her to win. I really do.
Well, she's got an ace up there, so now Snigger's got to do it all again. I apologize, Isabel. I'm fully behind the Ukrainian here for a multitude of reasons. One of which is they don't have Halep winning the tournament. Secondly, because I've obviously got a soft spot for the Ukrainians, and but she's got it all to do now. She's got 4 points, but she's had match points. They're going to have a changeover, of course, so there's some time to contemplate, which is probably not really what the Ukrainian needs right now. Nick, what are you thinking regarding this final game or potentially final game?
Oh gosh, this is going to be so tense. I mean, here's where I'm at with this now. Look, obviously I want to be right and I want Halep to win but on the other hand, but what I want more is a good story, and Snigger winning is a good story.
Absolutely.
Despite obviously we've sort of maybe critiques to the game that we've had during the stream, it's going to be so tense. I do not envy Snigger's position right now. She's serving again. She's had one chance to serve for the match and got broken pretty quickly. She's had 2 match points on the Halep serve. This game is going to wait. Obviously, if Snigger wins this game, she's going to win the match. But I think if Halep wins this game, she's going to win the match. I think that's where I'm at. I think.
Yeah.
I think that's with it.
That kind of makes sense. I mean, it's not. By the way, nice little stat here. Wu has become the first Chinese man to win a Grand Slam singles match since 1959.
Wow. Oh my goodness.
Okay, yeah. So obviously, so many women, of course, on the Chinese women have done very well at majors, but not on the men's side. So here we go. Potentially the last game of the match. Jack, take over.
Yep, they've went to a rally again. It's pretty much neutral at the moment. Neither opponent able to graft themselves an advantage. Snigger going to Halep's backhand to Snigger's forehand. Halep hits a pretty decent backhand down the line that should give her the advantage. The Snigger counters a forehand down the line with her own forehand down the line. Absolutely rifles it down the line with her own forehand, but misses by a few inches. Halep wins the point there. That could have went either way there. I had no idea who was winning that rally. It did look like Halep was locked in though, right? I mean, she's just refusing to miss at this point.
I would add a bit more. And I know it's kind of obvious and we're probably thinking about narratives and everything. those two serves and also some of those shots from Snigger suggested a lot of tightness. I mean, the first serve was long, the second serve was seemingly tame. Go on.
Yeah, but I love 13 out. Snigger nets the forehand. Again, it's that forehand that's missing. I mean, it just looks like it's so bizarre. There's no way it can work forever, right? I mean, surely the shot is more prone to getting broken down. It's just so bizarre.
Well, Isabel, your hopes of a Halep recovery are looking better right now.
I don't want to jinx it, you know.
Oh my goodness!
Boy,
oh my gosh! Oh my gosh!
Yeah, somehow Halep gets it back into play, but yeah, just can't last the entirety of the point there. She should have been in that one after that crazy get. Just make Snigger at least finish off the point right. But okay, 15 for 30 now.
That first serve. So I was actually reacting for a few seconds. That first serve from Snigger was way out. But she's got away with it in that point at least.
Snigger's so quick between points. It's honestly, I don't think I've seen one of the female players anyway this quick between points in a while. As she puts in a second serve, has Halep made that?
No, that was out.
30-all.
She's looking at so it is. Yeah. Thought the replay was going to get shown there just to see how close the ball was to the line. Maybe it was quite a bit wide.
Halep went big there.
Yeah, she did. Yeah, first serve. That's long, surely. No. Okay.
Got the line.
Oh, great pass though. To be fair,
God.
Yeah.
No.
Match point.
Match point.
Isabel
I'm so
and her.
nervous.
That's a great pass for someone who, as I said, looked tight throughout the whole game. Really, Isabel and her anti-Snigger agenda.
I'm not, I don't want to get a reputation. If a person from Ukraine wins, I'm happy.
Yeah, I know.
For that. It's a win-win, I guess, right? Yeah.
But obviously, I want the person I picked to win.
Yeah, of course, I understand. Go on, Jack.
Yep, it's gone to a rally again. Halep with a backhand down the line. Doesn't really catch Snigger off guard, though. Amazing forehand down the line from Halep. It's not enough, though, and she nets the backhand. Halep is
my.
Snigger is in tears. She's obviously, super, super happy.
Well, who would be? Wow.
Just obviously in the advent of Rybakina winning Wimbledon, it's it's quite crazy to just see an outpouring of emotion after a match like this. It's lovely.
Yeah, it is. It is. And there we go. Tennis. We love and sometimes we loathe it, but look at that. That's really nice.
Yeah, doing the heart round. The ribbon there. That's lovely.
Yeah, really nice. Listen, Halep's defeat, obviously big and probably will grab a lot of the headlines, but hats off to Darius Snigger there, who managed to close it out. Love 30 down. Halep obviously disconsolate as she goes down the tunnel, understandably so. But yeah, Isabel, sorry that your pick to go to how did you have her winning or getting to the final?
I had her winning. I also agree with what Nick said. We obviously want Halep to be successful, but we also want a good story, and this is as good as a story gets for in terms of current events and also. So it is nice. I'm definitely happy for her.
Yeah.
As well as sad.
Look, I hate being wrong, but I can't be annoyed seeing how happy she is.
Yeah. Look at her. I love this. She just sort of I can't believe it. I'm actually just sort of watching her actions rather than listening to her words, and the pictures tell a million words. So that's enough.
I was just listening to what she was saying. That's literally what she was saying. She thought it was impossible to win this match. So there you go.
She's sort of saying thank you to the crowd. It's really, really, really very emotional and understandably so. Listen, it's 2 minutes to 10 here in Germany. It's 2 minutes to 9. We've been on air for about 5 hours. Jack, Nick, Isabel, it's been a marathon and it's been amazing. And it's been a great end to this first part of the day in New York. Thanks for coming on board. Isabel, thank you very much.
Sure. Thanks for having me.
I hope your dinner was nice and not spoiled too much by your ladies going out. But as we all recognize, Nigger's progress as well has been amazing. Nick, thank you for stopping by.
It's been an absolute pleasure. I could not think of a better way to start watching the US Open than to sit down and watch it with you guys. It's been amazing.
Thanks, Nick. And by the way, just before I come to Jack, I think it's great how Simona Halep and Snigger decided. They thought, well, John needs to finish the stream at 10 o'clock, so we better get this done just before. Jack, thanks for stopping by. You've obviously had a very nice day. Your day got off to the perfect start with, or in terms of tennis, got off to the perfect start with Murray going through.
Absolutely, John. I couldn't have asked for anything more joining the stream. It was a blast, yeah. Let me know when you're doing it again. Happy to help. It was great fun.
Jack, thanks very much. Nick, thanks very much. Isabel, thanks very much. And thanks to all the people that stopped by to tune in to us rabble on. And I will see you all soon. Take care, everybody.
Thanks, John.
Bye-bye.
Bye.